Late at night, a girl, hunched over with emotional pain, slowly walked through a dark and empty church. She kept muttering that it was her recently deceased acquaintance who was the goal of her stupid life. Suddenly, the lady's leg twisted and she immediately fell to the floor, although she did not really feel a drop of pain. The heroine was now much more worried about the fact that her lover in this novel was killed. So the miss raised her head to look ahead and see those whom she blamed for the death of her friend. She lay in front of a monument in honor of the prince and princess who had treated a man so cruelly. The girl, with tears in her eyes, prayed that God, if he existed at all, would hear what she was asking for. The thing was, the lady couldn't let Kyle die such a stupid death because of other people. So she demanded that she be allowed to save the most precious thing that had been lost, although it was not her fault at all. Suddenly, after this cry of the heroine, a bright light flashed in front of her, which meant something incomprehensible at that moment. In fact, the girl accidentally transferred into a character named Hestia in a novel she read. At first, the lady could not believe what was happening because she had involuntarily found herself in the body of such a beauty. Moreover, in her current home, Miss found a huge amount of gold, which made her incredibly happy. However, it still remained a mystery to the heroine why she ended up in the body of such a minor character. After all, this man had a lot of money, but absolutely nothing else was known about this Hestia. The girl found joy in being a fan of her beloved Marquis Caelus, thanks to this money. To begin with, the lady rushed to the black market as she decided to buy herself status in order to get closer to Kyle. The guy who was distributing titles stopped resisting as soon as the miss gave him a lot of money. After receiving the long-awaited status, the heroine immediately went to the ball where all the noble aristocrats were present. All because she really wanted to look at the first beauty of this novel named Saint Diana. Just one look at this girl made Hestia completely delighted, feeling how quickly her heart began to beat. But no less handsome was the crown prince named Helios, who was adored by many aristocrats. The heroine was already glad that she was able to at least look up close at these two beautiful idols of this world. Besides Diana and Helios, the most handsome was also the guy who was even considered heartless because of his determination. Looking at him, the heroine did not want to believe that this handsome man was destined for a very sad fate with an imminent death. His name was Caelus, and it was he and his face that Hestia liked so much, despite his bad character. Even now, although the guy did not look at anyone arrogantly, the lady almost fainted at the sight of him. She didn't regret at all that she had spent a whole lot of money just to see the best representatives of the aristocracy. The girl was quite pleased to hear whispers from the side that it was Kyle who was the best, because she thought the same. Then suddenly, those gossips declared that they would never dare to greet the Marquis, and the lady realized that this concerned her too. Although Miss was reborn, she became only an unimportant and inconspicuous secondary character in this novel. The heroine herself understood that she was extremely far from Saint Diana, who always showed love for the weak. Because of this, the girl was constantly surrounded by crowds of people of different ages, because they hoped that she would definitely help. Dee didn't even notice that her close friends had already fallen in love with her, but she could only choose one, and the saint faced a difficult choice between the Crown Prince Helios, who openly demonstrated his feelings, and between Marquis Caelus, who, due to his character, always only hinted that he felt anything at all for the lady. Diana herself continued to help people, as her powers allowed her to heal almost any disease. But at the same time, the girl did not miss the opportunity to smile at her friends and talk to them. This novel also featured a villain in the form of Duke Orcus and his cruel and only daughter, Retona. This woman had great ambitions, so she was going to marry Helios and become empress. So at some point she began to openly attack Diana, although the guy still supported the saint. Retona herself loudly declared that Helios would have to accept her engagement if they did not want the situation to worsen. It was clear to everyone that if the crown prince were to marry Duchess Orcus, the power in the empire would be greatly shaken. Since Caelus was Helios's best friend, he could never allow such a fate for him. So without the slightest hesitation, he forced the entire Orcus family to drink poisonous tea, which killed them. However, it was precisely after this that a major rift occurred in the friendly trio, which could not be corrected. When Diana learned of Kale's actions, she could not forgive him because she considered it extremely cruel. The girl screamed that she didn't want to hear any apologies because the guy had no right to them. For the Marquis, the words of his beloved that she never wanted to see him again were the most painful thing. After this incident, according to the novel, the beautiful saint forever turned away from one of her close friends. As a result, Helios and Diana had a successful wedding, and all the people around happily blessed them. Since the heroine still considered herself a superfluous character, she did nothing during this time. The girl waited a whole year for this moment when the story of the novel would finally come to an end, and she would be able to return to her world. When Miss saw Helios and Diana, she felt like they looked so incredibly happy and beautiful. Hestia could only hope that Calus would be just as happy, despite being alone. She suddenly remembered how much she cried when she read this part of the novel a long time ago, back in her world. And now, remembering the Marquis, the lady wished that he would not focus only on love for the saint who abandoned him. Hestia felt a little sad that she was unable to see the Marquis's face for the last time, since it was already time for her to go. The heroine prayed for this until, after another year of living in this novel, she finally met Kyle. The guy looked like he should have died a long time ago, but for some stupid reason he just couldn't do it. And this terrible state of Calus struck Hestia to the depths of her soul, who did not expect this at all. The heroine, who found herself in the novel completely by accident, thought that a good ending was prepared for everyone in it. And for herself, therefore, she wanted a good life. So right after the wedding of Diana and Helios, she was determined to return home. The heroine went to bed, completely confident that she would wake up in her own world and see her parents. But for some reason, no matter how much the lady went to bed and no matter how many days passed, she was never able to return back. However, Miss did not give up until the very end and continued to hope that sooner or later she would get into her world. Hestia saw no point in staying in a novel where absolutely everything had been finished for her long ago. But in this incomprehensible manner, first weeks passed, and then even months systematically changing the seasons one after another. In the end, the heroine became so tired of waiting for her return to her world that she simply gave up completely. Hestia sincerely did not understand what she was doing wrong, that she had been living aimlessly in this world, which she had ended up in by accident. Since the lady had given away all her wealth in preparation for her return, she now lived almost in poverty in a small house in the forest. Every time Miss opened her eyes again, she felt like she had died and was just stuck in that place. The girl was incredibly tormented by the fear of loneliness, because in the plot of the novel, she was absolutely not needed by anyone. And what made her saddest was that news periodically appeared that Calus had tried to kill himself. The heroine was very sad about this because she sincerely wanted the guy to be happy and live peacefully. The lady understood that the Marquis had lost the will to live because he had been abandoned by his two closest and best friends. Hestus, reading the news, wondered who it was that accidentally saved Kale from final death every time. The lady herself wanted to cry and pray so much that the guy could finally find his happiness in this world. Miss continued to pray that she would wake up in her bed and see her family, but for some reason this did not happen either. So in the end, the heroine finally stopped understanding why she was given this torment at all. With tears in her eyes, she fell to her knees in the middle of the forest and whispered that she desperately wanted to disappear from this world already. Imagine Hestia's surprise when, at that very moment, the dead-tired Marcus Calus came out to her. The lady immediately called out to the guy as she could never in her life pass up the opportunity to talk to him. Suddenly, he stopped and turned around sharply, looking at her, after which he rudely asked what the stranger wanted from him. The girl only now realized that her beloved was really in front of her, and this was not just a dream. Suddenly, from somewhere to the side, the cries of people were heard, who were trying with all their might to find the Marquis who had escaped from them, and the guy himself, covering the lady's mouth with his hand, quickly and deftly hid with her behind the nearest tree, where he was not found. Hestia was so surprised at how close she found herself to her beloved that she didn't even think about resisting. Calus held Miss in silence until he was completely sure that his servants had definitely gone away. Only after this did he finally let the girl go, although she herself was ready to stand in his arms all day and more. Since the heroine could not simply let the Marquis go, she brought him to her mountain house where she had lived alone until now. The Marquis apologized for the trouble he had caused, but Hestia was only worried because she hadn't had time to clean up. The girl never even dared to dream that the man she loved would visit her house. Caelus himself behaved completely calmly and seemed to be absolutely not tense due to his presence in someone else's house. In order to at least somehow start a dialogue, the heroine awkwardly approached the Marquis and asked what he was doing alone in the forest. There was silence between them in response, and the girl quickly said that Kyle did not have to tell her anything. Unexpectedly, the boy stated that he wanted to disappear from this world, which shocked Hestia incredibly. She suddenly realized that she had been experiencing exactly the same desire lately, although for completely different reasons. As a result, the lady admitted that she was extremely sad because she could not return to her family and friends. Caelus was still sitting motionless at Mrs. table, but in fact he was listening to her attentively, although he did not show it. Finally, the Marquis sadly lowered his head and whispered that for some reason they were very similar to each other. These words made Hestia immediately shudder slightly, as she herself had thought about something similar. And Cale suddenly admitted that he wanted to choose death, which greatly frightened the heroine, who wanted him to be happy. But the guy calmly stated that the lady is stronger than him if she holds on and does not choose death over life. Miss froze in complete shock because she did not believe that her beloved could suffer so much. It seemed to her that the guy was strong enough to safely survive everything that happened to him. However, now, looking at him closely, the girl saw how much the Marquis was actually exhausted. Even though Caelus was considered a minor character, the lady liked him much more than anyone else. For this reason, Hestia suddenly became acutely aware that she really missed her beloved's former calm and sweet behavior. So, deciding to try to help him, the lady asked the guy to wait a little while until she returned soon. It occurred to Miss that she had been unable to escape from the novel only for this moment where she helps the Marquis. Therefore, the heroine decided to at least prepare some tasty food for Caelus first, and then put him in a warm bed. Hestia also had time to think that they would take a walk when the Marquis had rested, and would even be able to have a heart-to-heart talk. But as soon as the lady opened the front door, all her hopes instantly died out at the sight of Cale's lifeless body. Miss couldn't even believe her eyes at first, because she couldn't even imagine something so terrible in her house. As a result, the girl dropped all the products that she had chosen so carefully, because she no longer cared about them. Hestia stood frozen in place in complete horror, looking blankly at the cooling body of her self-murdering lover. Unable to bear it any longer, the lady ran up to the guy and took his head in her arms, although she understood that all actions were useless. The heroine burst into tears from pain and misunderstanding, because it literally just seemed to her that she had found her place in this world. The girl sincerely did not understand why, on top of everything else, she had to go through something so terrible. Having come to her senses a little, Miss looked around the kitchen and found a farewell note from Cale, who apologized for everything. As a result, the Marquis's death became news in the newspapers, but by coincidence it was forgotten after just one day. All because then all the newspapers started writing about the disagreements between Diana and Helios, which turned out to be more interesting. But Hestia was immediately enraged by such disrespect for her lover, who had recently died. The lady angrily clutched the newspaper in her hands and once again mentally asked Caelus why he had committed suicide. After the death of her lover, Mrs. Life changed dramatically, and she even stopped taking care of herself in any way. Hestia was so absorbed in her sad thoughts that she didn't even notice anyone around her. And even when they angrily shouted something after her, the lady continued to completely ignore everything that was happening around her. The girl almost went crazy because she only went to church and muttered various prayers in honor of Cale. Hestia still heard snippets of rumors about the Marquis's friends who had quarreled, but she didn't care at all. She continued to whisper the names of Saint Diana and Prince Helios meaninglessly because she didn't care about them at all. The heroine was actually only concerned about her beloved, who chose death, and now she didn't want to live either. Hestia didn't want to believe until the very end that everything that happened was true, because she blamed herself for everything. Miss did not want to admit for even a second that Kyle had chosen this fate for himself, and insisted that he had simply been killed. Suddenly, the lady's eyes widened in horror as she realized how much her lonely lover had suffered all this time. She slammed her fist angrily on the cold floor as she decided that it was Helios and Diana who had ultimately killed Kellis. Imagining the abandoned body of the Marquis, who was ultimately unable to find his place in the world, Miss wanted to cry. So Hestia cried out loudly, calling upon God that she was ready to give her life, if only to save Marquis Caelus. Suddenly, everything around the girl was illuminated by a bright glow, and when she opened her eyes, she did not remember what had happened to her before. She looked around in surprise and suddenly jumped up as she discovered that she was in her room before moving to the mountains. The girl was absolutely sure that she had definitely remained in the temple, but she did not know which of the saints had transferred her here for some reason. Hestia pressed her hands to her head in excitement, as she decided that people simply did not know who she was, otherwise they would have taken her to the mountains. But then the lady got out of bed and realized that nothing hurt, as if she had returned to the previous body of this character. Not believing her guess, the heroine ran to the window and opened it wide to try to understand what was happening around her from the street. Imagine Mrs. Surprise when she saw that all the people and streets were dressed up in honor of the festival. Hestia remembered well that this event was organized in honor of the wedding of Diana and Helios. Only now did the heroine realize that she had once again been transported to the beginning of the novel, although she had not even asked or thought about anything like that. However, although Miss could not find answers to her questions now, she decided not to worry about her return to the past for now. Hestia remembered very well that today was not only the wedding day of the prince and princess, but also the Marquise's first attempt to die. Therefore, the girl quickly ran to look for the nearest carriage in order to get to Cale's mansion as quickly as possible. Without thinking twice, the lady ran up to one of the cabbies with a carriage and shouted for him to take her to the right address. Just as the guy was about to start getting indignant, the miss threw a bag of coins at him, and the assistant immediately agreed. While they were driving, the girl thought that she would definitely take advantage of this next chance. She knew that Helios was openly and loudly courting Diana, while Caelus did it quietly and very easily. It was because of this that his girlfriend always took the guy's efforts for granted and never even thought to thank him. Already on the approach to Cale's mansion, the heroine encountered the first difficulties in the form of too good protection of the estate. But Miss had no intention of backing down, so she declared that she had a very important message for Caelus. Although the knights were frightened by such a look, they still declared that no one could be allowed to see the Marquis without special permission. Then Hestia cleverly took advantage of the distraction and shouted that Saint Diana herself was walking not far from them. This distracted the guys, and the girl immediately rushed past them, since at the moment nothing could stop her. The servants, past whom she quickly ran straight to Cale's office, jumped away in fear in different directions, because they did not know her. Even the butler, despite having seen a lot in this life, was very surprised at the sight of an incomprehensible lady in their estate. And the heroine herself, without any embarrassment, burst into Caelus's office, loudly and unceremoniously throwing open the doors. Imagine her surprise when she saw that at that very moment, the guy was standing with a blade near his throat. Realizing that they had come to him at such an inopportune time, the Marquis asked with displeasure who had brought this and what he needed anyway. At the sight of what the gentleman was about to do, the butler fainted, and the lady was glad that she had managed to prevent it. She clenched her fist in anger, because she knew that Cale would continue to try to kill himself if she didn't figure out how to save him. After which, the heroine took advantage of the fact that the guy did not understand what she was going to do. So Hestia picked up speed and crashed into the Marquis, causing him to unconsciously drop the blade from his hands in surprise. Caelus, despite his good physical condition, could not stay on his feet and even fell after this unexpected blow. And the lady herself, not at all embarrassed or worried about what had happened, stood firmly right in front of Cale, who was lying on the floor. The girl was confident in her words and intentions, so she declared that she really wanted to become the Marquise of her beloved. Marquis Kellis's butler was named Uros, and he took care of the boy from childhood, even helping his father at one time. The man easily and naturally replaced his young master's parents, as he was wise and skilled enough. Although Kale fell into depression, the assistant himself did not stop performing the duties of the mansion, no matter how sad he was. However, the events in which an unknown lady proposed to Kellis shocked the butler too much. The heroine herself at that moment could barely calm her wildly beating heart, since she was very afraid to confess. She understood that she had acted too boldly and brazenly, but she was not going to let her beloved die this time. Suddenly, Hestia visualized two angels in her head, who began to support her decision to be with Kale. But the girl herself was not happy, that in her subconscious she imagined such creatures that pushed her to madness. At that moment, the Marquis suddenly began to move, although all this time he had simply been sitting motionless and thoughtfully in the same place. The guy asked in confusion if the lady wanted to get married, and the heroine immediately became embarrassed by his cold pressure and calmness. Suddenly, Kalis laughed completely madly and asked if he really looked so frivolous. Hestia tried to explain that she didn't feel that way about him at all, but only wanted to help, but the Marquis didn't listen to her at all. He suddenly said that the lady could do as she wished, which greatly surprised her and the butler next to her. The heroine was so surprised by these words that she even forgot about her manners and screamed, and the guy explained that he didn't care. The lady could not understand this approach at all, because no matter how bad the Marquis felt, it was about his own wedding. But Kalis suddenly declared that the miss should discuss everything she needed with the butler, and with that he ended the dialogue, turning away. Since Kaelis was completely fed up with these two in his office, he simply threw them out the door so as not to talk anymore. Hestia and Uros looked at each other in surprise, as they understood little of the young master's strange actions and decisions. After which the girl could not stand it and almost screamed, since she absolutely did not understand what had just happened. A little later during the dialogue, Hestia fully introduced herself to the butler, and even gave her purchased surname Ale. The lady was glad for the second time that she had once acquired a title and status, because it was now much easier for her to communicate. Uros asked permission to ask the miss a few impolite questions, as he was burning with curiosity. And Hestia allowed this when suddenly the man immediately began by saying that she had broken all the rules and invaded private territory. The girl assumed that it would be difficult for her to listen to what the assistant would say, but she tried very hard to take everything into account. Unexpectedly, the butler suddenly stopped his stream of questions, each of which made the miss feel awkward. Euros stood up and bowed to Hestia, saying that if it were not for her, the lord might have suffered, so he was grateful. And the heroine thought with a smile that she should thank the old man, because it was he who had saved Kale before. Here the assistant suddenly became thoughtful and admitted that in everything that was happening there was something very incomprehensible and strange to him. He did not understand how the lady could know that the Marquis would die, and yet she ran as if she really was sure of it. But Hestia knew everything that her butler asked about, although she couldn't say anything about it, because she could be considered crazy. Moreover, the girl's internal assistants now only interfered with her more, not helping her to concentrate at all. Uros noticed that for some reason there was a tense mental struggle going on inside the lady, but he did not know how and with what he could help her. After long and painful reflection, Miss decided to declare that she had the ability to see the future. As she expected, the butler did not believe this statement at all, since he believed that such forces did not exist in nature. However, the old man did not expose Hestia's lie, but instead delicately turned away, although his face gave him away. Then the heroine decided to prove to the man that she knew what no one else knew, because it was only between Kale and his servant. Uros was very surprised when the lady said that the gentleman had ordered a ring with a pink stone to be given to Diana. Elay skillfully took advantage of the fact that she knew the plot of the novel well, so she could pretend that she could predict the future. The butler really thought hard, although he was still not entirely sure that the miss was telling him the pure truth. Unexpectedly, Hestia reported that the Marquis would continue to go mad in constant attempts to finally kill himself, after which the heroine promised that she would definitely use her abilities to save the Marquis at any cost. The old man listened attentively to the lady and guessed that she would need certain powers to help the gentleman. Hestia, at the end of her words, stated that she wanted to become a marquise only so that Kylus could continue to live. She fervently convinced the assistant that she would never dare to harm the master, even though she was an outsider. However, it was clear from Uros's face that he doubted too much and did not know how to act in such an unusual situation. The lady realized that she had not been convincing enough for the butler to take her side without discussion. But unexpectedly, the assistant suggested that Miss talk to the Marquis herself the next morning, which immediately made her very happy. After which, the old man politely bowed to the girl and offered to spend the night in the mansion, since it was late to return. The heroine thanked Uros for his help, and when he left, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief because she was very tired. Hestia was pleased with how far she had come in just one day, but she had no intention of stopping there. She imagined the same sad Kylus and mentally promised him that she would definitely save him from everything. And the guy himself at that moment sadly asked Diana to give him an answer as to what to do next, because he was still completely confused. Unlike the Marquis, the heroine was now incredibly proud of herself because she had done a lot to help, but the demon and angel inside her openly mocked the girl, asking how she could act so recklessly. But since these images were part of the lady's imagination, they also really wanted her to eventually marry the Marquise. Hestia concluded that she could not undo her actions that had already been committed, but she did not worry since she was inside the novel. But this realization did not help the girl get rid of the annoying and incomprehensible images of an angel and a demon. The lady admitted that when she saw Kale's emotionless gaze, she realized that becoming just his secretary would not be enough. The images of Miss's imagination also believed that everything would be fine if she could eventually help her lover. Hestia suddenly became more serious as she remembered that this was her goal in this novel and she was going to fulfill it. Suddenly, the heroine saw herself, who told her that she would always be there and would help in everything that was needed. The lady was just about to ask what was going on when she suddenly opened her eyes and found herself lying on a bed in the Marquise's estate. She stood up anxiously, trying to quickly move away from her very strange dream, which she had almost forgotten. However, the remnants of it continued to wander in the girl's head, which greatly puzzled the bewildered Hestia. When the miss left the room, the butler immediately asked delicately how she had slept that night and whether she was satisfied with everything. Ile admitted with a smile that she had not slept so well and softly for a long time, so she was absolutely completely satisfied with everything. Together, they headed to Kailus's office, and Uros confused the lady by telling her that for some reason she looked extremely unperturbed. In response, Miss anxiously asked how Kyle was feeling now, especially after what had happened to him yesterday. The butler asked in surprise how the girl could see the future, but at the same time not know the answers to her own questions. Hestia quickly had to come up with an excuse that she could only see big events and not such small ones. The old man said with a smile that he was just joking, while the heroine almost turned grey due to the stress she had experienced. However, the lady was glad that the communication with the assistant had suddenly become so much more informal, unlike yesterday. Miss would like to continue to develop a good relationship with this man, since she knew how much he did for the Marquis. Suddenly, the old man admitted that he had worked all night to prepare the documents, which greatly shocked Hestia. But Uros himself did not attach any importance to his words, but instead asked the girl to choose her words more carefully. In response, the heroine smiled sweetly and promised that everything would definitely be fine, because she was sure that she knew Kyle. Although the butler believed the lady, just in case he still knocked on the master's office door and warned Kylus of her arrival. Hestia herself understood perfectly well that she had to be prepared, and under no circumstances should she relax. But the miss noticed almost immediately that the Marquise was already sitting motionless on the sofa, not wanting to communicate with anyone now. When they both entered, the guy barely turned his head to lazily and condescendingly look at the impudent girl who had come to him. The heroine immediately felt uneasy because the Marquis's gaze was too cold and piercing. The girl thought she was ready to meet the master, but the sad memory of his death still surfaced in her head. Due to the unpleasant experiences and stress, Hestia unconsciously began to bite her lips, which completely revealed her anxiety. However, the lady immediately pulled herself together and was the first to greet Kelis loudly, as she did not want to give up. But no matter how brave the miss seemed to herself, inside she was still terribly worried about the dialogue with the Marquis. The heroine was saved by the butler, who provided the future spouses with all the documents and asked them to study them carefully. Hestia was quite happy with the fact that after signing the marriage contract, she would be able to enjoy the status of a marquise. In this case, her level of authority would also increase greatly, but the girl was absolutely ready for this. But what surprised the lady most was that Uros was able to prepare such detailed documents in just one night. However, there was one thing Miss would like to correct, so she said that she was not going to lay claim to Kailas's property. The butler did not expect this, but he nodded obediently and promised that he would remove this part from the marriage contract a little later. First of all, the assistant was forced to ask the gentleman a few questions, when suddenly he reached for the sheets of paper. Without saying a word, Kailas signed his name with one movement of his hand, thus confirming his marriage. This spontaneous and abrupt action greatly frightened Hestia and Uros because they saw that the Marquis had not even read anything. In response, the guy quietly and somewhat menacingly asked them not to make so much noise because he didn't care at all about what was happening. Hearing this, the heroine immediately understood what a terrible state Kyle was in, because nothing made him happy. The lady clenched her fists in worry as she really wanted to help the Marquis, although she couldn't do it right now. However, since the marriage contract had already been signed, the miss stood up and bowed politely to her husband. She promised with a smile on her face that the guy would definitely not regret making such a dubious decision. In response, Kailas, who was not at all ready to rejoice and have fun, turned away and rudely asked the girl to go away. As soon as the butler and the Marquise left the door, the assistant immediately began to ask forgiveness for his master's ignorance. But the lady was not at all offended by this, because smiling, she said that she needed to get to the temple. Hestia loudly declared that the first thing she was going to do was return to the Marquis what he had once given away long ago, and the lady decided to start with the showdown that would concern Diana, because she knew better than anyone else what had happened. Lady Di was originally a saint with great divine powers that allowed her to heal other people, but because of her lowly origin, even with such powers, her position in the temple still remained low. Then Kael donated his most fertile land to the temple, as a result of which the saint was able to receive a high status. But the girl didn't even thank the Marquis in any way, but married the crown prince with whom she began to live happily. But the heroine did not want such an end for her beloved, so she was very angry at the saint for her ingratitude. So right now, Hestia was going to deal with the temple and get back what her husband had once foolishly given them. As soon as the lady drove up, a young priest ran out of the holy place and quickly rushed to the carriage. The guy saw that for some reason Kailas was nowhere to be found, although the carriage was his, and asked the girl who had arrived about it. In response, the heroine proudly declared that today she had arrived at the temple instead of the Marquis, which noticeably surprised the young priest. And Hestia explained that she was now Kael's wife, and therefore had every right to represent all of his affairs. Hearing this, the priest did not believe what was happening so much that he even accidentally did not control his emotions. The lady didn't like the guy's reaction, and he said that he needed to lie better because the Marquis could not forget Saint Diana. But the miss had no intention of listening to such rude words, so she purposefully walked past the stupid temple assistant. The priest asked sharply where the lady was going, to which she explained that she had no intention of speaking to him specifically. He was about to become indignant when suddenly the girl deliberately scattered a bag of gold coins in front of the priest. This had an immediate effect on the novice, as he froze with his mouth open in surprise and delight. Taking advantage of this, the lady said that she wanted to see the high priest, and the guy immediately promised that he would show her everything. A little later, a priest of higher rank appeared in front of the girl, smiling sweetly at her, pretending to be glad to meet her. But the heroine was not at all happy with the fact that they did not bring the right person to her, so she said that she would not tell anything. Instead, the man declared that he was also of high rank, and asked again whether the miss was really now the Marquise's wife. Hestia understood his suspicions perfectly well, since she had only just gotten married today, so she took out the documents confirming the marriage. Taking the paper in his hands, the priest discovered that the lady had spoken the pure truth and had indeed been married to Caelus. This greatly surprised the guys, who did not expect such a turn of events, because they knew that the Marquis loved Saint Diana very much, but they weren't going to believe it so easily, so they asked the girl to wait a little while everything was double-checked. Hestia agreed to wait, and in the meantime she said that she had come to the temple to return her husband's fertile land. Hearing this, the priest immediately jumped up in displeasure and shouted that she had no right to do such things. But Miss was not at all frightened by such an outburst, since she assumed that nothing would be given to her so easily. She calmly explained that Caelus had given this land to Saint Diana, and not to the temple itself, as the priest had said. So, putting the cup on the table, the lady reminded that Dee was no longer here, and therefore the land did not belong to the holy place. In fact, the heroine knew that the temple brazenly appropriated the gift from the saint, so that Cale would not take anything away. Suddenly, the guy said that it was not his responsibility to talk about such things, so he left, asking the miss to wait. As soon as he left, Hestia sighed with relief, as she was afraid that her words might not work on the priests. So the girl only had to wait for the moment when the high priest would finally come to her for a talk. Suddenly, an old man appeared right above the Marquise's head and asked her forgiveness for making her wait. Since Hestia had not expected the high priest to appear so soon, she froze in place in amazement. The priest himself was not at all agitated, since he believed that he was in complete control of the entire situation. The old man reported that his assistants checked the documents very quickly and were already convinced of their authenticity. So the high priest sat down in front of the lady and immediately began by telling her that she was going to return the land. The lady even had time to be glad that at least one understanding person had appeared before her, when suddenly he laughed loudly. The priest's face suddenly changed, and he declared that they could not and were not going to give anything away, because everything belonged only to them. Hestia hadn't expected such a rude statement, so she flinched a little at how unexpected the change was. The old man reminded that the Marquis knew that the land would not be entirely for Diana, so there was no deception. Although the girl was actually scared under such pressure, she clenched her hands tightly and reminded herself to be strong. Hestia was no longer just a minor character, but a marquise, and she had no intention of pandering to anyone else's wishes. Therefore, the miss nodded in agreement, which the priest took quite well as a retreat, but the heroine had no intention of doing so at all. All because, according to her plan, the miss declared that everyone would find out about the saint's cruelty, and this surprised the high priest. But Ellie didn't even think of stopping, as she then called the temple a villain who hides behind other people's affairs. At the end of her speech, the heroine smiled sweetly and asked if it would be okay if such headlines appeared in the newspapers tomorrow. Miss grinned wickedly, because she was absolutely sure that the temple would not be able to object to something like this. And indeed, for the first time in his long years of service, the high priest did not know what to say in response to the accusations. As a result, he came up with the idea of forcing a smile and laughing and saying that he didn't understand what was being discussed. Hearing that the temple does nothing for its own benefit, Miss laughed sarcastically at this because she knew the truth. Hestia could clearly see that the high priest was barely keeping a smile on his face, lest his eyes betray his worry. The heroine saw that the priest was not giving up, so she decided to play until the very end, reporting that they had captured the Great Land. The girl was genuinely amused, suggesting different options for how the newspapers would write about the temple tomorrow. The high priest only now realized that he could do absolutely nothing to counter this impudent wife of the Marquis. The old man clasped his hands angrily because he knew that the miss was completely right, and not everyone supported Diana because of her background. Since the saint often helped the common people among whom she was born, almost all of them loved her very much. But in turn, the aristocrats could not accept the fact that a commoner had somehow miraculously married a prince. The priest was very afraid that people might find out that they were acting in concert with Diana, because no one would like that. Hestia guessed that she was almost victorious, so she whispered that she would definitely make a noise if she did not get the land. And just in case, she also added that she would even contact the emperor and inform him about this situation. The high priest immediately jumped up in horror and shouted that the Marquise had no evidence of their guilt. But the heroine, still with a calm smile, said that in his place she would not be so sure of this. At the same time, Hestia deliberately looked at the priest with a pressing gaze in order to finally force him to admit defeat. The old man faced such a serious opponent for the first time, so he couldn't maintain eye contact for long. So he ran off to his assistants, and the lady politely asked him to wait for a while, which she was prepared for. Miss watched with pleasure how frightened the priests were, who did not want the imperial inspection. Hestia took the cup of tea with a smile and thought that if all the evidence was presented, the temple would lose. The only thing was that the heroine had no evidence, and she was bluffing the whole time, and the priests fell for it. Therefore, just in case, the Marquise reminded the men once again that she was really trying to help them. She came closer and, taking the priest by the hand, said that she proposed to settle all conflicts in the most peaceful way. So the high priest in this situation had no choice but to listen to the cunning girl. That same evening, Hestia returned from the temple quite late and was immediately greeted with concern by the butler. In response, the heroine, without saying anything, simply showed the assistant a document which stated that the land had been returned. Uros was immediately completely delighted, because he himself wanted to return something to her but had no right to do so. At that moment, Caelus was silently and unnoticeably watching the old man and the girl from the window, but he didn't even smile. From his position, he could clearly see how happy Hestia was that everything had worked out so well for her. However, the guy had no intention of participating in this celebration of life, so he turned around and walked away to his office. Only then did the lady realize that she had felt Cael's gaze on her, but when she turned around, she could not see anyone. But then she was distracted by the butler, who asked why the Marquise didn't personally tell her husband about the success. The heroine herself thought that she would be extra glad to see Caelus, but she believed that he was not yet used to her. So here Miss suggested to end such a hard-working day, because it was already late and time to sleep. As soon as Hestia entered her room, she immediately fell onto the bed, remembering that she didn't even notice how the day had passed. The girl was already happily thinking that with such a good start, she would quickly be able to take revenge on the prince and princess. In the meantime, the lady thought that tomorrow she would have to check the condition of the land returned today. But without having time to come up with a good plan, the heroine fell asleep so quickly that she didn't even notice it. At that moment, the young man was reading the news that the Marquise had managed to return the fertile land to her husband. He angrily clutched the document that his faithful servant had brought him, since he was not going to believe such a thing. After which Helios, still working at such a late hour, said that he would try to see everything with his own eyes to make sure. The next morning, Hestia came to Cael first thing, and he reported that she had pulled off an interesting task. In response, the lady frightenedly asked for forgiveness, remembering too late that she had acted without permission. The heroine could not even imagine that the Marquis would suddenly personally call her in the morning, while she had other plans. However, she could not ignore the Marquis's wife, so she came to his office, although she felt awkward. Suddenly, Caelus thoughtfully whispered the girl's name, since he actually only just remembered it. At the same time, he looked straight at his wife, with whom he had nothing in common except their recent marriage contract. Hestia met her lover's gaze with surprise, although she did not expect him to stare at her. Here the guy asked again if he had remembered the lady's name correctly, and she hastily confirmed that indeed everything was correct. But what impressed the girl most was that Caelus was looking at the newspaper that she had brought especially for him. For a while, the Marquis was silent, as he carefully studied the contents of the newspaper, since he had not read any news for a long time. After which, Cael suddenly looked at Hestia again, and asked why she decided to marry him after all. This question noticeably surprised the heroine, and she remembered that she really had not explained anything to the young master before. But although the lady knew the answer inside herself, talking about her feelings turned out to be much more difficult than she thought. So the girl came up with an excuse with sparkling eyes, saying that she hated Diana and Helios. But the Marquis narrowed his eyes suspiciously, which showed that he did not really believe in such strange stories of the myths. So just in case, Ellie added that she wanted the saint to apologize to the Marquis for condemning her. The girl admitted that she was aware of the choice this couple made and wanted them to regret it. Caelus listened silently to his wife, whose motives he had only just now thought to ask about and therefore began to think. Unexpectedly for himself, the guy began to remember not only events related to friends, but also those from yesterday. Then the butler informed him that Hestia had an amazing ability to foresee the random future. When Kale heard about this for the first time, he expectedly did not believe it and looked reproachfully at his faithful assistant. He even asked if the old man needed some rest, but Uros insistently assured him that he was fine. The butler reported that the lady knew about the gentleman's intentions in advance and therefore managed to save him in time several days ago. Moreover, Uros shared his opinion that it seems to him that Miss sincerely cares about her current husband. Kale himself thought about the fact that when he offered Hestia to become a marquise, she was not interested in either status or wealth. But he still couldn't believe that the lady was doing all this just for him, so he asked if they had met before. The heroine was not able to answer this question right away, since for the Marquis they had truly never met. Then Caelus asked if there was another reason why Elias chose him, but she felt she had no choice. In the end, the lady decided not to fight off the questions, but asked in response whether the Marquis really didn't like what was being done. The guy didn't expect that his wife would suddenly start talking about how she could calmly leave his estate at any moment, but he couldn't say right now what exactly he thought about all the actions of the miss, who said that she was doing everything for him. So the Marquis took advantage of the news and changed the subject, saying that Helios had just recently sent a letter. The heroine became thoughtful when her husband declared that he would not interfere in her affairs, so she could do whatever she wanted. But then the guy said that he was interested in how it would all end, and these words immediately made Hestia very happy. Hestia couldn't help but smile contentedly, and promised that she would return immediately after meeting with the crown prince. Caelus promised that he would give a signature that would prove that they were husband and wife, which made the miss even more delighted. But right after this, the Marquis suddenly rudely threw the lady out the door and the butler immediately ran up to her. Uros explained with great concern that the gentleman had simply not recovered yet, so there was no point in being offended by him. But the heroine was not worried about this at all, but about the fact that she was about to meet the crown prince soon. The assistant immediately assessed the seriousness of the situation and therefore promised that they would prepare everything for this. The servants were very surprised when they learned that their mistress was going to a meeting at the imperial palace. The maids were instantly inspired and turned the lady into a real beauty, quickly and easily choosing an outfit for her. The heroine looked at herself in the mirror in amazement, because now she really did look much better than usual. Noticing how the lady admired herself, the assistants were pleased with their work because they had done it perfectly. They supported Hestia, which Miss didn't expect, but she was still glad to receive such care from other people. The Marquise herself believed that she had done nothing to earn the servants' trust, which made their help all the more surprising to her. The girl understood perfectly well that she was going to meet the two most beautiful people, so she had to live up to them. At this point, the lady cheerfully and confidently said goodbye to the inhabitants of the estate for a while, heading to the palace. But as soon as she saw Princess Diana up close, the heroine was immediately struck by her beauty. Although Hestia had been given a very nice outfit, she immediately realized how much worse she looked. In fact, Dee was also surprised by the appearance of the Marquise because she did not know that her friend had taken someone as a wife. Ile bowed politely to the princess, while she, forgetting about manners, carefully examined the guest. Suddenly, the saint asked, somewhat hesitantly, whether they had met somewhere before. In fact, the heroine remembered very well the moment when she first saw Diana, coming to this world for the first time. At that moment, the saint was dressed simply, but at the same time very elegantly, and tried to help everyone who asked for help. The girl was not only incredibly beautiful and sweet, but also possessed truly powerful strength. That is why people came in crowds to meet her and loved the kind and lovely Diana who saved them. Hestia was well aware that Dee had been chosen as the heroine of this novel for a reason, as she fully deserved such a title. Moreover, being in front of the princess right now, the lady herself was enchanted by her skills and appearance. In a short time, thanks to her abilities, Diana was able to gain a high status and win a good husband. But the Marquise had no intention of admitting that she had been following the saint, so the miss smiled. And then she asked if the prince's wife had definitely not confused her with someone else, barely restraining herself from showing her true emotions. Sometime later, Hestia presented her marriage document to confirm her recent marriage. She explained that Caelus was confident that these papers would be enough for the prince and princess to trust her. And indeed, after carefully examining the documents, Helios admitted that the handwriting did indeed belong to Cael. This greatly surprised Diana, and she asked to look at the paper in person, after which she too was convinced of the marriage. But the saint couldn't get her head around the fact that her former friend could marry someone so easily and hastily. Heli fully supported his wife because he knew the Marquis too well and was sure that this was not his style. However, neither of them could argue against the official document and the personal cover letter from Caelus. Therefore, the prince had to admit the fact that the real wife of the Marquis was indeed sitting in front of him. The heroine was prepared for the fact that they wouldn't believe her the first time and would even discuss her, so she sat and smiled. At that moment, she herself realized that the spouses had not been able to find even the slightest hint of a lie in her words. As a result, Helios was the first to collect his thoughts and declared that for him, the status of a guest actually did not change anything. He said in a threatening tone that Hestia had exceeded her authority when she stole land from the temple, threatening him. But the Marquise was not at all frightened by such an attack, and only asked what kind of threats were being discussed. Although the guy continued to be outraged by her recent behavior, the girl still believed that she was right. Suddenly, Elias reported that the temple had used Diana's position to appropriate the land, which frightened the saint. The princess could not bear such a reproach, so she jumped up and began to defend the church property. However, the Marquise asked with a smile whether the saint should not now be on the side of the imperial family. The heroine thought out this dialogue down to the smallest detail, so she knew well what and when she should say. Unexpectedly for herself, she remembered the past when she was on the verge of death and tried to ask for help from the temple. But after becoming a princess, Diana stopped helping ordinary people, so Hestia was then denied help. So now Caelus's wife had even more reasons to win this argument, and she brought up different arguments. As a result, the prince's wife was completely embarrassed and at a loss, as she did not know what to say in response to the accusations. But then the heir sharply stood up for his wife and rudely asked the Marquise to watch her language and not insult the saint. Hesse instantly realized that she needed to pretend to be sorry, so she bowed and asked the couple for forgiveness. She then asked again if Diana would like Cael to donate the land to the temple, which again left her unpleasantly surprised. And the Marquise unexpectedly declared that her husband had once donated land to the temple only because he had feelings for the saint. She asked if a married couple wanted her husband to be bound by old feelings, and Heli and Dee fell silent. Hestia guessed that the two of them had nothing to say to her in response, which actually suited the girl very well. The heroine's plan was that she was going to explain to everyone the meaning of Cael's past actions, which were out of love. Besides, the lady was more than sure that the prince and princess would never be able to ignore the feelings of their old friend in the past. Miss took advantage of the silence and said so much that Helios noticeably darkened from what he heard. Suddenly, the guy attacked the Miss, stating that her wedding day even turned out to be a day after their anniversary. But Hestia had an answer to that too, so she explained that it wasn't necessary to love each other to end up as a couple. But Helios didn't believe until the very end that his former friend could choose such an uncultured girl. Only now did Hestia reveal that she too had the ability, and this information completely amazed the prince and princess. And the heroine smiled sweetly and explained that she could see the future, so she was not as useless as she seemed at first glance. But having said this, the lady immediately encountered Helios's extremely distrustful and suspicious gaze. But what was important to the Marquise was that Diana looked extremely shocked, because she did not expect such a turn of events around her. Helly said that she herself would not have believed it, so she can prove her words and predict a small future. A little later, when she was retelling the situation to Kailas, he was interested in this particular moment of her story. The lady said that a major robber would soon be caught, which the prince again did not believe, although he remembered the prediction. Suddenly, Hestia heard Kale's question, asking what exactly Diana had said about everything she had heard in their dialogue. The girl clasped her hands nervously and upset, as she guessed that the Marquis was still tormented by the fact that the saint had rejected him. As a result, the lady had to tell the whole truth about how she had revealed Kailas's feelings towards Dee. It was impossible to tell exactly what the young gentleman was thinking from his face, but the guy himself was clearly upset by the story. This once again proved to Miss that the Marquis was much more emotional and more attached than he himself wanted. Suddenly, the guy admitted that he was surprised, because he had completely forgotten about this land, and his wife suddenly returned it back to his possession. Imagine the girl's surprise when the Marquis suddenly sincerely thanked her, although she had not expected anything like that. And for some reason, Kailas suddenly approached the lady and said that he would like to express his appreciation and gratitude to her. At that moment, the heroine was almost in seventh heaven with happiness, since it was the first time she saw her beloved's face so close to her. She immediately began to think about what the guy could do to thank her, as he had just calmly promised. Some of the indecent thoughts even made the girl's face burn and flare up from embarrassment and great worry. But Kyle wasn't going to do anything that Miss was thinking about, so he didn't even ask what she was imagining. Since he was tired of waiting, the Marquis asked if the lady could not make up her mind, and this immediately brought her to her senses. So the heroine pulled herself together and said that she did all this not in order to receive a reward from her husband as a result. But Hestia really only had one wish, so she asked Kailas to hire the best tutor for her. In fact, the girl had already thought through this request completely, since she knew in advance who she wanted to see as a teacher. But the gentleman did not expect that his wife would want to study with the famous Madame Harmony, who taught many people manners. He crossed his arms over his chest in displeasure, since he had heard a lot about this woman, and asked if she was the only one the miss wanted to see. Hessie couldn't understand why the guy reacted so strangely to an ordinary tutor, but she didn't change her mind. This is because, among all the aristocrats, it was Madame Harmonia who was closest to Saint Diana, since she taught her. After an incident where two ladies spoke out against the saint, Kale gave them poisonous tea, which they drank and quickly died. And from that moment on, no one from the aristocracy dared to speak out against Di, even if they were dissatisfied with her origins. But there were still people who continued to dislike the princess, and the heroine wanted to take advantage of this. But the most difficult thing for the lady was the desire to turn away from Dee the people closest to her, and she decided to start with Madame Harmony. Hessie knew that this woman was the only person who treated the saint, who was born into a poor family, well. She encouraged Diana not to ignore her love, and also taught her everything about etiquette in high society. As a result, it turned out that for a long time, the temple was only a political ally of the current Princess Di. But Harmonia was still her spiritual mentor and spared no time or effort to help. The lady counted on the fact that, as a person from society, if Madame took her side, she could not remain silent about the deeds of the saint. She explained part of her thoughts to her husband, who in response silently tucked a strand of hair behind his ear as he was deep in thought. The guy had no idea that Hestia was seriously thinking about revenge for him, because she really loved the Marquis. As a result, the Marquis promised that he would give the butler the task of inviting Madame, which immediately delighted the heroine. He admitted that he had no idea what exactly the girl was planning right now, but it didn't bother him that much. All because Kailas was truly sincerely grateful to the lady for all her efforts for him, which he once again informed his wife about. Hestia was pleased to hear such words from the Marquis, although she had not originally expected to be praised at all. As a result, as soon as Miss returned to her room, she immediately began to joyfully shout about how Kyle appreciated her. The girl would be incredibly happy just because her beloved paid attention to her, and he also said nice words. Therefore, only now the heroine was finally able to understand that all her efforts had fully paid off since they were noticed by Kellis. The next morning, the lady was in action from an early hour, so she asked the butler to send a letter to Madame. And quite quickly, the answer came, in which Harmonia invited Hestia personally to her estate, and the miss was not against it. The heroine had read the novel several times, so she was sure that she had studied all the manners and preferences of the noble lady well. So Hessie believed that there would be no reason for her to end up somehow losing and being turned away. The only thing the girl didn't take into account was that she would have to dress up for all of this so soon. The Marquise stood awkwardly in front of the doors of Harmonia's estate as their meeting was happening too quickly. But the lady did not worry about this, and as soon as she opened the door, she saw a huge number of aristocrats inside. However, the miss did not lose her head and immediately gave her name, saying that she had come to a meeting with Madame, which was scheduled for today. The assistant who met her asked the girl to wait for a while, and she was not at all against it. But the hostile glances from all sides quickly became tiresome to Hestia, who felt them all too well. Because of the unpleasant sensation, the Marquise covered herself with her hat, which made her feel better, although only for a while. A few more minutes, and Kailas's wife would have finally regretted coming to this place, when she suddenly heard someone's voice. It turned out that she was called by Madame Harmony, who was in a hurry to meet her guest and take her to a separate room. The woman immediately said that she didn't think that the lady would ask to come to her home, since usually it was she who always came. In response, Hestia explained that she couldn't help but come herself because she wanted to show her seriousness. The heroine remembered that Diana was honest and modest, so she planned to be exactly the same for Madame. So suddenly the lady burst into tears and said that she incredibly needed help because she could not cope on her own. The woman immediately jumped up excitedly at the sight of this, since she always reacted strongly to tears and wanted to help. She confidently said that the girl could share absolutely anything, and Harmonia would definitely listen to her. Hestia bowed her head down, pretending to cry, and lied that she had no one else to turn to, just to gain trust. Since Madame asked to tell everything, Miss began from the very beginning, telling about her last name and life in childhood. The heroine had to lie about every moment of her story, just so that Harmonia would definitely believe in her case. Having heard that she was the last hope for the Marquise, the teacher finally decided to help her at all costs. Pretending to cry from helplessness and grief, Hestia was at that moment carefully watching the noble lady's emotions. The girl chose for herself the strategy of appearing to be a reasonable and calm person, although no better than Diana. However, the heroine expected that even such behavior would be enough to win Harmonia's favor, but noticing that the woman for some reason was not eager to help her, but was lost in thought, the girl did not understand what was happening. Hessie absolutely couldn't allow the aristocrat to doubt whether it was worth helping her possible new student. Although she had read the entire novel, the Marquise could not say where exactly she had made a mistake that had caused such emotions in Madame. The lady was afraid that she might simply not like it, so she asked if her request would really be a burden for the best teacher. But Harmonia, hearing the question, immediately explained that it was not about the girl's request at all, but that she was thinking about it for another reason. It turned out that the madam had a question that she was embarrassed to ask, but Hestia calmly allowed her to ask about anything. Imagine the surprise of the miss when the woman suddenly asked why the Marquise had married her at all, although there were rumors that he loved another. The heroine did not expect that the teacher's interest would lie in exactly this question, so she froze in surprise. However, Hessie immediately thought that she was of interest to Madame, and this was for the best. So she continued to play her part and said that she had actually secretly admired Kellis for a very long time. The lady told a story about how she decided to visit her lover, who was heartbroken over his beloved's wedding. The boy was devastated, so he agreed to the marriage, and now Hestia wanted to repay him for it with kindness and good deeds. Harmonia was pleasantly surprised by how pure the girl's intentions regarding her husband seemed to her. Hestia even admitted that she visited the temple so that her husband's generosity would not go unrequited, as it had originally been. The heroine herself was already sure that the madam completely believed in her words, so she was ready to take her side and teach her. But just in case, the lady still said that she knows her place well, so she won't try to jump above her head. The aristocrat was surprised when the Marchioness declared that she understood perfectly well that she was not fit to hold a candle to Saint Diana. However, Kale's wife was determined to make his living conditions as good as possible while she was still married to him. Harmonia was even scared by the girl's strong dedication, asking her for help in her studies. The woman stated that the lady had already done too much for the Marquis, and the heroine was satisfied since this was exactly what she wanted. Harmonia suddenly declared hotly that she understood the lady's situation perfectly well and would make every effort to help her. At that moment, the woman was proud that she would be able to teach another person who was striving for this. So Madame jumped up and said that she would immediately draw up a training plan for Hestia, so that they could begin already. A few days later, the maid Clarice approached the Marquise and told her with a smile that the robber had recently been caught. This was not at all a surprise to the heroine, since she knew about his capture in advance, which is why she told the prince about it. The girl couldn't even hide her emotions because she was so happy that her prediction turned out to be correct. Hestia knew that all of her plans were going extremely smoothly, and she could only hope that this would continue to be the case in the near future. Here, the lady asked the assistant how the Marquis was feeling now, and for some reason, she visibly hesitated, not knowing what to say in response. Imagine the Mrs. surprise when Clarissa finally reported that the young master had a guest coming to see him right now, which was unusual. The Marquise did not expect that Caelis would now be able to receive anyone, despite the importance of the guest. Suddenly, Hestia asked if it was Hyperion by chance that the guest was being called, and this frightened the maid since her mistress turned out to be right. The assistant asked the lady with concern how exactly she knew the guest's name, but the girl was in no hurry to explain anything in response. Instead, she jumped up and ran as quickly as possible to her husband's office, because she realized that a prince had come to him under a pseudonym. The heroine could not understand what Helios was thinking when he came to the Marquise in broad daylight while she was at the estate. Running straight to the office, the miss discovered the butler standing near it, who was excitedly eavesdropping at the master's door. Without thinking twice, the lady joined him, although Uros violated some of the rules of etiquette due to curiosity and anxiety. As soon as Hestia sat down, a very loud chair suddenly came from inside the office, although before that everything was in perfect order. The Marquise immediately opened the door, shouting her husband's name as she was very afraid for his safety. She immediately saw that her beloved's hand was covered in blood because he had abruptly and loudly hit her on the glass of his window. At the same time, he stood right in front of his former friend, who was no less frightened than Hestia, who had run in. The lady was immediately furious at what she saw, as she had not expected that a normal dialogue could even lead to this. Since the Marquise had not moved since he had punched the glass, the lady could not bear it any longer and screamed his name. She quickly ran up to the guy and asked how he was feeling, while Uros promised from behind to call a doctor. Suddenly, the girl who was hugging her husband heard Helios call him, just as shocked as she was. The heir clearly didn't really understand what was going on, but he didn't know how to fix it all and get back to where it all started. Instantly realizing that this whole situation was precisely because of him, the miss screamed at the prince to get away. Heli flinched at the shout, as it was the first time he had been shouted at so loudly and to the point, even though he had meant no harm. Since he quickly realized that there was nothing else to do, he asked his former friend for forgiveness, and then turned around and left. As soon as Hyperion left the office, Kale's legs gave way and the Marquis almost fell, although Hestia tried to hold him up. The heroine begged the gentleman to wait just a little bit, because the butler was supposed to bring a doctor soon. At that moment, Miss looked at his face and became even more worried, because she realized that the Marquis was contradicting himself. Although the guy said that he didn't care at all, it was clear that he was experiencing very strong emotions because of his friends. A little later, when the doctor had fully examined Kailas, Hestia remained by his bedside as she was still worried. She didn't know if she could help him in any way at all, because this time knowing the plot didn't make things any easier for her with her husband. The doctor reported that the gentleman's wound was not deep, so he should recover fairly quickly. However, these words did not completely calm the girl down, and she accidentally said out loud that she wanted to know what her friends were talking about. Suddenly, Kyle asked if she was really that curious, which greatly frightened the lady, who did not notice that he had woken up. But what surprised Hestia most was the Marquise's question, when he said that the lady should have known about the arrival of his former friend today. But the heroine immediately explained that such details were beyond her foresight, so she could not help. In response, the guy nodded briefly and turned away, while squeezing his injured hand, despite the sharp pain in the unhealed wound. Hesse did not expect to hear the confession of the Marquis, who suddenly said that he immediately recognized the prince and did not want to accept him. After which, Carlos, without turning his head, said that he would like to avoid the heir forever if only it were possible. Helios didn't just come to Kale for no reason, because he really wanted to know about his condition, which he knew nothing about. But the Marquis himself did not understand what he was feeling, and why he was suffering so much from everything that was happening around him. The prince asked what had happened, but Kailas rudely interrupted him and asked if he was enjoying his honeymoon. In response, Helios confidently stated that he had come to ask questions and wanted to know whether his friend had really gotten married. The Marquis could not resist and said that not only the prince was allowed to marry, so he did what he himself considered necessary and correct. The guy suddenly shouted that this was completely unlike his friend because that lady was too suspicious. Suddenly, Kailas puzzled Haley by asking what business he had with the life he himself had given up in choosing the princess. Kyle didn't want to admit how much pain he was in, so he was unconsciously rude, hiding behind a mask. The guy remembered the beautiful image of Saint Diana, who rejected him despite the fact that he always helped her in everything. This made the Marquis feel even more pain, and he gritted his teeth in indignation, unable to contain his heavy emotions. Imagine the heir's surprise when his former friend said that on their wedding day, he planned to kill himself. Kaelis himself calmly explained that it was Hestia who ultimately stopped him by breaking into his office using her precognition. Helios clenched his fists in displeasure when his former friend informed him that his decision to marry the lady was none of the prince's business. Suddenly, the heir asked the Marquis why he had remained silent all this time if he had experienced such severe pain because of them. At that moment, the heir himself was in pain because his friend was suffering, and he didn't even suspect anything like that. From Helios's words, Kaelis concluded that he was again guilty of something, although he had not done anything bad to anyone. And the prince was now asking the Marquis in all seriousness why he had suddenly changed, since he had previously been a completely different person. The future emperor even mentioned that his wife was also worried about Kale, since there was no news from him at all. But these words made the guy incredibly angry, because he didn't believe that you could worry about a person and not write him a single letter. He became so angry that he eventually lost control of his emotions and shouted at the prince to get out, slamming his hand on the glass. As a result, the young gentleman now lay with a bandaged hand, although he did not regret anything despite the pain. Being calmer now, the guy concluded that he had acted quite arrogantly and would be smarter in the future. The heroine, who had been silently and very attentively listening to her husband's story, again noticed that he was suffering, although he did not show it. And Kaelis himself only now admitted that he felt useless when Diana drove him away, and therefore decided to die. It hurt the girl to hear that the guy was disappointed when he couldn't commit suicide because she got in his way. Unexpectedly, the Marquis smiled kindly and said that, thanks to Hestia, he finally understood something important for himself. The heroine was incredibly pleased to hear praise from Kaelis, who was usually just cold and emotionless. The lady even accidentally almost burst into tears because the guy so openly acknowledged all her efforts for him. Hesse was glad that she started living again for the sake of her beloved, and in the end, everything turned out the way she wanted. At this point, Helios told Diana about his conversation with the Marquis, and the girl was horrified by the details she heard. He even shared information that the current wife of his former friend saved him from death on their wedding day. Diana could not believe what she heard and was most surprised that the Marquis could actually see the future. In my head, the holy image of Hestia was not at all associated with the image of a sweet and kind lady who did everything just like that. Therefore, gritting her teeth in worry, the princess decided at all costs to find out the real goal of Caelus's wife. The heroine herself decided to live for the Marquis, but in the end she soon found herself in a situation that she ended up regretting terribly. At that moment, she was sitting at a table among other aristocrats, having come voluntarily to the tea party. But the lady did not expect that she would be given the floor so unexpectedly, so she was completely unprepared for this event. The thing is that just a few days ago, Hestia told Harmonia that Countess Irenis had invited her to visit her. The Marquise herself was not happy about being invited, but it would have been impolite to refuse, even though she had no idea of etiquette. In fact, Miss knew in advance that she would be invited, because she had read the plot of the novel, but she did not think that it would happen so soon. Even the teacher said somewhat absent-mindedly that such behavior was not very like a countess, which upset the lady even more. In fact, Irenis was no less influential than Harmonia herself, although she did not strive to help everyone so much. However, Hesse still didn't fully understand why Madame was so alarmed by this invitation. For the Marquise's daughter, the biggest problem was that she was probably invited simply out of interest, and there would be questions. But the lady had just taken up the post of wife of Caelus and did not want to make any mistakes that would cause a scandal. However, the girl needed to win public opinion, so she was going to accept the invitation. Although she was greatly frightened by the fact that almost nothing was known about Countess Irenis, even from the original story of the novel. Since this noble lady was not an important character, Hestia didn't know how exactly to talk to this woman right now. Harmony saw how much the lady was worried about the invitation to this tea party, but she could not help her. At that moment, the Marquise herself even wondered how exactly she could bribe her future acquaintance. But for some reason, the teacher thought that the girl was only concerned about the topic that would be discussed if she came. Therefore, Harmonia was even ashamed of her inaction, because for now she was not worried at all, unlike Hestia. The Marchioness, however, came to the conclusion that she could not simply ignore Irenis, even though she had not even begun to study etiquette properly. Quite unexpectedly for Madame, Hestia suddenly said that she would do anything, just so that her husband would be happy in the end. The teacher was delighted that even at such a moment, the lady still continued to think about the young master and not about herself. Besides, Miss knew that if she refused the invitation, various rumors connected with the Countess would immediately begin to spread about her. Therefore, not wanting to simply let the girl fall into the clutches of the cunning Irenis, the madam promised that she would definitely go with her. The teacher even beamed with happiness, because she finally understood where and how exactly it could be useful. Hestia didn't even have time to say a word before the noble woman confronted her with the fact. It was in this strange way that they both found themselves at Irenis's tea party, who was only too glad to see everyone present. The lady had not yet really had time to choose any strategy for herself, which only frightened her more, but she tried to communicate. What bothered Miss most was that for some reason she was sitting too close to the Countess, although she herself did not understand how this happened. Hesse exhaled and tried to calm down, thinking that Madame had managed to teach her some etiquette. Suddenly, Irenis seemed to deliberately draw everyone's attention to the Marquise, who had never thought that such a thing would happen. The girl immediately remembered Harmonia's training, who had so diligently collected all the information about the ladies for her in advance. The teacher sadly reported that she was sure that the Countess would look down on Kel's wife because she was the youngest. She asked if the young lady wanted to defeat all those aristocrats and rise to the top, but the heroine had no such desire. In fact, this is exactly what Madame wanted to hear, so she smiled kindly and said that she would explain how to please the ladies. So now Hestia was absolutely ready to very politely and modestly discreetly give the ladies around her a pleasant compliment. That's why the girl blushed and said that she was starting to get nervous, because she was sitting among such beautiful and noble aristocrats. Imagine the heroine's surprise when this simple method worked, and the women around smiled sweetly at her. Hesse herself was not very pleased that she had to flatter, but she did not see any other way yet. Harmony taught that the first impression was the most important, so the lady tried her best to please. Since everyone at the tea party was interested in how Hestia became a marquise and returned the lands, she told about it very vividly. And all these embellished stories worked even better than the teacher had expected, because the ladies listened to everything with pleasure. The heroine understood that since Arenas had called her out of interest, this curiosity only needed to be increased, and she succeeded. She saw the aristocrats whispering among themselves and wanted them to start discreetly discussing Saint Diana. The Marchioness wanted nothing more than to spoil the princess's image in this noble environment, because this would ultimately help her greatly. Suddenly, one of the women asked if the lady was worried about her husband Caelus's love torments. Although the heroine was so uncomfortable with the question that she clenched her fists, the lady was still prepared for the fact that they might ask something like that. Harmonia explained that in this way, the aristocrats could test the Miss's reaction, and she was not allowed to behave badly at that moment. The girl herself understood perfectly well how much her position would sink if she suddenly did something wrong. However, Hestia still expected that Diana herself would sooner or later hear all the conversations at this table. So she took matters into her own hands and said that she had nothing to worry about, because the Marquis had long since forgotten about the princess. That same evening, as soon as Hessie returned to the estate, she immediately fell face down on the bed due to incredible fatigue. Once again, she concluded that communicating with people was the most difficult task, including tea parties for noble gentlemen. Hestia managed to get the ladies at the table to sympathize with her now, and not with everyone's favorite Princess Diana. And now the Marquise was very glad that even more people appeared on her side in this confrontation with the Holy Lady. She remembered how Erinis had suddenly told her that sometimes Diana invited young girls to her imperial palace. Hessie couldn't understand why these simple words caused such a stir among the women. In response to all this indignation, Erinis suddenly advised the women to talk less, since their status was lower than Diana's. At that moment, the Marquise realized that the saint had become quite tiresome to these aristocrats, although they did not show it. Since the lady knew that Helios was soon to call her to the palace, she decided to take advantage of this. So she said quite sincerely that she could convey the aristocrat's question personally to Diana herself once she appeared at the palace. The heroine could not even imagine that her innocent proposal would cause such strong and terrible emotions. Beginning to worry, the Miss hastily explained to the ladies around her that she was in correspondence and therefore had access to the palace. For a while the women conferred among themselves, although they were no longer angry with Hestia for her unexpected attempt to intervene in the dialogue. After which, they all at once entrusted the negotiations with the princess to the Marquise, which somewhat surprised the girl in the end. At the end of the conversation, Erinis made a conclusion, who with a sweet smile on her face said that Hessie was now invited to join their ranks. The only thing that worried the heroine now was that she would now have to somehow get information from Diana for the aristocrats. And for this, she was going to use her future diary, in which she wrote down all the events of the novel that she could remember. It took Hestia a long time to reconstruct all the events from memory alone, but now the diary was a good support. So the lady was glad that she had started recording information in this way, because now it was easier for her to think. At this point, Hessie was trying hard to figure out which events she should tell Diana and which ones she should tell Helios to surprise them. Suddenly, the heroine jumped up in her bed as she came across a useful entry in her diary. The girl was extremely serious and strongly hoped that she would succeed and that the princess would feel great amazement. But the next morning, before going to the palace, the lady decided to get permission from her husband in order to act freely. But just before the very doors to Caelus's room, Miss froze uncertainly, as she did not dare to go inside alone. As a result, Hestia quickly found the butler, who bowed politely to the lady and began to listen to her. But Uros said that he couldn't tell the lady about this before every visit, so he advised her to simply enter the office in person. The Marquise was surprised when she heard from her assistant that the master no longer felt such hostility towards her as before. Suddenly, the miss abruptly changed the subject and, with tears in her eyes, asked if she had really caused the butler so much trouble. The old man began to get noticeably worried, but the girl explained that she was just joking and asked him to help her with Kyle. In fact, Hestia was ashamed of her behavior, but she couldn't afford to do otherwise, so she used Uros. Imagine the heroine's surprise when, entering her husband's room, she saw his half-naked body and calm face. The lady was so embarrassed by this that she froze in place, unable to say anything specific. Only a few seconds later, the girl was able to say that she was going to visit the wife of the crown prince, which is what she wanted to say. Kailas's face didn't even flinch, although everything that concerned Diana still worried him. But the guy only asked if the saint herself had invited him. As a result, the heroine was greatly struck by the incredible calm with which the Marquis accepted all her actions. The girl expected anything from Kyle when she told him this news, but not that he would simply nod in response. Hestia looked at the boy carefully, but she couldn't tell if he really didn't care about his ex-girlfriend Diana anymore. Unexpectedly, the Marquis asked rather sternly whether it was really only for the sake of such news that his wife had distracted the butler from his affairs. The heroine was surprised when Kailas asked not to bother any more servants with such simple and banal questions. Instead, looking down, the young gentleman said that the miss could come to him herself for any reason. Hestia never thought that Kel would allow her to enter his room without asking permission, without servants. The girl froze in place in complete amazement, because she didn't even know what exactly she should say in such a situation. Because of this, an awkward silence hung between the spouses, which for some time neither of them was in a hurry to break with words. Kailas himself looked closely at the girl in front of him and remembered what had happened just a few minutes ago. Then he sat in a chair, reading a book as if nothing had happened, when suddenly the butler entered the room and announced that Hestia wished to come. Bowing politely, Uros said that the lady had asked to be warned of her arrival in advance. However, for some reason, the assistant was in no hurry to leave, which Kailas did not immediately notice, as he returned to reading. When the Marquis gave permission to speak, Uros asked if Hestia could visit Kyle without asking permission. The guy looked at the butler thoughtfully, because he didn't expect him to suddenly ask him such a question about his wife. Turning back to his book, Kale reminded him that the lady had initially barged in on him, but now for some reason had suddenly become shy. Nevertheless, the Marquis gave such permission, and Uros even dared to ask that the master personally convey this to the lady. Remembering all this, the boy could not understand why such a simple permission should make Hestia happy. But looking at the lady now, Kailas did not notice the slightest sign of joy on her face, although Uros had promised this. The Marquis even had an image of the butler in his head, who once again explained what exactly the gentleman had done wrong. The lady herself was so deeply absorbed in her thoughts at that moment that she did not notice her lover's emotions. The heroine felt most sorry for the fact that she had caused inconvenience to the butler, although she had not wanted any of this. As a result, the lady almost burst into tears, realizing that she had been distracting everyone too much to create her own comfort. Here Kellis said that the miss could leave if she had no more business, and the girl instantly remembered why she had come. After which Hessie very confidently asked the Marquis to lend her the ring with the pink diamond that he had designed for Diana. This request caused such an evil grin on Kellis's face that the girl even jumped back in fear, not knowing what to say. In order not to provoke even greater anger from her husband, the Marquise hastily explained that she would take the stone to the palace and then return it. The heroine insisted so much on this ring because she did not know what could be better suited to discreetly offend the saint. So right now the lady was persuading Kailas to lend her the ring just for one time, and she wouldn't even scratch it. As a result, the heroine got so carried away that she accidentally almost started screaming, while Kyle continued to sit silently. When the girl finally fell silent, the Marquis suddenly stood up abruptly and announced that it would not work the way she said. After which, the young gentleman took out a ring with a pink diamond and told the lady to wear it always from now on. Hessie couldn't even imagine such a resolution in her dreams, so she asked loudly if Kale was sure of his decision. In response, the Marquis calmly confirmed that he did not doubt his decision in the least, although it was difficult for Miss to believe. Then, turning his back on Hestia, Caelus sadly reported that this ring still had no other owner now. The heroine felt sorry to hear this from a man who had put so much into this ring, which seemed simple. In fact, Kyle matched the color of the diamond exactly to Diana's pink hair, so that the finger jewelry would match. Knowing how hard it was for Caelus to decide to give the ring to her, the girl sincerely thanked him, bowing. That was all of Hestia's questions and requests had ended, so she said that she would not bother the Marquis anymore today. The lady walked away so focused that she completely failed to notice that Kyle was looking after her with surprise. The guy thought to himself that the miss had such a serious face before leaving, as if she was going to kill someone. This brought a grin to Caelus's face, and he even whispered after the lady that he wished her luck, although Hestia no longer heard it. The next morning, the heroine had already received a letter from Diana, with a response that the saint was inviting the girl to the imperial palace. So Hestia hurried to prepare the information she was going to convey to Helios through Princess Diana. And for the holiest lady, she came up with the idea of wearing a ring with a pink diamond in order to reproach the prince's wife once again. In fact, Miss was especially happy about the ring, because she believed that it was the first and unexpected gift from her beloved. Looking at the decoration, the heroine even allowed herself to dream that the Marquis could already give up his feelings for the saint. Soon, Diana arrived at the appointed meeting, not at all late, although she did not want to see him. But Hestia herself could not wait for the moment when she could finally see the princess's distorted face. As soon as the Marquis saw the saint who had arrived, she immediately smiled sweetly at her and thanked her for permission to visit. In response, the girl did not express such sweet emotions, but instead said that she only wanted to know the purpose of their meeting. Although the heroine did not like Diana's arrogant attitude, she still continued to smile and said that she decided to get to know her. At the same time, the lady tried to show off as best as possible the ring with a pink diamond that was specially placed on her finger. It was for this reason that the princess noticed the decoration quite quickly and immediately understood what it belonged to. Hesse guessed that Diana understood everything when she noticed that the girl with a sad face slowly turned away from her. At this moment, the Marquise began to look closely at the saint's face, since she was very interested in her reaction to everything. Imagine the lady's surprise when the heir's wife suddenly smiled sweetly back at her, as if nothing had happened. Moreover, the girl looked so dazzling that Hestia even had to turn away so as not to go blind. However, the lady could not believe that Diana did not really feel anything, because she could not help but recognize the ring. But then the miss accidentally glanced at the princess's hands and discovered that they were trembling very violently, despite her attempts to hide it. This caused the heroine to smile slyly, as she guessed that Diana was simply hiding her negative emotions. The fact that the heir's wife understood everything perfectly well but was just pretending made Hestia laugh very hard. The saint herself at that moment realized for herself that she needed to be even more wary of the Marquis, just in case. But the guest had no intention of feeling sorry for her rival, so she almost immediately moved on to further dialogue. Caelus's wife reminded her that she had managed to confirm her ability to foresee and placed an envelope in front of Diana. The princess did not expect that her guest would bring a letter, so she immediately began to study it with interest. Imagine her surprise when the saint realized that the Marquise had written a prediction of the future inside the letter. The lady herself at that moment was still diligently showing off the diamond ring because she had put it on only for Dee's sake. For Helios, the heroine chose a card with a prediction straight from her diary, deciding to tell military information. The girl remembered the plot of the novel, so she knew that around this time bandits would be discovered on the borders of the state. But Hesse was sure that these would actually be enemy troops who would begin to secretly study the territory. The princess would never have thought of such impudence on the part of a warring state, because the agreements were different. But the Marquise herself knew very well that Helios had big problems because of this in the original story. As a result, the prince was forced to decide on his own to fight an enemy who had completely studied him. However, the war was only ended on terms that were unfavorable for the empire, so as not to further ignite the conflict. Even before her rebirth, Hestia herself had to observe how unhappy people were because of everything that had happened. The princess read this letter very carefully, and her face showed how excited she was. Having read to the very end, she suddenly asked why the Marquise told her everything first and not the prince. In response, the lady calmly stated that she would like to know the date of Diana's next tea party, and this greatly shocked the saint. The girl couldn't even contain her emotions and jumped up on the spot, screaming that this was too much. In fact, Miss knew that such lists were usually not allowed to be known to anyone in advance due to low trust. But the girl wasn't going to take the blame for her impudence, so instead she turned on the actress. Diana clearly didn't expect that her guest would even start crying, so she froze in place, not knowing what to say. Hestia, however, said that she had brought such a useful prophecy and thought that it would be easy for the princess to tell something banal. At the same time, the heroine thought to herself that such a deal was very fair, although the saint was indignant. After these words, Diana fell back into the chair uncertainly, as she thought deeply about what was said. As a result, the prince's wife admitted that predicting the future was indeed more valuable than drinking tea, so she promised to send a letter with information, for which the marquise politely thanked her rival. Finally, the saint suddenly said that she would let the lady go only this time, which noticeably surprised her. Diana, without the slightest embarrassment, declared that she expected, from now on, politeness and understanding appropriate to her status. Since Hestia had no intention of arguing over such arrogant words, she simply bowed politely in response. And the lady herself at that moment realized that the beloved saint from the original novel had long since left this world. The most surprising thing for the heroine was that she essentially did nothing to spoil Diana. For some reason, the princess already had incredible arrogance and a desire to appear better than others. At that moment, the heir's wife herself could not take her eyes off the ring with a pink diamond on the marquise's finger. The girl clenched her teeth in displeasure, overcoming herself, because she still realized that she wanted to know the answer to her question. After which she asked the surprised Hessie if it was Kaelis who accidentally gave her this beautiful and expensive decoration. The heroine barely restrained herself from revealing how much she had been expecting questions about the ring all this time. After which she began to talk a lot about the fact that she didn't even know that her husband had chosen such a wonderful gift for her. Moreover, the miss was very attentively watching the saint's reaction at that moment, since she understood why she began to ask. Inside, Hestia was incredibly glad that the princess had finally taken her bait, so she could speak. The marquise's plan was to play to the public again and pretend that she was so flattered and amazed by the ring. So the heroine poked Diana with specially selected questions that made her feel very uncomfortable. As a result, the saint sat silently with a sad face, and the miss waited for the moment when she completely lost her temper. So Hestia paused her dialogue for a moment and noticed that the princess had turned noticeably pale for some reason. The girl did not forget to pretend again that she was very worried and asked if she had done something wrong. But the heir's wife immediately began to deny the guest's possible guilt, since that was not the whole point. The saint hesitated a little and then noted with confusion that it was clear how dear Kaelis was to his wife. The heroine noticed how much the princess suddenly began to stutter and realized that she had completely upset her. So the lady shared with Diana that it was the first time she had seen such a beautiful pink diamond. After which, Hestia deliberately moved on to the main part of her plan and reported that the stone seemed to match the color of the saint's hair. At these words, the princess's expression changed even more for the worse, which she could not hide. Suddenly, the marquise pretended as if she had just realized what she had said to her interlocutor, while Diana was almost brought to tears by guilt and was completely unable to think straight. Suddenly, Hessie jumped up from her seat and asked if this beautiful ring was really not meant for her in the first place. As a result, an awkward silence fell between the girls because the saint could not bring herself to say anything. The heroine could not have foreseen such a turn of events, so she herself wondered what she should say next. She assessed the situation in her head several times and eventually clenched her fist in anger as she realized that Dee had stood her ground to the end. So the lady decided to attract attention to herself once again and fell into a chair, covering her face with her hands. At the same time, Ms. pretended that she was very hurt by the fact that she allegedly did not know about the true owner of the ring. The princess could not ignore this, so she jumped up from her seat and began to try to console her guest. It was clear from Diana's face that she was very sorry about everything that had happened, although she could not help it in any way. Hestia was secretly glad that she had finally managed to shake up the saint's calm and carefree life. After all, no matter what happened in the original story of the novel, it turned out that the girl always behaved correctly. And right now was the first time in Diana's life that she was portrayed as a villain, which was very unpleasant. The heroine concluded that the princess still had a conscience, since she asked for forgiveness and tried to console. But the lady was not going to let the saint go just like that, so she said that she realized her limits thanks to her. In response, the saint barely audibly whispered that she should thank the Marquise for saving Kaelus's life. The Marquise did not expect to hear words of gratitude from this arrogant girl, so she was noticeably surprised. At the same time, the lady was even a little frightened by the face she saw on the princess while they were saying goodbye this time. Hestia didn't know if her words had really hit the princess harder than she could have imagined, but the heroine herself was personally quite satisfied with any price, if she could achieve the result she needed. When the girl returned to the estate a little later, she was immediately met by the butler, who came out of the building. Uros noticed that the lady was smiling and asked if the audience had gone well, which she immediately confirmed. Then the assistant asked her to tell him all the details right away next time, and the heroine did not refuse. After which, she asked how the Marquis was doing, and hearing that he had locked himself in his study, advised her to bring him some novels. The butler was delighted, because he did not expect that the lady could see even such insignificant details. In response, the lady hastened to explain that she sees all sorts of things, and these visions never depend on her at all. As a result, Miss became overly worried and concluded that she should be much more careful with her words than before. Here, Uros asked what the girl was doing now, and she thought about it, since she had not yet managed to think of anything. But the Marquise quickly realized that she wanted to report to her husband about what she had done, which she told her assistant. But the girl didn't expect that Kaelus's first question would be about how Princess Diana was doing now. The heroine was not very pleased to hear this question, but she did not say anything offensive to the Marquis now. The guy suddenly turned to the lady, still waiting for an answer to her question, and remembered that she could see the future. Imagine Hestia's surprise when Kael then asked whether the heir's wife would be happy later. The girl absolutely did not understand why her lover suddenly asked such a question, because she could not answer it. This is all because the heroine knew perfectly well that soon the princess would completely lose her healing ability. Hesse read about how Diana and Helios's relationship was getting worse and worse every year without their mutual friend by their side. The prince lost a very important assistant when he abandoned Kael, and this greatly affected his management of the empire. It was at such a difficult moment for everyone that the saint suddenly, for some reason, lost all her magical powers. As a result, almost everyone around Diana turned away from her, because no one needed an ordinary girl without healing. Moreover, even Helios himself could no longer pay the princess the proper amount of attention, so she was left alone. Before her resurrection, the lady had not even thought about the serious problems that awaited Dee and Heli in the near future. So right now Miss didn't know what exactly was not very good to say from everything that was already known. The girl knew that if she lied, sooner or later it would become known anyway, and she would lose trust. But Hestia was afraid that if she told the truth to the Marquis, he would end up going back to the princess. Suddenly, Kaelus, who had been watching his wife's face, said that he knew perfectly well what she was worried about. So the guy came close to the lady and declared that he no longer had any feelings for the prince's wife. But the heroine didn't believe what was said at all, because in that case, Kael wouldn't have asked about Diana at all. Moreover, the emotions on the Marquis's face completely betrayed his worries, so the Miss did not believe him now. The girl mentally scolded herself for even thinking that one ring could change so much. The Marquise also, clenching her hands from tension, nevertheless came to the conclusion that she could not hide anything from her husband. So, in a completely calm voice, she explained that the princess would soon lose her abilities. This information shocked the Marquis so much that at first he did not even believe that he had heard the truth. But the heroine wasn't going to let Kale think about the saint, so she said that her abilities would disappear too. Hearing this, the guy thought hard, because he didn't know at all who exactly he wanted to help in this situation. The girl spoke extremely sadly about the fact that she had not yet been able to see how to prevent the loss of strength in both of them. When Hestia finished speaking, an awkward silence suddenly fell between her and the market because no one broke it. As a result, Kyla said that all this sounded very strange, and the girl once again realized how harsh he was. However, the lady did not become upset, but stated that she was going to complete all her business by that time. Kale didn't expect his wife to say that she wasn't at all concerned about the sudden disappearance of her own abilities. He suddenly asked when exactly all this would happen, and Miss answered that in about a few years. After which she added that Diana, although she would lose her ability, would be healthy for the rest of her life. Here Hestia again felt the oppressive atmosphere of silence and did not quite understand why this happened. Suddenly, the Marquis turned away sharply and asked the lady to go away, although she had not even done anything wrong. The heroine wanted to follow the guy, but eventually realized that right now it was better not to touch him at all. So the lady said that she would leave her husband at that and quickly ran out the door so as not to talk to him anymore. When Miss came to see the teacher the next day, she immediately noticed that something was completely wrong, all because the girl really looked very bad due to the fact that she had not slept well all night, thinking about various topics. Since Hestia didn't want to complain to Madame about anything, she simply said that she didn't have to worry about anything. At the moment, the Marquise still had no normal news to share with Harmonia. However, the noble aristocrat could not help but show her curiosity, so she decided to ask a question. She immediately asked whether the lady was now so sad because she had recently visited the heir's wife. Since the teacher had partly hit the mark, the lady decided to take advantage of this and talk. So the girl brought tears to her eyes and asked very sympathetically if she had really angered the lady with her behavior. After which Hestia decided to tell about the situation with the diamond ring that happened at the meeting with the princess. Even Harmonia could not have guessed that the ring was originally intended for Diana and not for the Marquis's wife. Therefore, the heroine diligently pretended that she was extremely hurt and sad because of the situation that had arisen by chance. The lady even claimed that the saint recognized the ring as soon as she saw it, although this was not at all true. Madame was very upset, because she thought that Kylis should have kept a much better eye on such things. Miss suddenly felt that the teacher's reaction was too weak, so she decided to press her a little more. Blushing from head to toe, Hestia asked excitedly what would happen if Diana suddenly tried to separate her from her husband. The heroine understood that such sobbing was too much even for her, but she still had no intention of backing down. Suddenly, the madam seized the lady by the hand and hotly declared that the princess would never in her life act in such a way. This greatly surprised Hestia, who had tried so hard to destroy the image of a beautiful saint in the eyes of her teacher. But all this turned out to be hopeless, since Harmonia began to convince the Marquise how good Diana was. Moreover, the aristocrat was even ready to personally talk to the saint, which the miss immediately asked her not to do under any circumstances. A little later, the heroine walked through the garden of the Marquise's estate, because she needed to think about everything in private. Hessie felt very awkward because she had overplayed her emotions and ended up barely calming down Harmonia, who wanted to help her. So, in order to somehow put her thoughts in order, the girl decided to take a walk among the flowers. Suddenly, she heard a familiar male voice calling out to her, hesitantly, so she immediately turned around. The heroine not only did not expect to see Kaelis next to her, but was even more surprised to notice a beautiful bouquet of flowers in his hands. A few minutes before this, the Marquis, not thinking about anything bad, was calmly picking the most beautiful flowers from the bushes. The butler was next to him, as he tried to support him with words about how the weather had noticeably improved and it was pleasant outside. In fact, Uros himself did not expect that the young gentleman would suddenly take up floristry, but he was pleasantly surprised by it. So the assistant tried his best to bring as many flowers as possible to the Marquis, until he changed his mind about dealing with them. Moreover, at this moment, the butler acted cunningly and did not listen to what Kale tried to tell him, so that he would not stop him. So the guy sighed once again, realizing that he had once again failed to stop his omnipresent servant. Right now, Kaelis couldn't help but think about how great Hestia's abilities were for the prince to thank her. The Marquis could not even imagine that someone, like the lady, would be able to influence the fate of the entire empire with just words. But the guy couldn't find an answer to the question of why such a great girl suddenly decided to save his life. Unexpectedly for himself, Kale suddenly saw that not far away in the garden, his wife was slowly walking, not noticing her husband. At first, the Marquis simply froze in place, and then suddenly remembered the Miss's recent words about the disappearance of her abilities. At the same time, Hestia already looked extremely focused and serious, which made the gentleman think. As a result, he could not resist and jumped up from his seat to just talk to the Marquis while he had the opportunity. But by pure chance, the lady misunderstood everything, and for some reason decided that her husband had decided to give her a bouquet. Kaelis himself simply wanted to say a few words of support to his wife, because she was clearly worried, although she did not show it. Hestia herself quickly subconsciously realized that she had simply been spinning the situation in her head, but it was difficult to stop. In the end, she was finally able to calm down, although she kept her eyes on the bouquet, which the Marquis himself noticed a few seconds later. But Kaelis had no idea that in fact the Miss liked not so much the flowers themselves as his own beauty. So he simply handed the bouquet to the girl, deciding that it would bring her much more benefit than it would to him. And this made the heroine so happy that she couldn't even hold back and silently screamed with joy, freezing in place. The lady's strange movements were immediately noticed by Uros, who quickly ran up to the gentleman to find out what was going on. At that moment, the Miss leaned over the presented bouquet and barely audibly whispered something under her breath. But neither Kaelis nor the butler noticed this at all, and therefore continued to simply talk about flowers. Suddenly, Hestia, all too loudly and with burning eyes, declared that her husband could talk to her about anything right now. Only now did the men realize that the girl's condition was somehow strange, so they suggested postponing the conversation. However, the heroine was not at all satisfied with this arrangement, so she demanded that he immediately tell her everything. Therefore, since he had no other choice, the Marquis brought his wife into the gazebo and showed her another bouquet. The lady was instantly overjoyed at the sight of him, because these arranged flowers seemed even more beautiful to her. The Marchioness began to circle around the bouquet and whisper that her husband was definitely good at everything, something she had never even thought about. The only thing that confused Miss was the realization that in the original plot, the guy definitely wasn't involved in floristry. At that moment, Kaelis silently watched the girl, and suddenly a slight smile touched his lips because of her emotions. The master himself did not even notice this, since he was only concerned about the fact that Hestia was a very anxious person. And the heroine herself almost immediately discovered such pleasant changes in the face of her beloved, which made her freeze in place out of surprise. At the same time, the guy quickly returned to his gloomy state, as if he had never smiled at all. However, it was enough for Hessie that their conversation did not end in the worst mood she had feared. Suddenly, the Marquise was very surprised because she heard Kale's pleasant voice right behind her, and Kaelis himself did not even suspect that he would surprise the lady so much if he approached her with a desire to talk. As a result, the girl suddenly jumped away from the guy, although she said that she would listen to him carefully. The gentleman himself decided that the Miss was simply frightened of him because of the surprise, which he took completely calmly. Unexpectedly, he asked again why Hestia had chosen him in the first place, which surprised the lady, who hadn't thought about it at all. Suddenly, Kale himself began to make a guess, and the lady was instantly afraid that he might guess. However, the Marquis suddenly paused for a moment, as he wanted to collect his words before asking his question. As a result, at the same time as Miss, he asked if he was an important person in the future, while she called him her favorite. Kaelis did not expect such a turn of events, so he froze in place in complete shock because he had never even heard this word. Hestia instantly realized how much she had just let herself down by confessing to her lover for some reason, But instead of getting angry at the lady, Cal suddenly became genuinely interested in the meaning of this new word. The heroine found herself in a situation in which she now urgently had to come up with some logical explanation for everything. Moreover, the Marquis looked so serious that the miss immediately realized that he would not leave her alone until he received an answer. However, the girl was too embarrassed to just explain to him everything that the guy just wanted to know. This is because the Marquis was a researcher and scientist by nature, and therefore had a great curiosity about everything new. But what frightened the lady most of all was the sad face of the Marquis, who assumed that she herself knew nothing. So Hestia couldn't stand it and screamed that this word meant the most beloved person for the one who said it. Hearing this, Caelus absent-mindedly repeated a few words about love, since he was not ready to hear exactly this explanation. Because of this, the heroine's heart almost jumped out of her chest once again due to enormous excitement. So Miss hastily tried to reduce the whole meaning of the word to the usual feeling of affection and all that. Suddenly, the guy said that he didn't think that the Marquise loved flowers so much, and this greatly surprised the girl. Taken by surprise, Hestia didn't even try to correct Cale, who had misunderstood everything and simply went to dinner with him. Suddenly, the Marquis changed the subject and said that he would like to talk again about his wife's abilities. The heroine was scared because for some reason she decided that her husband simply doubted her words and she didn't know what to do. But Caelus spoke about the fact that these forces are very complex because an element from the present can easily influence the future. The lady had never thought in such a direction because these thoughts were extremely difficult for her to comprehend personally. And the gentleman asked whether he would have been dead then in the past if the miss had not saved him, to which she immediately answered in the negative. Then the guy said that Hestia had changed the future in which he was dead, and now everything was going a little differently. But the heroine herself sincerely considered all these arguments to be nonsense, and did not understand what her husband was trying to lead her to. Hessie couldn't help but notice to herself that her thoughtful lover was very handsome, but his questions were tiring her out. The Marquis himself did not notice the girl's condition at all and kept asking her new questions that interested him. Clutching the bouquet given to her, the lady suddenly realized that all this time Caelus had been telling her in different words about the time paradox. Only now the heroine was finally able to realize that there is no guarantee that the events in the original novel will be repeated now. Hestia immediately realized what a huge problem this could lead to for her if her lie was exposed earlier. Suddenly, Kyle asked if maybe the girl saw how important he was in the future, and that's why she saved him. However, due to the early death of the Marquis, nothing was written in the novel about what benefit he could have brought. Meeting the boy's serious gaze, Hessie realized that she had saved him only because of her own desire to continue to see him. Miss immediately guessed that she could not answer his question too casually, because Caelus might suspect something. Suddenly, the Marquis approached his wife and kindly asked if it was really so difficult for her to tell him something like that. The girl couldn't withstand such a pleasant pressure and therefore quickly turned away so as not to become even more embarrassed. In the end, Hestia said that even if she died, the world would continue to live on, and these words deeply touched the master. But he pretended that everything was in order, and only agreed that the Marquise had judged very wisely and correctly. After which Caelus suddenly whispered, barely audibly, that no one really cared whether he existed in this world or not. The girl didn't want this at all, but the guy still concluded that he was not such a great person to be needed. The heroine herself understood perfectly well that such secondary characters were not needed at all after the end of the novel. But Hestia wasn't about to admit it, so she shouted that Kyle didn't have to be great to live. The Marquis was so stunned and saddened that he did not even make any objections in response, although the lady had violated all the rules of etiquette. Miss, however, stated quite sincerely that if a gentleman can influence the life of at least one person, then he is already great. This statement instantly brought Caelus out of his stupor, as it was incredibly surprising in its meaning. And the girl squeezed the bouquet harder than necessary because she was angry at her husband for his thoughts about her being useless. So, plucking up her courage, Hestia suddenly shouted very loudly that she needed the guy because she loved him very much. As soon as the Marquise had said these words, the butler, who had come in response to the loud cry, suddenly appeared between them. When Hesse asked, confused, what the assistant was doing there, he calmly explained that dinner was already ready. After which, Uros tried to find out what the gentlemen were talking about, but the lady declared that it was not important and rushed away. Suddenly, although at first unnoticed by everyone else, Callus could not resist and chuckled loudly, having learned the meaning of the word. After which, the guy could no longer restrain himself and suddenly laughed loudly, for the first time in a very long time. This greatly surprised Hestia and Uros, who knew very well how stingy the Marquis was with such emotions. But at that moment, the gentleman didn't care at all what others thought of him, because he wanted to laugh. The heroine had never seen even the slightest smile from the guy before, and now he seemed to her even more beautiful than usual. Suddenly, the girl remembered that in the original story, Cale always laughed only around Princess Diana. It was for this reason that the lady did not regret at all that she had made a fool of herself, because the Marquis was happy. Here Caelus finally calmed down and told the butler that he would like to ask him for something, to which the servant prepared to listen. However, instead of giving some difficult task, the gentleman suddenly asked the assistant to provide a pleasant dinner. Uros had not expected that this would be such an important request, but he was not at all against preparing everything in the best possible way. A little later, returning to her bedroom, the heroine was no less surprised than the butler, so she was unable to calm down. Moreover, the lady was so nervous that even during the entire dinner, she was unable to properly appreciate the taste of the food. However, the miss couldn't help but smile, thinking that the Marquis was able to laugh so sincerely for the first time in a long time. Opening the door to her room, Hestia already had a blissful smile on her face, thinking that she would finally be able to get some sleep. Imagine the heroine's surprise when she discovered huge changes in the room that were not her doing. It turned out that now the girl's entire room was furnished with various beautiful flowers with a pleasant aroma. Hesse hadn't expected to see anything like this, so she didn't even know what to think now that everything was so shiny and sparkling. Suddenly, the heroine noticed that on the table stood the very same bouquet that Cale had proudly shown her that evening. The Marquise was even more amazed because she guessed that all these flowers had been sent to her by her lover for some reason. Only now did the lady realize what the Marquis had actually asked of Uros, but he had done it in such a way that she would not know anything. But the young lady had no doubt that the butler was responsible for the choice and quantity of flowers. She touched the buds, which her husband had personally collected and arranged into such a composition, somewhat confused. And with pleasure, Hestia suddenly thought that in any case, she was pleased to receive such a gift from her beloved. At that moment, the Marquis was in his office, since he could not sleep at all after everything he had experienced today. Remembering the events of the previous day, the guy could not resist and smiled slightly again, since the lady had really entertained him. The next morning, as soon as she got out of bed and had breakfast, Miss immediately sat down to her work duties. The girl tried not to be upset by the fact that no answer came from the princess regarding the upcoming tea party. The heroine did not know exactly when it would be best to hold a banquet for Diana, and so she was thinking about what to advise her. Having finished sorting through the letters a few minutes later, the lady froze in place and took a deep breath through her nose. Because of what her room had become in terms of flowers, Miss couldn't really do anything, so she decided to call Uros. But when Hestia came to the butler's office, she saw only a huge pile of various work documents. The Marquise was immediately frightened by how many papers there were on just one small table. The lady began to look around in confusion, because she had been told that Uros should be there, but she did not see him. Suddenly, from somewhere under the rubble, the heroine heard a weak voice pleadingly calling her name. Hesse, with quick and deft movements, swept some documents to the floor and saw the butler underneath them. Noticing the condition the assistant was in, Miss was horrified because she did not want him to suddenly die. Out of excitement, the lady began to shake Uros desperately, but even after several minutes she could not get a clear answer from him. As a result, only a little later, the girl was surprised to learn that the assistant slept less than 3 hours a day because of his work. Hestia had no idea that in this world there were no regulations in favor of the workers that would save them. The lady could not even think that due to Kyle's inaction, all his work around the estate was done by the butler. The only thing that puzzled the girl was that until yesterday, the old man had somehow been in perfect order and felt well. In fact, Uros was only pretending that it was so hard for him, but he didn't expect that Miss would expose him so quickly. The assistant felt a little ashamed of his lie, although he still really wanted to achieve the goal he had come up with. The butler knew that the gentleman laughed extremely rarely, but the Marchioness managed to make him laugh in a very short time. That's why the old man thought that it would be much better if the young lady continued to be in charge of everything. Suddenly, Hestia pulled him out of his thoughts, not understanding why Uros had suddenly become silent and withdrawn into himself. In response, the butler said that he was dizzy from lack of sleep, which the lady did not really believe. As the girl suspected, the assistant suddenly started talking about how she could take care of the running of the estate. So the heroine immediately angrily reminded the old man that she was only a former wife and had no right to do such a thing. The Marquise declared that her husband would not allow such a thing, to which Uros promised that she would immediately ask his permission. And Hestia realized that she had reached a dead end, because with the butler's persistence, everything would definitely work out for him. Deciding to sort out all these questions a little later, the girl asked where Kailas was now. The assistant, with a cheerful smile on his face, said that the gentleman was holding a tea ceremony on the terrace of the estate today. But before the old man could finish speaking, the miss quickly flew out the door as she immediately wanted to see the guy. So Uros was left all alone in his office, and he still had to complete his work. Kale was actually drinking his tea calmly, and asked with displeasure what had happened when Hestia ran up to him very quickly. But the lady was not at all upset by her husband's words that she looked dishevelled, because the miss enjoyed the sight of the Marquis. In the end, the girl managed to pull herself together and explained that she had come on urgent business, which is why she looked like that. Imagine the lady's surprise when Kailas suddenly invited her to drink tea with him, since he was going to sit for a while longer. The Marquise could not even dream of such care in her dreams, but most of all she wanted to receive it from her lover. However, the heroine understood that she could not relax, so she stated that she would not be able to join. Moreover, Miss even grew bolder and asked Kyle not to drink tea, which the guy did not understand because no one had ever restricted him. As a result, the Marquis concluded that his wife simply did not like to drink tea, and therefore confidently put the teapot aside, after which Kailas still asked the miss to sit down at the table, as he wanted to talk to her, which shocked Hestia. With tears in her eyes, the girl realized that she had simply, through her own stupidity, refused to have tea with her loved one. Suddenly, the Marquise saw her husband's face, and it seemed to her that his gaze and face softened somewhat. But the lady didn't know for sure whether it was because of their dialogues yesterday, when the miss felt awkward. However, she couldn't help but admit that it was much better to see the guy's face like that than his lifeless mask. So, although Hestia wanted to forget yesterday, the girl would never change anything about what happened. Here the Marquis reminded his wife that she wanted to talk about something important, and the lady told him about the transfer of duties. In response, Kailas nodded understandingly and reported that the butler really did have too much work for him alone. No matter how awkward the heroine felt about being a fictitious wife, the girl still asked permission to help Uros. Unexpectedly, the Marquis suddenly smiled and said that before he could not trust anyone with the work, because he believed that they would do worse. And now the guy confessed why he couldn't let go of things and just truly live the way he wanted. Listening to all this, Hestia once again realized how hard it was for Kyle, and because of this she clenched her hands tightly. After which, with a smile on her face, the girl sincerely said that she would like to at least slightly ease her husband's burden. These words, which someone said to him for the first time in his life, struck the gentleman to the depths of his soul, although he did not show it. Instead, the Marquis asked his wife to take care of all internal affairs, since she decided to help the butler. After which Kailas said that he also wanted to tell something, because a reply letter had arrived from Hyperion from the palace. Hestia immediately felt displeased, as she did not understand what the prince wanted again from the friend he had abandoned. Suddenly, having started to read the message, the heroine quickly realized that this letter was intended specifically for her and not for her husband. The heir, hiding behind his secret name, asked the lady for a meeting because he wanted to learn more about her abilities. Miss had expected her powers to be in demand, but she hadn't expected Helios to ask for help so soon. But when she realized that the prince had sent her this letter through Kyle, the heroine became furious at his impudence. Since the miss wanted to use her knowledge only for the sake of the marquis, she even thought about refusing the heir. However, she did not decide anything herself, but asked for advice from Careless, who did not expect that the lady would turn to him. Then the miss once again explained to the guy that she was his wife, and the letter was sent, in fact, from the master's enemy. In response, Kyle only laughed quietly and said that the girl was worrying in vain about such petty and uninteresting things. Hestia didn't even suspect that the Marquis knew perfectly well about all her secret trips to the imperial palace. Although the lady had briefly told about her affairs before, she still felt very ashamed, which made her blush noticeably. So, slamming her hand on the table, Hessie shouted that she was not going to do anything anymore without Kaialis's knowledge. Moreover, the Marquise honestly admitted that she generally did not like the idea of seeing the Crown Prince even at his request. Unexpectedly for himself, Kyle suddenly accidentally plunged into unpleasant memories and therefore fell silent. Diana's words came into his head that she liked Helios much more, so she was going to choose him. At that moment, the princess sincerely did not understand who could ever hate the heir. And right now, in contrast to these memories, Hestia still confidently declared that she felt hatred towards the prince. The realization that his wife was completely different from a saint caused the Marquise to give another kind and short smile. However, the guy advised her to meet his old friend, as he could be very persistent. The lady nodded in response, when suddenly the Marquis approached her and asked that the girl henceforth call him by his name, and not by his title. This confused the heroine so much that she could not immediately do as her husband asked, although she herself wanted to. And Kailis was very surprised when Hestia suddenly began to shout his name too loudly, because there was no need for it. Completely embarrassed by her actions, the Marquise announced that it was time for her to go and ran away as quickly as possible. The gentleman noticed with a smile that the miss was in such a hurry that she accidentally spilled a mug of tea on his hand. Hessie herself was running down the corridor so fast at that moment because of her nerves that she even frightened all the servants in her path. A few hours later, when the heir came into her room, he immediately began to look around with great interest. Hestia didn't like this interest at all, but there was absolutely nothing she could do about it, since she had already received a guest on the estate's territory. Meanwhile, the girl continued to think to herself that her room was not a museum at all, so that one could look so closely. Heli himself personally stated in a reply letter his desire to come to the estate as Hyperion, and the lady could not object to him. And since the guy showed up not as the crown prince, but as an ordinary guest, the miss had to receive him in her room. Only now Hestia was incredibly angry at the guy who was studying everything with such undisguised interest. Unexpectedly, Helios asked if the Marquise was really responsible for her husband's internal affairs, and the lady nodded affirmatively in response. The prince then asked permission to look at the documents Hessie was filling out, and she found no reason to refuse. And the guy quickly discovered that the lady had an unusual way of doing things, which usually surprised him. Heli himself did not expect that the more he learned about Miss, the more fascinating talents he would be able to find in her. The heroine herself at that moment did not even suspect the guest's thoughts, so she stood quietly waiting for him to be ready to speak. A couple of dozen minutes later, the prince, as expected, began to convince the Marquise to work for him, stating that it would be for the good of the empire. From surprise and fear before such a speech, Hestia almost spilled the tea that she was carefully pouring into mugs. It turned out that the heir was greatly inspired by the prophecy that helped at the border, and decided to find out everything at once. The Marquise did not immediately think of what to say in response to the impudent and self-confident guy, so as to very discreetly refuse in the end. As a result, the lady referred to her husband's health, and the prince noticed that the girl did not even begin to doubt for a second. but he couldn't just leave Hestia alone, so he began to insist that household chores weren't that important. Finally, Helios could not stand it any longer and asked why the Marquise had given information about the border if she did not want to help. In response, Hesi cleverly explained with a smile on her face that she simply wanted to get information about the Saints' tea party and nothing more. Then Heli reminded him that he was a prince, but even to this the lady stated that she had an appointment with Mr. Hyperion today. In response to all this, the heir could not stand it, and declared that using such powers only for himself was too selfish. Although Hestia was incredibly angry at these words, she was still able to calmly say that she was simply putting her husband first. Helios felt the most hurt when Miss suddenly remembered that he was enjoying happiness with Diana and left Kyle alone. After this, the guy realized that he couldn't win over this smart girl verbally, and he had to come up with something else. He thoughtfully drank the tea, when suddenly he began to cough sharply and spat out everything he had managed to taste. Although Hesi tried to find out what was going on, the prince continued to cough and did not explain anything to her due to his condition. Imagine the lady's surprise when the heir, finally coming to his senses, declared that his wife was brewing exactly the same tea. Now the heroine felt offended because she knew perfectly well that the princess did not know how to brew tea at all. Not believing what was happening, Hestia furiously raised the cup to her mouth, wanting to personally taste the tea and make sure that it was delicious. But the drink really turned out to be disgusting, which greatly surprised the miss, but she accepted the opinion of the crown prince. Suddenly, Helios could not resist asking what the Marquise wanted, which immediately brought a sly smile to her sweet face. The Marquise politely asked to return her husband's title, which immediately angered the prince because it was very difficult to do. But the girl had no intention of changing her decision, as she sincerely wanted her guest to suffer a little in the end. With this demand, the lady completely opposed herself to the princess, as was once the case with the villain Retona. Moreover, the return of the title would clear the Marquis' name, but it was unclear whether his former friend would dare to take such a difficult step. As a result, Heli admitted, somewhat upset, that the final decision would still be his father's, but he would try. Then the heroine once again put pressure on the guy, declaring that these were her rules, and she agreed to exchange her abilities for them. The heir said nothing in response because he understood that he was in an extremely difficult situation, but he needed foresight. While the prince sat with his head down sadly, the lady happily thought that this would not last long, but would still calm him down. Having decided to help the guy a little, Miss suddenly offered him a plan of action for which she needed written confirmation. However, Helios was in no hurry to rejoice at such an indulgence, because it was very difficult to find a reason to return the title. However, after thinking about it, the heir decided that it would be more profitable than nothing at all, so he agreed to the Marquise's plan. The heroine was extremely happy that she was able to get such a good deal for herself, so she smiled sincerely. When the lady watched Hyperion leave a few minutes later, she couldn't believe that he needed her abilities so much. In fact, Hestia felt even more comfortable when the guy looked down on her, believing that everything was completely under his control. The girl was going to take advantage of this at all costs and raise Caelus to the very heavens because she loved him very much. A few days later, Hesi got ready and went to her friend's place because she had received a letter about the tea party day. Countess Erinys immediately greeted the lady with a smile, as she was glad to see someone so interesting. However, Madame did not miss the opportunity to shame the Marquise's wife for the fact that for some reason she did not immediately tell her about everything. Although the lady really felt awkward, she was not going to back down from her chosen goal because she wanted to ally with Madame. The heroine knew in advance that a personal dialogue would make a greater impression, although it would take place a little later in time. As a result, the Countess really did turn out to be well disposed towards Hestia, despite her recent reproaches. The aristocrat carefully made sure that the girls had a little something to eat while they discussed the latest news. Suddenly, Hestia started talking about having tea for everyone at once, which immediately surprised Erinys since it rarely happened. The Countess thoughtfully lowered her head and said that it would clearly be difficult for the princess to prepare everything on her own. After which, the woman said with alarm that Diana would probably ask teacher Harmonia for help once again. The heroine immediately noticed how much Erinis was worried about this, although she pretended that everything was fine. She didn't like the fact that there was another madam, from whom almost everyone always asked for help, bypassing the countess. The lady was now sure that, although the woman had maintained a neutral attitude throughout, she would have liked to be called. As a result, the Marquise decided that it would be a good idea to take advantage of all the information she knew. So the girl turned on the actress and pretended that she was very sorry that many people didn't even notice Arenas because of mistrust. The lady said that she didn't understand why Harmonia was helping her at such an important event, since she was just a teacher. After which the miss added that the saint made such a choice only because she did not know how wise and experienced the countess was. Imagine the heroine's surprise when the woman suddenly grinned terribly and asked if she really thought so. Hesse sincerely thought that Erinis would enjoy these discussions and that she was going in the right direction, but apparently she was wrong. Suddenly, the countess smiled sweetly and said that she also thought the same and was sad that almost everyone underestimated her. Then the lady reminded that it would be difficult for all the nobles to earn the prince's trust because of the flood, and Erinis knew about it. The lady jumped up in displeasure and declared that the emperor should always have taken care of the citizens and that the aristocrats would have interfered. The fact is that at the time of the flood, the residents turned to the emperor for help, but he was too busy with his own affairs. Since other people had no right to interfere in territories that were not theirs, Diana managed to summon Helios and Kailas. It was during this period that the love between the saint and the future heir only grew stronger, because they spent a lot of time together. The heroine knew all too well that the Marquis filled out all the documents for the prince while he walked with his beloved all day long. In the end, Hestia tried to calm down and confirmed that the emperor was very unhappy with the behavior of the nobles that year. But the girl was quite capable of creating a crack in the walls of the imperial palace if the countess agreed to help. These words surprised the noble lady so much that she even wondered how realistic it was to organize something like this. Noticing the interest in Erinis's eyes, Hestia said that during tea she would create a situation in which she would put Diana in a difficult position. The countess guessed that at this moment she would have to intervene and help the princess in order to win her trust. Since the prince's wife was a very simple person, she must quickly have begun to trust the aristocrat who helped her. The lady was sure that it would all work. She just didn't know whether the countess would ultimately cooperate with her. When Arenas asked what Hestia wanted in return, the miss asked her to become her companion in the world of aristocrats. This request surprised the countess quite a lot, because she did not quite understand why the young marquise needed all this. However, they formed an alliance which the heroine still could not be happy about, even though she returned to the estate. The girl could only hope that Arenas would keep his promise, and that many noble ladies would eventually switch to her side. Lost in thought, Miss noticed too late a letter lying on the bed, which was an imperial pass. It also came with an entrance brooch, which surprised the lady, as she didn't think the prince needed her powers so much. Hestia really was going to make some predictions, since she had promised, and at the same time she wanted to find out about the saint's tea party. Suddenly, the heroine discovered that in the coming days an event would take place that would be beneficial to her, and she decided to take advantage of it. However, the marquise decided to go to the palace tomorrow after telling her husband about her great plans. Almost falling asleep, Hesse, with a smile on her face, dreamed that tomorrow would be as good a day as today. But as a result, the heroine had to sweat because of nerves, since she did not expect that this situation would happen. For some reason, Kailas himself went with the miss in the carriage to the imperial palace, although she did not invite him. Literally the day before all this, the miss announced that she was going to the palace, which noticeably surprised the marquis. The heroine herself was already pleased that she had reported to Kailas, and therefore could set off on her journey with a clear conscience. But before that, the girl wanted to at least watch a little bit the actions of her talented husband, who was carving the figures. Suddenly, Kyle reminded, somewhat wearily, that he had once already asked Miss not to report to him every time. However, the heroine stated that she would like to tell something to the marquis first, and only then talk about it with the heir. Suddenly, the guy asked what the miss would do if he didn't want to listen, and Hestia hadn't foreseen such a turn of events. As a result, the Marquise lowered her head guiltily and said that she would not say anything to her beloved if he did not want to hear. In response, Kaelis suddenly leaned close to his wife and said that it would be enough for him if she would still call him by name. This request once again confused the heroine, because the lady still could not get used to this, no matter how hard she tried, while Kale looked very persistently into Mrs. Eyes, because he still wanted to hear his name from her lips. As a result, due to severe embarrassment, Hestia even began to stutter and could barely pronounce her husband's name, and only by syllables. Therefore, the Marquise even had to hide her face in her hands out of shame, but the young gentleman himself remained pleased. After that, the guy returned to work as if nothing had happened, while the lady continued to shyly dart around behind him. He methodically raised the pruning shears over the branches and cut off the excess, thereby creating a beautiful figure that was understandable to everyone. Suddenly, Kale heard that the emperor would soon fall and accidentally cut off the wrong branch. Hesse knew that His Majesty had been in good condition all this time, but suddenly he lost consciousness and fell. Because of this, Diana began to spend her healing powers day and night in order to finally help the ruler. And it was at that moment that the princess's ability to heal someone worked for the very last time, after which it disappeared. The heroine did not know for sure whether she would return to the holy power many years after that incident, because the novel did not say anything about it. Suddenly, the Marquis asked if the lady could save the emperor, knowing about such a terrible future for him. But Miss replied that she could not guarantee anything, and this greatly saddened Kale, although he did not ask anything else. The boy lost his parents quite early, so he and his friend Helios were raised by His Majesty. Hesse had read about it, so she could perfectly understand what feelings her husband was experiencing now, because he could not help in any way. The girl thought it would be better if she didn't touch Kaelis now, since he needed to deal with his emotions personally. So, although it was hard for her, the lady continued to stand silently, and only her tightly clenched hands revealed her condition. Completely unexpectedly for the Marquise, Kale suddenly announced that he was going to the palace with her, and she did not even have time to refuse. Thus, the boy and the girl found themselves in the same carriage, although the heroine had imagined this day completely differently. Although the young gentleman himself was very calm, the lady herself could not stop thinking about why he had come with her in the first place. As a result, Hestia gave in to her emotions so much that she even stopped watching her manners and slightly scared the guy. Suddenly, Kaelis broke the silence and quietly asked if the Marquis was afraid that his feelings for Diana might flare up again. The heroine wanted to say that she was worried about something else, but Kyle suddenly interrupted her and said that she didn't have to worry at all. The miss was surprised when she heard that the Marquis was going to visit the emperor and did not wish to see the saint himself. However, the lady did not want the guy to force himself to do something, which she told him, although she herself was sad about it. Carlos did not expect that his wife would suddenly support any of his emotions, even if they would ultimately only harm her. And Hestia said with a smile that in 2 years they would have to separate because she would no longer have abilities, but she was still happy. The Marquise understood that she could somehow influence her husband, but she did not intend to manipulate his feelings even a little. The gentleman silently listened to everything the girl told him, and for some time after that he continued to sit thoughtfully. Then suddenly he declared that each of them would return back separately, and this surprised Hestia, who did not expect such a thing. The lady tried to object, but Kyle confidently stated that he was not a child at all, so he could easily take care of himself. Moreover, the Marquis suddenly took a stand and somewhat offendedly declared that he knew how to deal with problems on his own. Because of this nervous argument, Hestia went to Helios in a very bad mood and could not calm down, although she tried. But then the heroine remembered that this behavior was very similar to Kyle from the original novel and smiled. So she wasn't even against the fact that the Marquis was behaving this way, when suddenly she heard the quiet conversations of the palace maids around her. Hesse hadn't originally intended to eavesdrop, but she noticed that the girls were talking about tea, and the topic concerned her as well. Although the assistants changed the subject almost immediately, the miss managed to understand that they were talking about some big tea party in the palace. and the only event that suited these words was the princess's next celebration, which she personally prepared. Since the marquise became very curious, she decided to secretly follow the maids and find out more information. And it turned out that the lady did it for a reason, because she accidentally heard that quarrels were happening in the palace every day. The heroine knew that Madame Merope, who was an extremely skilled maid of honor to the deceased empress, had worked here for a very long time. But the girl didn't expect that Diana would suddenly decide to argue with this important and respected woman for some reason. But personally, Hestia was only pleased with this plot twist, because it presented the princess in a very bad light for everyone around her. So the girl went to Helios in a good mood, but he greeted her so gloomily that the miss immediately became angry. Because of the undeserved grumbling, the marquise even changed her mind about politely greeting the guy, although she had previously planned to observe etiquette. However, the lady understood that she could not simply turn around and leave, because she had already arrived in the heir's office. Right now, the prince looked uselessly handsome, but the lady knew that soon she would have to greatly upset him with information about his father. Here Helios asked if it was normal to look at the face of someone else's husband like that, when Hestia herself was married to a marquis. After which, the guy grinned slyly and specifically asked if Miss really liked handsome men that much. In order to at least slightly cope with her own negative emotions, the girl loudly slammed her hand on the table. This action greatly frightened Healy, who had no idea that he would accidentally anger his clairvoyant guest so much. As a result, Hestia completely stopped empathizing with the prince and stated point blank that his father would soon unexpectedly fall. Heli didn't believe it at all and jumped up emotionally, declaring that everything was fine with his father during a recent examination. The heir did not at all want to acknowledge the fact that the scene that the marquise saw in the future was bound to happen. He asked if there was a way to save the emperor, and the girl advised him to always keep someone close to his majesty. However, the lady reluctantly warned that even all these precautions might ultimately be of no help to the ruler. Then Helios gave vent to his emotions, and very sadly asked why he needed the princess at all if she could not save her father. The heroine decided to keep quiet, and therefore gave the guy a little time so that he could come to his senses and not accidentally get angry at her. For Hesse, all the events that she predicted, knowing the plot of the novel, were really supposed to happen very soon. The miss knew that the saint had tried every night to cure the emperor without success, when he suddenly became so ill. However, his majesty died, which made the marquise understand that even healing powers were not omnipotent. Unexpectedly, Helios with one movement summoned the nearest butler, Zenon, who immediately appeared in the office. After which the boy excitedly demanded that the assistant go to the emperor and promised to join soon. But Hestia immediately objected to the heir's actions, since he began to give orders too abruptly. Helios did not understand why the clairvoyant suddenly stopped him, although before that she herself had given advice to send someone to his father. Then the miss explained that now Kylus was in audience with the emperor, and she would like Diana not to accidentally see him. Suddenly, Zeno intervened in the conversation and said that the princess had gone to have tea with the ruler a few minutes ago. This immediately horrified the boy and girl because the situation was getting worse for them. Since Hestia and Helios knew exactly what kind of tea Diana had, they ran to the girl as quickly as possible. At that moment, the heroine was very worried about the fact that the saint ended up almost in the same place as Kylus. But the prince was thinking about something of his own and suddenly, on the run, asked permission to ask a question, and the lady agreed to listen to him. Then the guy asked in all seriousness whether poisoning could have accidentally caused the emperor's fall, but Miss had no proof of this, so Hestia suggested simply running even faster to make sure they made it in time. Diana herself had already managed to prepare tea and was glad that she would finally have tea with her relative. Suddenly, right in front of her, the princess completely unexpectedly saw the marquis, whom she had once driven away. This made the girl freeze in amazement, because she didn't even think that Kylus would come to the palace. Unable to bear it, the princess called her former friend by name, and the guy immediately turned sharply to her as he recognized the voice. The young gentleman tried his best to avoid meeting the one he was in love with, but he failed, and he froze in front of the saint. But what surprised the guy most was that his wife, whom he had previously told not to come to him under any circumstances, suddenly appeared nearby. However, the lady did not listen at all and even came running in such a bad condition that for some time she could not speak. The heroine did not know whether her husband had managed to meet Diana and talk to her, so she was very worried and could not come to her senses. Behind the marquise was the prince, who was also catching his breath, but suddenly called his former friend by name. Since Keyless had no desire to talk to the heir, he grabbed his wife by the hand and pulled her away. This action greatly upset Helios, but he did not pursue the marquise, deciding to respect his wish to avoid their conversation. Therefore, at the moment, the heroes have diverged greatly, since each has followed the path they personally chose. Hestia was incredibly pleased with everything, because her husband suddenly took her hand for the first time and led her somewhere. Only after a few minutes of such a silent walk did Miss wonder why the guy had grabbed her and was still holding her. Suddenly, the lady heard conversations behind her, and someone called the princess's name, and she immediately realized that Diana was somewhere nearby. Although she was very afraid inside, the heroine still turned back to check her guests personally. And indeed, the saint was talking completely innocently with the servant, being very close to the marquis. Hestia couldn't even imagine what Kailas must have felt now, having accidentally encountered the source of his suffering. The lady guessed that the guy was trying his best to contain his emotions, and that was why he was walking forward so quickly, holding her hand. When they had gotten a good distance away, Hestia smiled and tried to encourage her husband that he had done well. But the marquis remained just as indifferent and seemed not to understand why the girl was praising him for anything now. Suddenly, Kailas flared up and shouted that Hestia had no right to judge because she knew absolutely nothing about the real him. These words shocked the heroine so much that she couldn't even say a word in her defense. Hessie tried to explain that she had no intention of offending her husband in any way, but he did not listen to her at all. For the first time in the long time that she had been in the novel, the heroine suddenly felt a sharp pain somewhere deep inside herself. Therefore, the girl fell silent, and after some time, with great regret, asked the marquis for forgiveness. Only after this did Kailas calm down more or less, and ordered his assistant to take them back to the estate as quickly as possible. That same evening, Hestia stood on the balcony with a glass of wine, wanting to relieve the tension that had built up throughout the day. The lady sincerely did not understand whether it was worth it to prevent the marquis from going with her to the palace, so that he would not be so angry in the end. However, the heroine could not foresee absolutely everything, which is why Kyle accidentally saw the princess today. Holding a glass in her hands, the marquise thought in confusion about the fact that her husband had not said a word when they returned. Hestia found herself wanting to make sure the boy was okay, but she was afraid she would only end up making things worse. Therefore, the lady concluded that she would not try to get closer to Kyle, whose heart was so far away, any more that evening. But then, completely unexpectedly for herself, the lady saw out of the corner of her eye how the guy with a very sad look came out onto the balcony. Suddenly, the thought came to the heroine's head that the gentleman could once again try to kill himself because of a meeting with his beloved. The girl did not want to lose her lover at all, so she ran as fast as she could to his room despite the late hour. Having reached her goal, she abruptly threw open the front doors and screamed at Kyle not to make a mistake and kill himself. Imagine the surprise of the miss when she found in front of her a confused butler who did not understand what was happening. Hestia froze in place in amazement, unable to think of any excuse for her loud behavior a few seconds ago. It turned out that Kaelis had simply gone out onto the terrace to get some fresh air, and at that very moment he returned to the room. The boy asked Uros to leave them alone, and the assistant immediately carried out the order, despite the protests and pleas of the Marquise. As a result, the lady felt as if she was completely alone, although her husband was standing expectantly in the room behind her. Imagine Hestia's surprise when the guy suddenly came up to her from behind, lightly touching her body with his clothes. After which, he quietly whispered that he had an important conversation with his wife, which shocked the girl even more. Even Kailis himself seemed genuinely confused and unsure of what he was doing for the first time, although he did not back down. Gently embracing the marquise, the gentleman suddenly asked her forgiveness for what had happened between them that afternoon. In response, the heroine immediately turned away due to the embarrassment that flared up and said that everything was completely fine with her. After which, still without turning her head, the girl asked her husband how he was feeling at that moment. To this, Cal responded in a completely relaxed manner that he had managed to sleep a little, so he felt much better than he had in the morning. Unexpectedly, the Marquis suddenly asked why the lady did not look him in the eye, and the girl did not immediately think of what to answer to this. Then the gentleman finally left the miss alone and walked away a short distance so that Hestia could finally come to her senses and relax. The heroine did not expect that the Marquis would suddenly report that he had seen her on the balcony, because she was drinking wine there quite freely. Moreover, while thinking, the girl behaved extremely ugly, since she did not know that someone was watching her. Suddenly, Caelus called out to his wife again and, showing her a bottle of wine, invited the Marquise to drink a glass with him. Hessie would never have allowed herself to refuse such an offer, because she immediately felt as if she were in a dream. The lady would never have thought that the day would come when she would drink so freely in her lover's room. Since the lady didn't know when she would have such a chance again, she decided to watch the guy's face as much as possible. The image of the half-dressed Marquis was so beautiful right now that Hestia couldn't take her eyes off him even for a second. As a result, due to an excess of feelings, the girl even hit her head on the table just to get herself in order. Caelus watched his wife's tossing and turning with surprise and could not understand whether it was because she had drunk too much. And the lady herself could not help but think about how wonderful her husband was, so that her heart sank even more with love. Suddenly, the Marquis approached the girl and asked why she had suddenly blushed so much. The guy was sincerely worried that the lady might accidentally faint, but in the end, his proximity only made things worse. Therefore, Hestia involuntarily blushed even more, although at that moment she herself was in seventh heaven with happiness. In order to somehow break this atmosphere, the Marquise loudly asked what the princess's reaction was when they met. Because of this, Caelus's romantic face immediately darkened, and the girl realized that she had gone too far. However, the Marquis did not scold his wife for such a delicate question, but instead sat down next to her. It was only after a few seconds that Cale was able to admit that he noticed how surprised Diana was to see him in the palace. But the saint quickly regained her composure and began to treat her friend as before. The princess even reproached him for the fact that for some reason he came to visit without even warning her about it with a single word. Unlike the girl, the Marquis at that moment could not speak as freely and calmly because he still felt pain. And Diana suddenly quite easily suggested that they all drink tea together if their former friend came to meet the emperor. The prince's wife chatted so quickly that Caelus did not even have the opportunity to say a word to her. And only now did the guy realize that at that moment he was drawn to the saint, although he tried to make sure that this did not happen. Unable to bear it, the Marquis suddenly asked Hestia why she was so sure that he would be able to forget his feelings for the saint. The guy admitted that he was so worried during the entire meeting that he couldn't even talk normally with the emperor. Hessie couldn't even imagine that her husband was actually so worried about everything that was happening to his girlfriend. Looking at his hands, Caelus wondered what he had done wrong if Diana was able to speak to him as usual. The lady realized that all she could do for the Marquis was to listen to him, so she continued to sit in silence. And Cale himself suddenly asked sadly, to no one in particular, why he had wasted his life on such useless attempts. The heroine's eyes widened as she finally realized the depth of the boy's suffering, which he had kept silent about. In the original story of the novel, the Marquis was the happiest man in the world, but only while he loved Diana. So the girl wanted to support the guy and, grabbing his hand, shouted that all his deeds were not useless at all. Hestia guessed that the Marquis was trying to keep in his heart not the saint, but his feelings for her that he had. All because Cale was a man who truly knew how to love, and the Marquise told him about it. She held her husband's hand tightly so that he could feel her warmth, and at least a little distract himself from his heavy thoughts. Caelus did not expect that the girl would suddenly tell him that she was looking forward to his good and calm future. The gentleman immediately became interested and therefore asked if Hestia had seen what would happen to him later. In response, the heroine explained that she could not see what she wanted, but she would try to do everything to make Kyle happy. Suddenly, the lady realized that she had been holding her husband's hand for quite a long time. This made Miss jump up immediately and sheepishly announce that it was already late, so she would go to bed. But before Hestia could take even a step away, the Marquis suddenly grabbed her hand with an anxious expression on his face. This surprised the girl very much because they had already finished the dialogue, so she looked questioningly into her husband's eyes. However, in the end, the gentleman changed his mind and lowered his head, saying that the Marquise could go to her room. Hessie guessed that the guy was about to say something, but decided to give him time to finally calm down. But the girl didn't even suspect that she would end up not being able to even catch a glimpse of her lover for several more days. All because she chose so much work for herself that she returned to bed only late at night and immediately fell asleep. Hestia was dealing with too many things at once, so she didn't even have time for herself. The heroine acted this way because she desperately wanted to be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Suddenly, when she was almost asleep, the lady jumped up in bed because she remembered something. Miss clenched her teeth tightly as she only now realized what exactly was important that she had successfully forgotten. As a result, the girl wrote a letter to Madame, and literally the next morning the woman came to her estate. Harmonia admitted that she was surprised when she received a message from Hestia that she had urgent business. The heroine herself was a little ashamed to admit that she hadn't thought at all about what to wear to the tea party. It so happened that almost all the tailors were already busy, so the girl's only hope was in her teacher. The Marchioness understood perfectly well that at the celebration she had to be no worse than the princess herself. But Hessie didn't have time to sew a new dress, so she decided to remake one of the old ones. The lady knew that according to etiquette, it was undesirable to do such a thing, but in this situation, she saw no other way out for herself. The girl said that she already knows what people say about her in society, so she has nothing to be embarrassed about. However, the Marquise still hoped that if she showed herself in all her beauty, the opinion of the aristocrats could change. Harmony was pleased to hear such reasonable speeches from a lady who had managed to grow noticeably. So the lady tenderly hugged the girl, who was actually manipulating her very successfully at that moment. In order to get down to business quickly, the lady asked about the tailor, when suddenly the atmosphere in the room changed noticeably for the worse. The thing is that the tailor that Madame was able to find was named Decimar and belonged to the common people. But what scared Miss most was not even the guy's origin, but how huge he was compared to everyone else. Harmonia calmly explained that, despite his appearance, Decimara was very talented in his field. The lady began to praise the guy in every possible way, who quickly became embarrassed and began to look even more frightening. Although the heroine could not even imagine this man sewing, she still decided to trust her teacher. So Hestia quickly assured that there were things more important to her than status, and suggested that they start working as soon as possible. In response, Decimar even shed tears and noted that the Marquise was indeed very kind, as Madame had said. The girl really didn't even think of objecting to her teacher's offer of help because she needed a dress. But the extent to which Harmonia loved to be friends with people from different classes could not help but surprise the heroine. A few minutes later, the lady took a dress out of her suitcase and said that she would like to have this one altered. Miss also brought some jewelry just in case, since she didn't know what exactly might be useful. Without saying a word, Decimar immediately began to examine the material of the fabric and what the Marquise had brought for him. Unexpectedly, after a few seconds, the guy started asking so many questions that Hestia didn't have time to answer them. In the end, the girl said that she completely trusted the tailor in everything, since she could not say anything. The only thing the Marquise asked was that her dress not ultimately stand out too much from the others. Suddenly, Decimar's eyes sparkled, and he completely stopped listening to the lady who was expressing her wishes. Bowing his head over the table, the guy shouted that he had just come up with the perfect sketch of a dress for the Marquise. So he said he would draw it before he completely forgot, and then quickly ran off to get some paper as if it had never been there. The heroine could not understand why the tailor asked her so many questions if he still worked out of inspiration. Seeing the lady's extremely surprised face, Harmonia laughed reservedly because she knew about Dekimar's behavior. The teacher supported her student by listing the number of things she had managed to do, even though she had not yet picked out an outfit. Hestia herself agreed that she had accomplished a lot, but she hoped that her efforts would not ultimately be in vain. Looking at the lady again, Madame suddenly said that she would like the princess to behave just as diligently. The Marquise did not expect to hear such words, so she turned around with interest and asked if something was wrong with Diana. Harmony immediately realized that she had said the wrong words, so she corrected herself, explaining that everything was perfectly fine. The heroine assumed that this thought had escaped from Madame because rumors had been spreading about the saint recently. But the girl didn't know all the details, so she decided to deal with it later. Suddenly, the teacher very confidently and sharply declared that all the rumors were simply lies and gossip of aristocrats. For some reason, the woman still trusted the prince's wife unconditionally, no matter what anyone said about her. The heroine remembered that this happened because in the novel, Harmonia and Diana were strongly connected to each other. But Hestia had a feeling that the saint would soon cease to be as attractive to others as before. Suddenly, Decima burst into the room very sharply, since he had managed to finish several sketches of the dress at once. The tailor admitted that he was so inspired that he made many options at once, but was ready to consider each one. The Marquise took the papers in her hands and immediately began to study them very carefully, trying not to miss anything. But for some reason, the guy managed to sadly think that the girl didn't like absolutely anything. At some point, he noticed that the lady was periodically glancing at his chest and discovered that he was unbuttoned. As a result, he quickly buttoned up and apologized for not even noticing how his clothes had come undone. However, Hestia wasn't at all angry at the guy because she considered it much more important that they had to choose a design. The lady went through sketch after sketch and saw how beautiful they were, even though they had only just been thought up. Suddenly, the Marquise reached the very last sketch, which for some reason had been worked on much less than the others. Noticing the girl's interest, Decima sheepishly explained that he had drawn it only to stretch his fingers. But the heroine had already made her choice, so she told the tailor with a smile that she liked this particular dress. At this moment, even in the Marquise's estate, there was a commotion among the maids before the upcoming grand tea party. Kaelis wanted to sleep longer today, but woke up very early because he could hear the commotion outside the door too clearly. The butler politely explained that today the lady was going to have tea at the palace, and that's why everyone around was worried. In response, the guy just sluggishly turned away, pretending that he was absolutely not interested in everything that was happening in the estate. Then Uros, as if by chance, said that the lady would like a new dress, and this had already reached Kael's ears. Noticing that the gentleman was listening, the assistant reported that the lady even had to alter her existing outfit. Kaelis was surprised when he realized that the miss, on principle, did not use his money, but found a way out herself. Even the servants would never have believed that Hestia's dress had been altered, as it looked stunning. The Marquise was very pleased with the impression she made, so she accepted compliments from everyone present with a smile. The maid admitted that she was very worried about altering the dress, but in the end it looks even better than new. In response, Hestia stated that it was all thanks to Dekimaru, who stood nearby and also enjoyed his work. The assistants immediately began to whisper that the tailor was a commoner, but the lady did not care at all. On the contrary, the lady liked the fact that no one could believe that such a clumsy and huge man had created the outfit. In fact, even Hessie couldn't imagine that the dress would end up being so beautiful. The girl even deliberately chose a very simple design from the start, deciding that it would be quite sufficient for tea drinking. So, even though the madam and the tailor desperately tried to convince her of her bad choice, the miss did not change her mind. The heroine herself understood perfectly well that all the other sketches were much better, but she wanted something less elegant. The lady knew that everyone would be watching her at this first great tea party, and so she intended to stand out. Therefore, the girl confidently stated that she needed exactly this kind of clothing to show her status and responsibilities. This argument somewhat calmed Harmonia and Decimera, although they still believed that this sketch was not suitable. However, Hestia had something interesting in mind, so she decided to calm the guy down by telling him her plan. It turned out that the girl asked to decorate this simple dress with powder from pink and mother-of-pearl shells. The guy was especially happy because he could now personally use this method, which was cheap. The whole point was that before moving into the novel, the heroine often looked at different fashion magazines and remembered everything. But even so, if it weren't for Dekima's true skill, the lady would never have been able to achieve such a result. Hestia understood perfectly well that the tailor had tried very hard and therefore was sincerely grateful to him for everything. The guy was very surprised when the Marquise suddenly approached him personally and expressed her gratitude in front of everyone. The lady asked with a smile if she could go to the tailor again, which made him almost cry once again. Unexpectedly for everyone, Kaelis appeared in the room, who said that the door was open, which is why he came in. The lady couldn't even imagine that her husband would come to her, so she was not at all mentally prepared for this. The girl immediately remembered that the Marquis had not come to her before, so she quickly went to meet him. Kale himself was in no hurry to explain the reasons for his appearance here, as he was staring at the dress on his wife. He looked the girl over carefully from head to toe, but could not find any signs that the outfit had been altered by anyone. Also suddenly, the guy handed the lady a bag of gold and asked her to immediately hand it over to the tailor. After which, having done everything he wanted, the gentleman turned around and walked away, not wanting to linger any longer. The assistants immediately began to whisper about this, since they loved to discuss various gossip. Hestia noticed out of the corner of her ear that the servants were telling each other that Kaelis didn't even appreciate her beauty, even though she was dressed up. Taking a deep breath and then exhaling, Miss reminded herself that everything was okay, because to the guy, only the saint was beautiful. The heroine herself believed that she could never compare in beauty to the princess, so she forbade herself to be upset. But then the Marquise again heard the voice of her husband, who for some reason quietly and slightly hesitantly called her. Although no one expected it, Kaelis suddenly declared that this dress suited his beautiful wife very well. At first the girl thought that she had simply imagined these words because the guy had never complimented anyone before. The lady sincerely believed that Kyle could only praise Diana, so she did not understand when she herself suddenly received praise. However, since the miss still did not answer, due to astonishment, the Marquis's face suddenly darkened again. So now he finally turned away and wished his wife a good time at today's tea party. Although in fact the Marquis said only one compliment, the girl had already become very embarrassed because she loved him. Watching Kale go, the lady once again remembered how much the princess had once meant to him. So the fact that the guy suddenly went to meet his wife for some reason already said a lot to her. Unexpectedly for herself, Hestia realized that ever since she came to this estate, the master had come here himself. After all the time before this, it was Miss who visited his room and received all the necessary advice and instructions there. And now Kaelis announced that he had simply brought the required budget, and this incredibly touched the Marquise. So, before the guy finally disappeared into the corridor, Hessie quickly called out to him, forcing him to turn around. When the Marquis looked at her, the girl smiled sweetly and thanked him for coming to cheer her up. Although Kale's face remained gloomy, he still nodded politely and calmly in response, after which he left. Already in the office, Uros began asking the gentleman many questions, as he was incredibly curious about all of this. In response, Kaelis somewhat nervously asked his assistant not to bother him, but to let him rest in peace now alone. But the butler still couldn't calm down because he was glad that the gentleman had decided to support his wife. In fact, the guy himself was not entirely sure why he had done such a thing for the sake of a girl. Hestia's sweet and bright smile popped into his mind, which was very different from Diana's smile, but he still remembered it. At this moment, the heroine had already arrived at the Imperial Palace, because she did not want to be late for tea. She was almost immediately met by Countess Erinis, who complimented her secret acquaintance on her appearance. The lady admitted that she was a little nervous before the event, and the woman shared her emotions in response. Hessie was surprised when Erinis again, for some reason, reminded her that she would be completely on her side tonight. After which the Countess said that she was not entirely sure how right it was to come up with something like that. But what worried Hestia at that moment was that the tea party was ultimately taking place in the emperor's main palace and not in the prince's estate. This meant that Helios was very worried about his father's well-being, which is why he asked his wife to spend everything here. Since the change of location did not affect the Marquise's plans in any way, she calmly informed her ally about it. After which, the lady smiled confidently and said that, if the woman was worried, she could completely trust her. This kind of support was very pleasant for Arenas, despite the fact that she was already an adult and independent person. So, having come closer to each other, the allies began to whisper slyly, already anticipating how the tea party would go. A few minutes later, the princess herself finally appeared before her guests in a very beautiful dress. At the sight of her, all the aristocrats immediately fell silent, since according to etiquette, they had to bow politely. The heroine did not stand out from the crowd because right now it was still too early for that. However, Hestia was not going to give up on her desire to show everyone the true face of Saint Diana. Without detaining anyone, the princess soon announced that she was glad to see everyone at her ceremonial event. In response, the already seated guests wished good luck to the imperial family, who had invited them to tea today. The marquise was glad that she had managed to secure a seat at the same table as the prince's wife, which was only to her advantage. Other girls praised Diana's kindness and virtue simply because she remembered to invite them, but the lady couldn't stand the fact that the celebration in the main palace was considered by everyone as a manifestation of Helios's love. Moreover, due to the large amount of noise around, Miss quickly realized that it would be difficult for her to find time for her speech. So the Marchioness decided to give Diana some time so that she could fully enjoy the moments of her glory. Looking at the princess, Hestia couldn't help but notice that she now looked like someone that everyone loved very much. But when the heroine read the novel, the saint was not at all so friendly to everyone, which surprised her. But the girl had reread the story many times because of her beloved Kyle, so she knew the plot too well. It was then that Hesse was finally able to make eye contact with the princess, which would allow him to start a conversation. But to the great displeasure of the miss, Diana immediately looked away, as if she intended to continue to ignore the Marchioness. This impudent behavior made Hestia even more angry, and she practically demanded that the saint look her in the eyes. After some time, the girl realized with a sigh that she would have to take the initiative into her own hands if she wanted to get anything. Here the princess announced to all the guests that the sweets that she had personally prepared for everyone had finally arrived. The aristocrats immediately began to grab the delicacy, since they were very afraid of not pleasing Diana in any way. But the heroine herself, upon seeing what was prepared, even had her eyes pop out of her head in surprise, because the food was very simple. Hestia remembered very well that such a modest treat was available to all commoners at any time. The lady guessed that the saint had specially prepared everything, according to her own wishes and tastes, in order to shame the aristocrats. But this criticism of the excessive luxury of noble ladies was ultimately not liked by anyone. But thanks to this situation, Miss was finally able to fully understand what Diana had been like all this time. After all, everything came very easily to the girl, and she was extremely arrogant and did not value even the simplest things in her life. And this stupidity, combined with impudence, played very much into the heroine's hands, so she couldn't help but grin. At this moment, the princess, as if nothing had happened, offered everyone to drink tea, which she also prepared herself. Suddenly, Hestia declared to everyone that the saint had prepared all this so as not to forget her origin. After which, the Marchioness specifically asked everyone around whether the aristocrats agreed with her modest assumption. Although at that moment no one supported the lady due to surprise, she continued to speak. The aristocrats fully agreed that the treat was too simple for them, but they were afraid to talk about it. Diana, however, flinched sharply when Hestia asked if something bad had happened to the skilled and knowledgeable Madame Merope. When the saint asked in response why the lady had decided so, she explained with a smile that she simply did not feel the lady-in-waiting's participation. The marquise did not say it directly, but due to gossip among the maids, almost everyone already knew the truth about Merope. It was unclear for what reason, but Madame decided not to participate in this tea party, which raised many questions. The fact that the princess had some problems with her maid of honor immediately spread throughout the hall and became the main news. At the same time, Diana herself, who did not expect such a turn of events, was still desperately trying to keep her face. So she said with a smile that, as the wife of the prince himself, she had the right to hold tea parties the way she wanted. The saint explained that she had decided to break the ancient customs a little, since she had become quite tired of them. But even with such reasoning, the aristocrats were in no hurry to try the simple treats that had been prepared. Diana hoped that the ladies would understand her idea, but was suddenly surprised to discover that she did not find support. The princess looked around in frustration, trying unsuccessfully to find at least one interested look. Hestia did not miss the moment and reported that surely at least someone would understand the deep meaning imparted by the saint. Although the prince's wife guessed that the marquise was insincere, she still had to maintain a dialogue with her. The heroine did not expect this, because she expected that the princess would be much more embarrassed in this situation. Suddenly, to the girl's great surprise, Diana attacked back and said that the lady should have dressed more appropriately. At first, the marquise didn't even believe that the saint had just so calmly scolded her sparkling outfit. As a result, Hessie really wanted to say something in response, but she knew that now was not the right time. The marquise's wife guessed that the saint had mistakenly taken her altered dress for a very expensive one that had been recently purchased. But Diana's own clothes were also very beautiful, so the princess acted extremely illogically. The heroine even went into shock for a while from the realization of all this, until the countess brought her to her senses. Without thinking twice, Irenis gently tapped the saucer with her finger, a secret call to action between the allies. Hestia immediately remembered what that double click meant, because she had personally suggested it the day before the tea party. So now, no matter what the lady said, the madam had to wait for the right moment and support her words. As a result, Miss was very happy inside herself, because she was glad to have someone on her side. So she rose from her seat and, bowing politely, explained to the princess that some misunderstanding had occurred. Standing in full view of everyone, the marquise admitted that her dress had recently been altered from her favorite outfit. The prince's wife could not even imagine that the clothes sparkled so brightly because they were decorated with shells and not precious stones. Hestia took a huge risk by revealing her secret to the noblewomen, as they immediately began to gossip. However, the heroine was completely prepared for this, as she had planned everything well in advance. Suddenly, several noble ladies approached the marquise and admitted that they had not been able to take their eyes off her dress all this time. Irenis watched silently from the side for now, but at the same time carefully remembered everyone who approached the miss. Meanwhile, the aristocrat asked with genuine curiosity if Hestia would tell who her tailor was. In response, the marquise smiled, guessing that she would be of great help to Dekimaru, since none of the madams knew about him yet. So the lady, without any embarrassment, reported that even her dressmaker was ultimately a commoner. This news surprised the women even more, as they could not believe that the poor man had such talent. There was an immediate uproar, as the aristocrats did not believe that Decima had actually made the outfit. Their distrust and disdain even made the heroine feel a little sad, because she could not change it in any way. Suddenly, the countess finally spoke up and said that she would never have been able to guess the tailor's origins. The woman noted somewhat absent-mindedly that the culture and skills of the common people turned out to be quite good. So Madame finally concluded that she would also like to receive some dress from Master Hestia. Only after a few minutes did the princess suddenly feel that all attention had somehow shifted to the marquise. Moreover, the women suddenly began to say that they were ashamed of their expensive outfits, which surprised the saint even more. As a result, the prince's wife could not contain her emotions, and among all those present, only the heroine noticed this. Hessie watched her rival closely, and therefore saw that she was even ready to die from frustration. The Marchioness understood perfectly well that Diana actually wanted all the attention to be focused on her. The princess thought that everyone around her would accept her opinion and join her only because she had a very high status. And in her dreams, the saint imagined many times how joyfully she would smile at the end of the organized tea party. but it turned out that Hestia, even without straining herself too much, was already able to significantly surpass her rival. However, her performance with Erinus was not yet over, so the Countess spoke again. She smiled slyly and asked if the Marquis really didn't allocate any money for his wife, since she had to have her dress altered. The heroine immediately turned on the actress and tried to make her facial expression as confused and surprised as possible, although in fact both allies thought in advance what they would talk about this topic, and even tried to lead up to it. That's why Hestia was screaming loudly and joyfully inside herself at that moment, although she couldn't tell anyone about it. Even before the tea party began, they agreed that they would definitely try to naturally talk about Caelus, but the heroine herself didn't know all this time how to move on to the most important discussion and interest the ladies. However, Erinus was able to broach the subject so easily and casually that Hestia was amazed. So right now the lady smiled back at her and reassured her, telling her that she hadn't asked anything bad at all. The princess lowered her head even lower when she heard that the Marquis had personally taken care of the dress for his wife. The Marquise continued to watch the defeated Diana out of the corner of her eye and was very pleased with the result. And indeed, the saint shrank even more when she heard that Caelus completely respected Hesse as his wife. So the heroine tried to speak as loudly as possible so that the princess could clearly hear all her answers to the questions. After a few minutes, the countess decided that it was time to move on to something even more serious, and therefore touched on Helios. Imagine Diana's surprise when Erinus stated that her husband had strongly criticized the Marquise's coldness. The princess immediately guessed that they were talking about the situation when Caelus personally dealt with the Orcus family of villains. Unexpectedly for the saint, Hestia suddenly announced that she believed that her husband had acted very correctly that day, after which she turned to the princess and asked if she really thought that Cael was actually wrong. This incident, in which the Marquis forced the Duke and his daughter to drink poisoned tea, was not so simple. This is because Caelus initially had serious reasons for acting in this way with this family. The Orcus were causing too many problems for the Empire, so Helios slammed his fist on the table every time they were mentioned. The guy was sincerely against his friend dealing with these harmful aristocrats on his own. But the Marquis understood only too well that the prince could not under any circumstances ruin his reputation. Healy himself knew that he couldn't do anything, otherwise Duke Orcus would begin to counterattack. Then Kyle put a reassuring hand on the boy's shoulder and reminded him that he was obliged to always support the Emperor's family. The Marquis himself believed in his own argument that all this was necessary for his friend and their good ruler. Moreover, the guy sincerely wanted to help Diana, but she herself did not even think about the reason for his actions that day. So Hestia began to defend her husband even more strongly, convincing him that the Duke would cause a lot of trouble. But the princess was sure that no goal should justify the means that the Marquis ultimately chose. The saint reminded that there were laws in the empire that Caelus, among others, had to follow. In response, the lady asked why the guy was not punished according to the laws of the country, and Diana did not know what to answer. The princess's confusion immediately brought a satisfied smile to the heroine's face, because she realized that she had driven her rival into a dead end. The saint now faced an extremely difficult choice, and she herself did not know whether to agree or to deny. The prince's wife faced such unpleasant circumstances for the first time in her life, so she remained silent. And all this was only to the heroine's advantage, because it completely exposed the duplicity of the princess's nature to everyone. After about half a minute, the girl realized that her silence had dragged on for too long, although she had not come up with any words. The princess even squeezed her fingers tightly, but even this did not help her come up with any answer. Imagine Diana's surprise when the countess suddenly stood up for her and asked the Marquise to calm down. Erinus was absolutely certain that Hestia had pushed the saint too hard, and so she asked her to stop. For the princess, this sudden protection was extremely unexpected and pleasant, so she immediately blossomed. At this moment, the heroine pretended that she truly regretted how much she had managed to say to the prince's wife. The girl even expressed hope that Diana would be able to generously spare her for such cruel words. The saint glanced at her reflection in the tea to look calm, and then gallantly let the marquise go. No one noticed, but Hestia, leaving the tea party even earlier, was very happy that her plan had completely succeeded. Now the unsuspecting saint was in Erenice's hands, so the lady had no more to do. Since the lady had become tired from all these dialogues, she went out into the imperial garden to rest at least a little. Being sure that she was completely alone, the miss even allowed herself to relax and think a little out loud. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the crown prince appeared next to the marquise, whom she had not expected to see at all. Due to the unexpectedness, Hestia was completely unable to hide her emotions and accidentally broke all the rules of etiquette. But the guy didn't seem to pay attention to this, since his face remained just as impenetrable. The heroine was still trying to understand why His Majesty suddenly came out into the garden where she was sitting quietly. But what surprised the lady most was that Heli suddenly approached her sharply as he wanted to ask several questions. The atmosphere around the two of them immediately became very romantic, although neither the guy nor the girl did anything for it. But Hesse didn't want any romance with the heir, so she made a very scary and unpleasant face. In response, Helios reminded her that he was actually a prince, and for some reason the marquise didn't even say hello when she saw him. But the heroine was not at all confused and explained to the guy that he did not even give her time to say anything to him. Only the prince reminded that the lady was only a marchioness, and the miss had to come to terms with the rank system. Suddenly, the heir asked what the girl was doing alone in the garden, if the princess's tea party was in full swing. Helios hit the nail on the head when he asked if something bad had happened between Hestia and Diana. But the lady did not want to admit anything, so she tried to change the subject and asked what the prince himself was doing here. The guy calmly stated that he was walking into the hall for an event when he heard heavy sighs and decided to check what was going on. The heroine immediately guessed that the heir would still find out a little later why she left the saint in the garden. So Miss honestly admitted that she had shown disrespect to Diana and therefore left for a while, which surprised Helios. His Majesty immediately perked up and began to demand that the marquise tell him about this situation in more detail. In response, Hestia stated that she simply wanted to restore her husband's honor and accidentally insulted the princess in front of everyone. The fact that the girl was still smiling, despite the fact that she had done something wrong, completely drove Heli crazy. He clenched his fist tightly as he didn't think the marquise would use Kailis to fight the saint. At this moment, the heroine carefully observed the prince's emotions, but did not show her own. So she was able to calmly say that their reasons for protecting their partners were very similar. Upon hearing this, the heir did not even believe the lady at first, since he believed that she was much more selfish. However, if we are to believe the girl's words, she sincerely loved the marquis and therefore tried in every way to help him. At this moment, although the boy and girl did not notice it, Kyle accidentally saw them and therefore stopped nearby. The thing is that a few hours ago, the gentleman unexpectedly received a letter asking him to visit the imperial palace. Since Kailis didn't have much to do right now anyway, he decided to leave immediately. The only thing that bothered the marquis was the possible meeting with the princess, because he was not ready for it. Suddenly, while thinking about the saint, the guy felt a sharp headache, which made him groan and frighten the butler. Uros did not know what exactly was happening to his master, but immediately suggested calling a doctor just in case. And Kale himself at that moment hoped that he would not meet Diana today, because she would be hosting a tea party. Suddenly, an image of a smiling Hestia appeared in his head, happily thanking her husband for the compliment. For some reason, this memory almost immediately cleared Kailis's head, which surprised him. So he quickly headed to the palace, where Emperor Carius greeted his faithful marquis with a sincere smile. The ruler immediately began asking questions about Kyle's wife, which he actually did not expect to hear at all. In the end, His Majesty had to admit that he had called his old friend out of pure curiosity before his recent wedding. The marquis guessed that all the other matters were just a pretext for dialogue, so he began to list Hestia's shortcomings. But at the end, unexpectedly, even for himself, he finished his speech with the words that the girl still sincerely cares about him. Imagine Kaelus's surprise when the emperor, having listened to him attentively, suddenly said that the lady really loved her husband. All this time, the guy didn't even think about what feelings the girl actually had for him. However, if the smiling miss really loved the Marquis, then a lot became clear and understandable to him. Suddenly, Kael came back from his memories to the present and heard Hestia screaming that she loved someone. The guy didn't know what exactly was going on between his wife and his ex-friend, but he decided to eavesdrop just in case. The atmosphere between the two was clearly not conducive to a normal friendly conversation, but they were alone. Suddenly, Helios demanded that the Marquise explain why she loved her husband so much, whom she had never even seen before. Since the lady remained suspiciously silent, her head down, the prince decided that she simply had nothing at all to say. How suddenly, with shining eyes, the girl began to list a huge number of reasons for her love for Kael. The heir could not even imagine that anyone would be able to name as many arguments as Hestia at that moment. As a result, the Marquis, who had been eavesdropping on all of his wife's words, even felt a little ashamed of the way he had found out everything. So thinking that the lady might really love him, the guy hurried away so as not to be noticed. At this point, Hessie got so worked up that she even felt real anger at the heir for asking her the question. Since she had nothing else to do during tea time, Miss decided to return home and talk to Arinus later. Imagine the tired girl's surprise when she suddenly discovered a familiar silhouette ahead. Hestia never thought that Kaelus would decide to visit the imperial palace again, because he did not want to meet Diana. When the Marquise ran up to her husband in excitement, he calmly explained that he had come on personal business. Suddenly, it dawned on the heroine that the guy had just called her by a pet name, something he had never done before. Because of this, Hestia froze in place, as it seemed to her that everything that was happening around her was actually a dream. At the same time, for some reason, Kaelus himself continued to behave as if he had done nothing unusual at that moment. However, the lady herself could not cope with her heart beating wildly from excitement and surprise. Although the girl remained as calm as possible outwardly, inside she was seething and screaming because of what had happened. As a result, Hestia even realized that she couldn't really stand on her own feet, so she accepted the butler's help. Kael, who had already managed to climb into the carriage, noticed that the miss gave her hand to the assistant, and not to him. At this point, the servant asked if everything was all right with the lady, and she stubbornly declared that she was ready to go to the estate. Suddenly, the Marquise realized that she had not told her husband exactly where the tea party would take place. But for some reason, the lady couldn't bring herself to ask the guy this question right now while they were together. And at that moment, Kaelus was trying to understand why the lady didn't ask him for help at all if she loved him. When they arrived at the estate, the Marquis was the first to jump out of the carriage because he wanted to offer his hand to his wife. This surprised the heroine so much that she once again froze in place because she did not know what to do. The girl reminded Kael, extremely excited, that it wasn't her birthday today, so he didn't have to try so hard. However, the guy didn't even think about it, although Hestia was still worried that there was some kind of catch in her husband's behavior. But even the assistants around told Miss that she just needed to lean on the gentleman's arm, so she decided to do it. Although the Marquise was still very nervous about doing this, she nevertheless offered the boy her hand to help. Afterwards, when Kaelus helped her down, Hessie was even able to thank him in a voice that did not waver from embarrassment. The guy said absolutely nothing in response because he just wanted to enjoy this wonderful moment for him. As for Hestia, she absolutely did not remember what happened to her next, because she was so happy about the attention of her beloved. As a result, when the lady opened her eyes, it was already too late to get up, although the miss did not even suspect it. All the events of this long evening were as if in a fog, but the heroine was firmly convinced that she had not drunk the night before. For some reason, the Marquise still felt very happy, although there was no longer any reason for it. Hestia planned to do some work as she needed to tidy up her memories of the novel. But in the end, the girl decided to just go to bed in order to maintain such a wonderful mood as long as possible. Only when she was almost asleep did the lady suddenly realize that she had never been as happy since she got into the affair as she was now. That same evening, the princess asked her husband in confusion if she had done something wrong several years ago. The heir was already getting ready for bed, so he didn't expect that the girl would suddenly begin to suffer from incomprehensible pangs of conscience. Finally, Helios asked what the matter was and stated in advance that the saint could do absolutely nothing wrong. But these words didn't even slightly encourage Diana, because her doubts were much stronger this time. So the lady confessed that the Marchioness had recently asked why her husband had not been punished according to the laws of the empire if he had been guilty. The crown prince immediately remembered how Hestia had smiled sweetly and insisted that she simply loved the Marquis. Before the guy could say anything to his wife, she suddenly burst into tears, saying that she couldn't do anything to resist Hesse. What tormented the princess most was the question of whether she should not have properly condemned her former friend. In response, Helios sat down in front of the girl and comfortingly said that he did not doubt her high morals at all. He himself understood that Kailas committed such a terrible act only for the good of the empire and his close friends. And then the saint did not scold the guy, which meant that she hoped for their happy reunion in the future. But only recently did the prince realize that this would not happen, because he had been too complacent and selfish all this time. As a result, his best friend began to hate him instead of love him, which greatly hurt the heir. However, Helios did not think that he had the right to stop the fleeing Marquis in any way now and try to bring him back. Right now, the prince blamed only himself for the loss of his closest friend and did not know what to do next. Therefore, when the wife shared her doubts with the guy, he also ended up thinking even more deeply. The girl admitted that she was counting on support from her husband, but at the moment Helle did not know what was right. So, completely out of the blue for Diana, the heir asked if perhaps they should finally make peace with the Marquis. The girl couldn't even stand it from the emotions that overwhelmed her and jumped up from her seat while the guy was trying to explain everything. The princess recalled that she had lived her entire life without ever giving up her own beliefs and rules. That is why the saint was afraid of what could happen to her life if she suddenly forgave Kyle so easily. Seeing the tears on his wife's face, Helios immediately cast aside all thoughts as he only wanted to help her. So the prince hugged his beloved tightly and asked her to forget everything he had just dared to say. The lady did not answer, but only silently pressed herself against the air, feeling the tears still flowing down her face. The next morning, Hestia was very surprised when the butler suddenly brought her several letters at once. Miss had been waiting for news from Madame Harmony for several days, but she could not even imagine that Helios himself would suddenly write to her. Without a moment's hesitation, as she was burning with curiosity, the heroine quickly opened the envelope to find out the contents of the letter. But inside there were words that the Marquise had not expected at all, so she was even more surprised. The fact was that the heir wrote to the Marquise about how rudely she had treated his wife at yesterday's tea party. At the same time, Helios, in a commanding tone, demanded that Hestia come to the palace as soon as possible and ask the saint for forgiveness. The heroine even angrily squeezed the letter in her hands out of displeasure, although she had not even read it properly to the very end. Seeing such an angry lady, the assistant decided that it would be better to leave her alone with herself for at least some time. The Marchioness knew perfectly well that the tea party had ended in a friendly atmosphere, including due to the sudden appearance of the prince. But even Helios could not correct the fact that rumors began to spread among the aristocrats, each of whom condemned the saint more and more. The biggest question amid all this gossip was whether Diana really still despised the upper class. What offended Hestia most was that the prince had softened all these conversations simply by his appearance. So right now, the miss was having a hard time brainstorming, while the butler didn't understand what was happening to her. As a result, having failed to find answers to most of her questions, the Marquise decided to at least request an audience with the saint. Then suddenly an idea came into the head of Uros, who wanted to somehow help the worried lady. So the butler loudly asked if the lady would like to have tea today, which greatly frightened the girl who was in her thoughts. As a result, the old man quickly ran for the kettle and Hestia didn't even have time to say anything after him. The assistant's ability to quickly help brought a sincere smile to the heroine's face, after which she relaxed. While waiting for the cup of delicious tea that Uros had promised her, the girl decided to continue sorting through the letters that had been brought. And the first thing Hesse did was open the envelope from Harmony and was very surprised by what she read. For this reason, the lady left her room very quickly, running down the corridor right past the assistants. At that moment, the maid was arguing with the butler about the right to take tea to the lady, when suddenly she ran away. This behavior greatly surprised the servants, and they all shouted after Hestia that her tea had long been ready. Since the heroine's head was overflowing with thoughts, she couldn't even immediately think of what to do with the delicious drink. In the end, the marquise asked to leave the kettle in her office, and she herself ran on so as not to stop along the way. Neither the butler nor the maid could understand where exactly the young lady was in such a hurry at that time, and the girl herself rushed very quickly to the marquis, who today decided to properly study watercolor painting. No matter how urgent the girl's news was, she could not help but enjoy the beautiful appearance of her lover. Suddenly the marquise, who was tired of waiting for the miss to come to her senses, asked what was so urgent about her. In response, Hestia calmly reported that Madame had managed to find out that the temple had begun to openly criticize her. When the lady read this letter personally, she was even amused by the phrases about how she was blinded by profit and therefore inhuman. The marquise immediately guessed that the priest did not have the courage to openly oppose her, and they did so. The worst thing for Hesse was that if the aristocrats spoke out against Diana, the prince and the temple would immediately begin to protect her. So, clenching her fists on the table, the heroine desperately tried to think of something that would cause great harm to the church. From the original story, the girl knew that the temple was originally intended to heal people from illnesses. Since ordinary people could not afford expensive doctors, they lined up for help at the temple. The thought flashed through the marquise's mind that she needed to stop the flow of people constantly coming for treatment. After this, the lady jumped up happily, as she was finally able to find the solution to this problem that she needed. So right now, the wife told the marquis that she was going to improve the personal hygiene of ordinary people. The guy, who had now completely turned away from drawing, was very surprised to hear such a strange idea. However, he agreed that many diseases could be avoided if people started washing their hands with soap. Hestia has already come up with an option where they won't add essential oils to the product, which will make it cheaper. Without letting the girl finish speaking, Kyla suddenly interrupted her and asked if she was really suggesting that he open a soap factory. But the marquise had no intention of resorting to her husband's help and came only to share her plan with him. Imagine the master's surprise when Hestia suddenly asked him for permission to now act on his behalf. Also, although terribly shy, the lady said that she also needed at least a small amount as start-up capital. But then the marquise declared that Miss would not need all this, and she froze in place in complete shock because she did not understand why. In response, Kellis explained that on his fertile land there was just an abandoned workshop that Hesse could take. The heroine could not even dream of such an offer, because she simply took this area from the temple. But then Kale surprised his wife even more, because he unexpectedly suggested that they go there together. Hearing these words, the girl immediately froze in place, because at first she thought that she was just imagining things. The heroine's brain categorically refused to accept the fact that her beloved personally suggested a trip together. In order to collect her thoughts, the lady even had to turn away from her husband, because this was the only way she could think normally. She even specifically asked Kale to at least stay away from her for a little while, so that it would become a little easier for her. But since even this did not help, the miss urgently hid in the room, trying in vain to calm her frantic heartbeats. The marquise watched the lady closely all this time and concluded that she instantly became much happier, and the heroine herself had serious doubts about whether she could really go on this trip with her lover. But then Kale unexpectedly entered the room, and as a result, Hestia now had no time to think. The guy wanted to hear from the lady that she wanted to go, so he asked her not to be afraid to speak about her desires. The marquise was horrified when the gentleman suddenly suggested that she did not want to go anywhere with him, which was why she was silent. So the girl tried to explain as naturally as possible that she was simply worried about her beloved's comfort. Hestia stated that she could easily visit the workshop herself, so the guy didn't have to go with her at all. Suddenly, Kailas frightened the marquise with the words that everyone around him believed that he was very and seriously ill. Even the fact that the butler performed all his duties very well did not help to get rid of speculation. The girl couldn't even imagine that everything was so serious, so she nervously clenched her fists along with her dress. And Kyle said that all this gossip would disappear as soon as he appeared in public, at least once in the company of his wife. However, despite all the difficulties that arose, the Marquise did not believe that the young lady was failing to fulfill her duties. The girl herself did not expect that the guy would unexpectedly sincerely praise her for the work she had done for him. Hestia had no idea how important it was for her to hear at least something good from her beloved. Looking at him and listening to his voice, the heroine felt how quickly all her worries disappeared. Once again, the Marquise understood for herself what exactly gives her strength and meaning to live, because she did not want to exist without Kyle. So she thanked the gentleman in return, who for some reason suddenly became gloomy because he suddenly became thoughtful. Kailas realized that on the trip he would have to face his memories anyway, which was difficult. However, the lady had done so much for him that the Marquis simply could not refuse her even such a trifle now. If before the guy invested, but did not receive any return, now he felt the efforts of the miss and wanted to respond. So, in order not to delay further decision, Kailas confidently suggested going this week, and Hestia immediately gasped. She remembered that she still had to ask Diana for forgiveness, so anxiety overwhelmed the girl again. But for her personally, the trip with her beloved was much more important than some apology to the smug princess. However, in this situation, the lady could not make the wrong choice, because then she would face the wrath of the heir. Kale guessed that his wife hadn't answered him yet because she had some things to do this week. The guy wanted to suggest rescheduling the trip, but Hestia, with shining eyes, declared that she would manage everything herself. This enthusiasm somewhat frightened Kailas, but he did not object in response, only supported the lady. So literally the next day, when the princess was ready for this, the heroine immediately came to her palace. In reality, Hessie would have liked to avoid all of this, but she simply saw it as part of the job. Even though Diana guessed that the apology was implausible, the Marquise didn't care at all. The girl bowed politely and said that she was very sorry that the saint at the tea party was disappointed in her. The princess flinched a little when the miss mentioned her moral principles, but she did not know what to say in response. In the end, the prince's wife declared that she believed the words of her guest, and Hestia smiled at her gratefully. After which, since the heroine was in a great hurry to get on with the trip, she once again asked for forgiveness and was about to leave. But then the princess suddenly stopped her guest because she had another very important question. Hestia was greatly surprised when Diana suddenly asked if she had seen anything else about the emperor's sudden fall. This question immediately made the lady think, and she asked if some misfortune had befallen the saint. And the girl decided that it would be better if she did not deny anything, because everything would become known later. So the saint said that the ruler had become ill the previous night, but she was nearby, so she was able to help in time. But Hestia immediately guessed that if everything had ended well, then Dee would not have asked about the future. Therefore, the Marquise asked if the saint had problems with her powers, which immediately frightened the girl. Not wanting to admit this terrible truth, the saint jumped up on the spot and declared that everything was perfectly fine with her. But at the end of her angry speech, even the princess herself was not very sure of what she was saying. So the heroine finally came to the conclusion that Diana's powers were only getting weaker and weaker every day. And judging by the saint's reaction, she noticed that her power did not completely heal the emperor, so she asked for advice. However, Hestia decided to give the princess a small break and admitted that she had a vision about her, after which, with an inscrutable face, the Marquise declared that in less than 2 years the saint's powers would disappear without a trace. As soon as the princess heard this terrible truth, her legs gave way and she almost fainted. Since Diana could not believe such a thing, she stated that this ability could not disappear, because it was given to her by God. However, Hessie still decided to convey the truth to Diana, so she explained that her ability was also given by God. The saint did not like this information, which was noticeable by how much she shrank, although she did not say anything. The princess's reactions brought a smug smile to Hestia, who wanted to convince the girl of her rightness in any way. The heroine wanted the prince's wife to stop denying the fact that she would soon no longer be able to help people. To at least support the saint a little, the lady admitted that she herself was extremely surprised when she first saw this prediction. As soon as the Marquise said that she would like to tell Helios, Diana immediately asked her not to do it in fear. The girl got scared and got so excited that she even grabbed her rival tightly by the shoulders, begging her to keep quiet. The princess could barely say that she would tell her husband about everything a little later, but not now. The heroine was most surprised by the fact that Dee suddenly called her by name, as she was trying to win her favor. At the same time, the saint's hands continued to shake imploringly, and she herself continued to panic about the disappearance of her powers. The heroine was immediately reminded by this girl's behavior of the time when she also had a strange face and a desire to run away. Hestia didn't really understand what all this was about yet, so she decided to watch from the sidelines to at least understand something. So she nodded and said that since the princess was asking for it so desperately, she would remain silent and would not tell anyone anything. However, the Marquise did not finish there, as she leaned towards the saint and told her how this information could be hidden for much longer. In response, Diana's expression changed again as she once again sank into emotions of panic and helplessness because of what she had heard. But Hessie couldn't say anything more to the saint, so she said that it was time for her to return to her business. It remained a mystery to the heroine whether the prince and princess would be able to survive the loss of her powers or would still quarrel. Now Diana was like the protagonist of a novel who was somehow cruelly abandoned after a happy ending. Suddenly, the princess remembered how much the aristocrats discussed and hated her origin. The girl began to feel a lot of pressure from their past questions about what she could do at all, having been born into such a family. Suddenly, the lady remembered who exactly always saved and helped her in such a difficult and very oppressive situation for her from the outside. Each time, Helios and Kylus tenderly consoled the saint, explaining that she truly deserved her gift of helping people. The guys almost in unison told the girl how special she was, and as a result, Diana herself believed in all of this. Moreover, common people were madly in love with the saint, who also helped them to cure almost any illness. So when the girl unexpectedly married the prince, for her it all happened as if it was supposed to. However, somewhere deep inside, Diana continued to not believe in what was happening, although everything around her remained quite real. The handsome heir, who loved her madly, promised during the wedding that he would never leave his wife alone. It was at that moment that the lady finally believed that she had powers, because she truly was special to God. But all this did not explain why the saint's healing abilities would soon dry up. At this moment, Kylus, who was sitting in the carriage with the Marquise, noticed that she seemed to be upset about something. But Hestia was so carried away by admiring the guy's beauty that she didn't even notice that he said anything to her at all. A few minutes ago, the heroine almost packed the entire house with her on the trip just in case, barely stopping herself from doing so. So the couple were able to safely travel to the fertile land to choose a place for a soap factory. And Hessie didn't think at all about how she looked from the outside, because for her it was much more important to watch the handsome Kale. Although there will definitely be no meeting with Diana on this earth, the Marquis and his girlfriend used to often walk around the beautiful city. Moreover, it was in this place that the girl first struck Kylus when she healed a man with her powers without hesitation. So, squeezing her hands tightly, the lady knew that for the guy this trip was a serious test in moral terms. Because of this, the heroine, looking at her husband, even thought that this trip should be rescheduled for a calmer time. Suddenly, Kale spoke up and asked if the miss had really gone to the estate with Uros, which surprised her greatly. Not waiting for an answer, the Marquis suggested that the land was disturbing the girl so much, and she began to deny it. Suddenly, the guy calmly told that his city Ilion was a very nice place, so Hessie would definitely like it there. The Marquise herself knew that this place was located on the edge of the river and was full of beautiful, noisy streets and people happy with life. The girl was even amazed at how closely this place matched the descriptions from the original story of the novel. The lady knew that when Diana healed the child, Kale felt both gratitude for it and shame. But the saint herself at that moment asked the guy not to say that, because she cured the child because she wanted to. Kyle was very surprised when he heard only good words from his beloved in exchange for his walk with her. Diana smiled and said that in this place, you can feel that people live and work to the fullest and for their own pleasure. Right now, while riding in the carriage with her husband, Hestia completely by accident repeated exactly the same words out loud. The Marquis remembered too well everything the princess had said about Ilion, so he instantly recognized this phrase. The heroine realized that she had really let herself down when the gentleman asked how she knew all these words. She covered her mouth with her hand in surprise, as she had no idea how to find a way out of this very strange situation. Suddenly, the carriage in which the couple was riding accidentally ran over a rock and shook those inside it violently. This event somewhat saved the lady, because she was very frightened and therefore delayed the moment of explanation. Caelus noticed that the Marquise had turned pale, so he asked the confused girl if she was okay with everything. Hestia glanced at her beloved and realized that even in this situation, he was still beautiful. The girl didn't know why she was shaking so much because of the crookedly moving carriage, while the guy sat calmly in place. In the end, the lady decided that there was nothing wrong with her falling and disgracing herself, because everything was fine with her husband. Caelus guessed from the girl's behavior that even in such a situation, she was primarily concerned about him and not about herself. Suddenly, the Marquis called out to the lady, somewhat alarmed, and Hestia looked at him in confusion, although she was afraid. Kyle stood up and came closer, pointing out that the Marquise's ribbon had accidentally come loose from her hair due to the shaking of the carriage. At that moment, the assistant accidentally ran over another stone again, and the blow was so strong that even he ended up jumping. The servant was ashamed that this time he was unable to pull the cart normally because of the huge number of stones on the road. As it turned out, Hessie ended up falling on her side again, and Kale was hanging over her as he leaned on the seat to keep from falling. The guy immediately asked for forgiveness and wanted to move away, when suddenly the carriage began to skid again and he remained in place. The heroine felt the light and pleasant aroma of the Marquis and also felt his hair gently tickling her face. Hestia's head even started spinning from such closeness, since she had never been so close to her beloved before. Suddenly, Kylus asked if the girl had been able to hear the phrases that Diana had spoken in her precognition. The lady had already completely forgotten about this incident when the guy reminded her, so she urgently confirmed his suspicions. After which the miss breathed a sigh of relief since, although so unexpectedly, she got out of this confusing situation for herself. Suddenly, Kylus said that he understood why it seemed to him that the girl knew more about the past than about the future. The heroine guessed that although the Marquis was still psychologically weak, his insight was at its best and she should be more careful. Unexpectedly for the couple, the assistant suddenly knocked on the carriage door as they had already arrived at their destination. The girl was so carried away by what was happening with the guy that she didn't even notice how they managed to stop. Jumping off the seat, Hestia hurried out into the streets so as not to be embarrassed in her husband's company even more than before. Suddenly, to himself, Caelus remembered the lady's face when she was all red from embarrassment because of him. But at this moment, the heroine had already managed to get to the place of the possible future soap factory and was pleasantly surprised. The place that the Marquis showed her was even larger than Miss had initially expected, trying to take the bare minimum. However, Cal confidently stated that this former place of entertainment was no longer needed by anyone, so he gave it away. But Hestia couldn't understand why such a good place remained empty for such a long time. In any case, the Marquise couldn't help but smile at the thought of how lucky she was to be able to start her own business. Hessie even thought that with this business she would definitely be able to take care of her loved one, which made her very happy. Suddenly, Kale got down to business and asked if the girl had gathered all the soap makers needed for this event. The lady had to sadly admit that everyone she approached expressed complete disapproval and therefore refused. For common people, soap was like a work of art, so no one wanted to put it into the impersonal mass flow. The gentleman calmly listened to his wife's complaints that she had even brought in her friend Dekimar, but it was all useless. The only thing is that for some reason, the guy was interested in the details about the tailor who made the lady's dress, which surprised her. The heroine couldn't even imagine that Kailis would suddenly ask how close she was to this guy of common origin. The lady immediately replied that they were just friends, and the Marquis asked if this man could attract people for business. Miss still did not understand what her husband was leading her to, when suddenly he announced that he himself would gather all the necessary people for the matter. Hearing this, the girl immediately asked the young gentleman in bewilderment why he needed all this trouble. In response, Kyle angrily asked if the Marquis really didn't need his help, and the lady quickly changed her mind and agreed to everything. The Marquis once again heard from his wife the words that he did not need to overdo it for her sake. Hestia was surprised when the boy replied that he had tried so hard, in part, for the sake of Ilion, who had managed to abandon it. Suddenly, Kale asked if a husband had no right to help his wife with her business, and this greatly surprised the heroine, who froze in place. She was even able to call him by name as a sign of gratitude, despite the fact that she blushed deeply and was embarrassed. Suddenly, the lady noticed that the assistants were very close to them and immediately jumped back as she blushed even more. And the gentleman himself was surprised when he heard from his assistants that some unexpected visitor had suddenly come to see him. The Marquis was sure that this building had been abandoned long ago, and therefore there should not have been any guests here at all. Before the servant could explain anything, the workshop doors swung open loudly and an old man appeared on the threshold. It turned out to be an elder who had not seen Kyle for so long that he was very afraid of not making it to this meeting with him. Only after this was the assistant able to report that the headman of Ilion, who had already managed to miss them very much, was in such a hurry to see them. Hestia noticed how tired the old man was from running so fast, and so she ran up to him worriedly. Kellis didn't expect that his wife would somehow know the headman so well, unlike him. The guy even got the impression that the lady was much closer to the elder than to everyone else. Having greeted everyone around, the old man suddenly became interested and asked what had brought the company to this abandoned workshop. Instead of Hestia, Kale suddenly answered and said that he had come to show her the place where she would be doing business. But what surprised the heroine most was that the Marquis, for some reason, suddenly so openly and simply called her his wife. Kaelis himself behaved as if nothing too unusual had just happened to him. Although Hestia knew that they were indeed married on paper, she never heard her husband confirm this. Kaelis immediately noticed that his wife's joy quickly made him think something strange, but he said nothing. At that moment, the village headman promised that he would definitely help the lady equip this place for her business. The Marquise did not expect that the old man would suddenly express a desire to try his best just for her sake alone. The lady was grateful to her friend for this, because in reality she was just doing her own thing, and for some reason they were helping her. The Marquis watched the girl's emotions closely, as he did not expect that other people would praise her so much. Suddenly, the guy called Hessie his wife again, and her heart once again skipped at least one beat out of habit. Suddenly, the headman expressed his warm gratitude for the fact that the embankment had been repaired, which surprised Kyle. It turned out that the elder had been helping Hestia and Uros plan a budget to clean up the aftermath of the flood that year. Even though the flood brought Diana and Helios together, the common people ended up suffering greatly. Therefore, the heroine put a lot of effort into returning this territory to its original beautiful appearance. The old man understood perfectly well how much effort it took the lady to do this, so he was very grateful to her for her efforts. It was unclear why, but Hessie suddenly felt a pleasant warmth spreading throughout her body from the elder's words. A little later, when they came to visit, the old man put documents on the table in front of the couple and said that they could study them. Kaelis was the first to take the papers in his hands, since he did not expect the Marquise to deal with even such matters. Meanwhile, the girl handled all the accounting reports very skillfully, which noticeably surprised the young gentleman. He wondered to himself if the lady had really been able to do all this without any skillful help from anyone. Here Kyle noticed that Hestia had been looking at the documents with him, to which she explained that she simply had not seen the report yet. The Marquis was not greedy and showed the papers to Miss, for which she was very grateful to him because she wanted to understand everything. Hesse began to study the documents intently, and Kyle even asked if she had found a mistake, but everything was fine. The heroine confidently reported that this financial plan was not much different from the one she had originally come up with. At this moment, the elder watched the couple and could not help but smile, looking at their sweet and funny dialogues with each other. The lady explained to the Marquis that she learned something new every day, and that her skilled butler often helped her with this. Miss seriously believed that since she was now a marchioness, she was obliged to be able to deal with documents. After which she turned her gaze to the village elder and began to give him advice regarding the management of the city. The old man nodded in response to all of the lady's suggestions and assured her that he would do everything in the best possible way, so there was no need to worry. And Kayla suddenly came to the conclusion that Hestia, although she herself did not notice it, very easily charmed the people around her. Unexpectedly, the elder suggested that the couple now take a look at the recently repaired embankment for themselves. He began to boast that the renovation was so good that it was absolutely necessary to see it with one's own eyes. The heroine herself wanted to take a walk, but she was very worried about Kyle, who had once been here with Diana. At that moment, the Marquis was drinking tea quite calmly, so it was unclear what exactly he was thinking about now. Therefore, in order not to take her husband to a place where he had bad thoughts, the lady decided to refuse and come to the embankment alone. But then, when Hestia said that they would not go for a walk, at the same time Kayla suddenly announced that they would go. The Marquise didn't expect the guy to suddenly announce that he would like to see the result of her efforts in the city right now. Moreover, Cal was sure that the dam would be a very good place for their first walk together in nature. But what surprised Hesse most of all was that the gentleman wanted to appear with her among people as real spouses. But for the guy himself, this desire was not at all surprising, so he remained just as calm. Rising to his feet, Kailas extended his hand to the girl and personally suggested that she go for a walk along the embankment right now. The heroine was so surprised by everything that was happening that she stood there for a while with her mouth slightly open. She looked at her beloved with wide eyes and understood that her life next to such a beautiful man had become simply a fairy tale. So, although very timidly and hesitantly, the girl offered her hand to her husband with great pleasure. As they walked past the embankment, the lady constantly felt as if she had simply fallen into a real and long dream. Even the fact that she was unable to be completely alone with her beloved because of the servants did not upset the miss at all in the end. The only thing that really bothered Hestia was the distance at which the assistants somehow kept themselves. And what embarrassed the girl even more was that as soon as she looked at them, the servants immediately began to wink at her supportively. As a result, Hesse decided to focus on her own pleasant feelings because she was holding her husband's hand. She even knew too well that the dam that was built was a beautiful place because she had read about it in the original story. Then Kailas walked along these very same roads with Diana, and together they smiled very happily, enjoying each other's company. And now, all the heroine could do was walk next to the Marquis, since she was afraid to remind him once again about the saint. Suddenly, Kale was the first to break the very long silence that had reigned between him and the girl, as he decided to confess something. Hestia didn't expect that the gentleman himself would suddenly say that he had once walked here with the current princess. She admitted that she knew about it, and Kyle whispered sadly that nothing could be hidden from his wife. The girl saw no point in lying to the Marquis about her knowledge, although she felt sad along with him because she wanted the guy to smile. However, Hesse looked straight into Kale's eyes and told him that around her he didn't have to pretend that everything was okay. Only after these words was the Marquis finally able to calmly immerse himself in his own memories of the princess. When he walked with Diana, the lady was amazed at literally everything she saw around her and showed it to her friend. Miss was even impressed by the glare of the sun on the water, which she always told the Marquis, who smiled at her. The guy shared that the saint was shining so brightly that he didn't even think that he had the right to even accidentally touch her. Only now the gentleman himself did not even understand the reasons for his behavior, because he believed that it was clearly unnecessary. Hestia listened carefully to Kale's words, and at the same time she felt pain in her own chest because of his sad words. The Marquis suggested that his wife might be uncomfortable with such dialogues, but she shook her head. At this point, the servants noticed that the boy and girl had stopped ahead and decided to wait until they started walking again. And Hestia explained to her husband that in fact, for everyone around her, it was enough to simply live and enjoy a simple life. The heroine herself thought at the same time that believing in one's own rightness is not always the right path. She remembered all of Diana's beliefs very well and hated her for it very much, because she absolutely could not understand it. Kyle noticed that the girl was seriously thinking for some reason, and therefore he carefully called out to her to bring her to her senses. Since even now the lady continued to remain silent, the guy even began to worry about her, but did not know how he could help. However, after a few minutes, Hestia finally came to her senses, as she thought of what she wanted to tell her husband. Tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, the lady with a gentle smile suggested that she too try to live the simplest life. She suddenly stated very confidently that she could completely relieve Kailas from any complex and very difficult tasks. It was clear from the boy's face that he liked such pleasant words with concern for him, although the Marquis did not say anything in response. As soon as Kailas opened his mouth, a strong wind suddenly blew upon them, instantly ruffling the heroine's hair. The girl did not expect such a trick from nature, so she did not secure her hair too tightly, and it completely came undone. It was the first time Kyle had ever seen a lady in such an unkempt state that he couldn't help but grin, covering his mouth with his hand. However, even this was not enough, because the guy then began to openly laugh at this situation. Hestia couldn't understand why her hair was in such disarray again, since her husband's hair was much longer. Suddenly, the guy gently took the missus' face with both hands and asked if it wasn't too late for her to tell him something like that. Carefully removing the dangling ribbon from Hessie's head, Kyle explained that she had already done more for him than she could ever hope to. So now adjusting his wife's hair, the Marquis said that he was already very grateful to her for everything that had happened. The heroine was shocked to hear something like this from a usually silent and indifferent gentleman. But what confused the girl even more was that Kyla suddenly, for some reason, began to slowly approach her face. Hestia's mouth dropped open in surprise, and she didn't even think about the fact that she could push her beloved back at any moment. She blushed terribly because she realized that if the Marquis came any closer, he would touch her lips. But instead, Kaelis suddenly finished tying the ribbon on his wife's head, which he informed her about, moving away. What surprised Hestia most was that the Marquis had somehow gotten hold of the hairpin she had lost not long ago and secured it to her ponytail. The heroine guessed that she had dropped the decoration during the shaking of the carriage, and Kyle had picked it up and had been silently keeping it with him all this time. Now the lady was ashamed that she thought about completely different actions of her beloved, and he just wanted to help her. The guy suddenly noticed that thanks to the efforts of his wife, the renovated embankment looked very beautiful and pleasant. So he smiled genuinely and said he had no idea how many times he had to say thank you. The girl was so surprised and pleasantly surprised by her beloved's words that she could not say anything in response. Miss once again realized that she did the right thing when she chose her beloved as the goal of her life. Since they had already seen everything they wanted, the guy suggested going home and headed towards the carriage first. And at that moment, the heroine thought that in fact, it was she who should have thanked Kylus for everything. She raised her head and looked around again, realizing how beautiful nature was everywhere. Hestia's mood immediately lifted due to everything that had happened, so she smiled at her thoughts. It so happened that, except for her lover, everything else for the lady was simply like meaningless text. A few days later, Harmonia came to visit the heroine and immediately asked about the Mrs. trip with her husband. Hestia even spat out all the tea by accident out of surprise because she clearly remembered that she had not told Madame about this. In response, the woman explained with a cheerful smile that everyone in high circles does nothing but talk about the couple. Only now did the lady realize how quickly the rumors had spread, although she herself had not expected it. Looking at her teacher, Miss guessed that she was simply curious to know about the romantic plan for the trip, but the girl had to disappoint the aristocrat, as she said that she and Kale had simply inspected the property. When it came to gathering soap makers, Hestia became despondent again, as she still couldn't find anyone. But in fact, the Marquise was not at all sad about this, because the young gentleman quickly coped with this task. The guy himself pretended that doing something like this was extremely simple for him and did not take much time at all, while the heroine looked at her beloved with wide eyes and her face was very surprised. For the Marquis, the most important thing was that now many poor people could finally find work. Harmonia was pleasantly surprised when she heard that Kaelis had suddenly taken on the matter personally and was able to help his wife. Immediately after these words, the girl enthusiastically began to tell the teacher how good her lover was. It was indeed very important for Hestia to succeed in this matter, so she was extremely grateful to the Marquis for his help. But what bothered the lady most was that, despite all her noise at Diana's tea party, Madame still continued to communicate with her. At the same time, Harmonia very successfully pretended that absolutely nothing bad had happened to anyone, and this led Hessie to think that the relationship between the aristocrat and the princess had, albeit imperceptibly, changed. In order to observe all the rules of elementary politeness, Miss asked how Madame had lived all this time. As soon as the Marquise asked this question, the teacher suddenly became gloomy because she had problems. Imagine the girl's surprise when she heard that Madame had come to her because of the situation with the princess. At the same time, it was clear from the woman's face how difficult it was for her to say every word against her former ward. So Hestia gave the aristocrat a reserved support, agreeing that the saint had a straightforward character. However, the lady was forced to admit that she did not expect to hear something like this from Harmonia about Diana. Then the woman finally sadly admitted that Madame Merope had decided to leave the imperial palace. This was great news for the miss because she knew that the old woman had been the guardian of the ruling family for many years. Harmonia was greatly troubled by the fact that although the emperor and the prince tried to stop the maid of honor, it was useless. As a result, Madame, who loved Merope very much, even suggested that it was all because of the princess. Hestia immediately remembered that the old woman really had nothing to do with the recent tea party. Remembering that event, Madame assumed that it was not for nothing that the Marquise had been so bold there. However, she was still concerned about the condition of the lady-in-waiting who was so diligently leaving her imperial home. Although the heroine outwardly expressed sympathy, inwardly she rejoiced that Diana had ruined her reputation. Harmonia herself came to the conclusion that it was time for her to talk to the princess so that she would not act so boldly. But instead of coming up with some kind of plan, Madame suddenly admitted that she couldn't find a place for herself. These words greatly surprised the Marquise, because Madame was one of those who believed in her people to the very end. But right now the woman clearly didn't know whether she should even try to help the woman, who was playing around with her saintly status. Hestia couldn't believe that Harmonia herself had ultimately abandoned the saint and was now asking her for a favor. Suddenly, Madame announced that she wanted the Marquise to personally come to the imperial palace and talk to the princess. The heroine did not expect such a turn of events at all, and then froze in place in surprise. The girl could not imagine such a situation at all, while the lady had great faith in her. The aristocrat eventually came so close to her student that the lady even saw her own reflection in his eyes. The lady tried to remind her that the saint did not like her after tea, but Harmonia did not listen to her at all. As a result, the woman became so emotional that it was easier for the lady to silently listen to her words. The girl faced a very difficult choice, since she absolutely did not want to lose the teacher's trust. At the same time, Madame herself understood how many difficulties she had just caused with her not entirely simple request. But she increasingly came to the conclusion that at least someone needed to talk to Diana urgently. The fact is that when Harmonia herself spoke to the saint, she abruptly put her cup of tea on the table out of indignation, after which the princess declared that she was not going to listen about Merope and everything else, and walked out of the room. The woman understood that if the prince's wife continued to behave in this manner, she would quickly lose all authority. That's why she decided to turn to the only person she could trust in this situation. But the heroine herself was not at all delighted that the aristocrat asked her for help. while Harmonia herself, with undying hope in her eyes, continued to look at her faithful student. The girl guessed that Madame had acted very cunningly, because she had placed all the initiative and responsibility on her shoulders. But on the other hand, it became clear to Hestia that Diana's condition was so bad that she didn't even listen to the teacher. Rumour had it that the Marquise knew that the Emperor and the Prince had said that they would never allow Merope to leave their palace. But the princess quarrelled more and more with her husband because of this decision, which she absolutely did not like. Since Helios had not yet called her to him, Hesi concluded that he did not yet know about the disappearance of the saint's powers. It also meant that the heroine still had one more opportunity to put pressure on Diana, so she smiled. In the end, the lady told Harmony that she could not refuse such a request, and the woman immediately beamed with a smile. And the miss herself decided that she would definitely take advantage of this a little later and ask the teacher for some favor. At that moment, the heir was walking all alone through his beautiful garden of lilies and other flowers. The guy needed to collect his thoughts and get over the fact that Merope had announced to everyone that she was leaving soon. Helios had known this woman since childhood and loved her with all his heart, so he was very upset about the possible separation. The maid of honor was a loyal assistant to the imperial family her entire life, so no one could imagine life without her. As a little boy, Heli lost his mother early, but Merope more than replaced his empress. So, as soon as the guy heard about his assistant leaving, he immediately burst into her room without knocking. Madame was packing her things at the time, so she only nodded briefly when the prince asked if she was really leaving. After which the maid of honor bowed low and announced that all the other servants would take good care of the gentleman. Then the heir could not stand it and anxiously asked if the woman had made such a decision because of quarrels with the princess. But the lady did not admit this, but only said that she was simply tired of working so honestly for so long. So now, without having stopped Merope, Helios walked alone in the garden, but could not find any solution. Only now did he realize that for Diana, all old-fashioned ladies were simply a hotbed of luxury and authoritarianism. It was for this reason that the girl arranged such a brazen tea party, wanting to declare her beliefs to everyone at once. But Merope immediately perceived such actions as an insult to her dignity, and therefore could not tolerate them. Haley had heard many rumors, so now he was probably sure that it was because of his wife that the lady-in-waiting was leaving the palace. The heir was extremely sad about this, but he could not choose between the two women he loved. Unexpectedly for himself, the guy suddenly noticed that his wife had even stopped taking proper care of the garden. But once upon a time, a girl convinced him that when she sees beautiful flowers, she immediately feels at peace. The princess then said with a smile that the prince looked too anxious, so he should also look at the plants. In response, the guy began to flirt and, approaching his wife, asked what he should do if the flowers suddenly disappeared. And the saint whispered that she would then appear behind him and would definitely console him with her own embrace. Therefore, when Haley suddenly heard a female voice behind him, he immediately decided that it was a saint who had come to him. He turned around abruptly and shouted her name, as he was now in confusion and really needed any support. But instead of his beloved, the heir suddenly saw a puzzled Hestia, who came to him for a dialogue. Noticing that Helios was clearly not himself, the Marquise anxiously asked him what had happened. And in the heir's head, the image of the princess, who promised to always be there at the right moment, still flickered. In the end, the guy couldn't stand it and said out loud that he was extremely disappointed to see the Marquise next to him. The girl did not expect such a reaction at all and even thought that it was in vain that she appeared next to the prince at such a moment. The heir himself thought that the ladies' voices were very different, but for some reason he so easily confused them with each other. It was very difficult for Hestia to stay close to such an arrogant man, but she ordered herself to endure. Although the girl received the request from the madam herself, she still did not intend to talk specifically to the princess. So the lady came to the imperial palace precisely in order to have a proper talk with the heir. The Marquise realized that she had guessed the time of arrival, since the guy's face was extremely worried when he turned around. Hestia was not sure whether the prince was so worried about Madame Merope or about his father's deteriorating health. Unexpectedly, Healy himself interrupted the girl's thoughts and said that he was glad to meet her because he just wanted to talk to her about something. The prince looked so thoughtful and worried that it became clear that it was difficult for him to speak. For a moment, Hesse even thought that Diana had already told her husband about the disappearance of her abilities. But instead, the guy asked if Kale had finally inspected his possessions, which surprised the heroine. From shock, she even mentally fell face down, although for the heir himself, nothing changed. A few seconds later, the lady explained that they had indeed gone on a short trip together. Healy asked what the Marquise's health was like, and the miss explained that she had taken the best doctor with her just in case. This made the prince understand that Kealas still could not come to his senses and was ill due to mental problems. Looking at Helios, the Marquise realized that he became interested in his friend's condition only when he himself became ill. Nevertheless, Hesse was already glad that she was able to understand that the saint had not yet told her husband about her prediction. The girl was very interested in how long Diana would hide this terrible secret from everyone, but revealing all this was not in the heroine's plans for now, so she thanked the prince with a smile for his concern. The lady noticed that Helios looked different than usual today, and he immediately began to be rude to her in response. Suddenly, in conversation, Hestia specifically mentioned the emperor, which the guy could not leave unnoticed. So he anxiously asked what the lady meant, and she explained that she knew that her prediction had come true, after which the miss added that although the princess had used her power on the ruler, his son still looked anxious. Hestia reminded the prince that she would learn all the important secrets anyway, and he understood that the Marquise was telling the truth. Then he admitted that the emperor had difficulty moving, and Hesse said that she knew he was not fully healed. Hearing this, Helios immediately became angry at the girl who had seen a lot but said little about it. Covering her grin with her hand, the heroine asked in a sarcastic voice if his wife hadn't told the heir anything yet. But Haley absolutely did not understand what Diana had to do with it, and in response the Marquise stated that she would not say anything for now. This angered the prince even more, but he was in no condition to run after the girl and demand an explanation from her. Moreover, before leaving, Hestia said that the guy would sooner or later find out everything himself, and he thought about it. The heroine decided to take maximum advantage of the prince's condition and reminded him of Merope, which struck the air even more. The girl spoke in riddles because she wanted Helios to come to his own conclusions about what was happening around him. Finally, she said with a smile that now she doesn't even know who the most authoritative person in the imperial palace is. These words deeply hurt the crown prince, and he asked the lady to leave such a difficult topic for him for now. Noticing that she had gone a little too far, the heroine immediately asked for forgiveness just in case because she did not want to provoke anger. Walking through the garden, Hestia thought about how many more secrets were hidden within the walls of the imperial palace. And every such misunderstanding was only to the girl's advantage, so she grinned slyly while no one was looking. The Marquise had no doubt that Helios was smart and would be able to understand what she was hinting at. The guy really guessed that. Although the Marquise scolded Diana again, this time she had some reason for it. He had enough time to communicate with the lady to understand that she would not throw around such words without reason. Therefore, the prince decided to quickly visit his wife, who at that moment was drinking tea in the room as if nothing had happened. When she saw her beloved, the girl smiled at him radiantly as always, because she was sincerely glad that he had come. But Helios himself could not smile as brightly at that moment, because he knew that the miss was hiding something from him. Not noticing the heir's condition, the princess invited him to have a cup of tea with her as they often did together. But the guy stopped her and said that he had come with a very important request, although he was too unsure of its necessity. The saint wanted to joke when suddenly the prince asked her to heal her father again, which caused the girl to even let go of the teapot. Ever since Hestia had predicted her loss of powers, Diana had been constantly afraid that she would one day hear those words. However, she managed to force herself to smile again and asked what her lover was talking about. The boy breathed a sigh of relief when the princess said that she would definitely visit the emperor again tomorrow afternoon. But then the prince asked if Diana hadn't started using her power too often, which frightened her again. Then the girl could not stand it any longer and said that if she lost her strength, then she would be able to understand her husband's concerns. After which the lady lied and said that she was completely fine, so he should not doubt her abilities. The heir immediately tried to object, but the miss interrupted his words and firmly took his hand to finally calm him down. The princess explained that she would keep an eye on the ruler, so Helios would have absolutely no need to worry about anything. The girl tried to smile as kindly as possible and asked if her husband could trust her in such a situation. No matter how sad the heir was, the support from his beloved worked very well, so he thought about it. However, Haley still wanted to ask the holy question when suddenly someone knocked on the door of the room where they were sitting together. The princess immediately allowed entry, and a maid appeared in the room, who conveyed that the priests were already waiting. But Diana said that they didn't need to wait at all, since she was already on her way, and so she got up from the sofa. Haley protested, but the lady explained that this meeting had been planned in advance, so it was time for her to go. As a result, the guy was once again left completely alone, although he didn't want that more than anything in the world right now. As they walked down the corridor, the maid noticed that for some reason the mistress was in a much greater hurry than usual. The assistant even thought that someone was following the princess, although everything in the palace was in perfect order. The whole point was that the saint was worried about her husband's question, which completely by chance hit the mark. The girl didn't know for sure whether Hestia had managed to tell the prince anything, and because of this she nervously bit her fingers. She suddenly remembered the advice of the Marquise, who suggested a way for the princess to hide her secret as long as possible. This made Diana understand that at the moment, Kaelis' wife was unlikely to act, so everything was fine. So the saint decided that it was not yet time to confess anything to her husband, because her powers had not yet completely disappeared. The princess hoped until the very end that Hestia's prediction might accidentally not come true, and that this would save her. She knew that if her powers really did disappear, it would immediately become known, but until then she was going to keep quiet. At this moment, Helios was still sitting all alone in the room and thinking about what was happening in his life. For some reason, everyone he trusted to the end decided to turn away from the heir at the most difficult moment. Moreover, what tormented the guy most was the fact that his beloved, for some reason, became very suspicious, but did not say anything. The heir could not understand at all where exactly he had made the mistake for which he was now forced to suffer. For a moment, Helly even suggested that the Marquise might be to blame for everything, but he immediately threw this thought out of his head. He admitted to himself that he himself could not complete any task, and no one but he was to blame for this. Unexpectedly for himself, the prince realized that he had experienced such difficult periods in his life before, but it was easier for him. It was all because at those moments, the faithful Marquis Kaelis always remained by his side, so he decided to meet him. The next morning, as Hestia was sorting through her envelopes, she was pleased to notice that Countess Erinis had invited her to visit. After reading the latest news that Madame had reported in the letter, the girl realized that everything was going even better than she had expected. Even though Erinis complained that Diana was opening up too slowly, the heroine was still pleased. The only thing the Countess was worried about was that she learned the news about the Maid of Honor Merope too late. But the lady did not regret at all that she had forgotten to write about this, since she believed that this news would not be needed by her ally. The Marquise was very comfortable with this type of relationship, where they simply stayed in touch and, if necessary, helped each other. Only Miss thought that Erinis would be able to get closer to the princess much faster, but this took time. So, having thoroughly analysed the situation, the heroine decided to give a few hints to the Countess because she knew the plot of the novel. To begin with, she advised Madame to suggest to the saint that she completely change her surroundings as quickly as possible. The girl explained that Erinis would be much better at recruiting young aristocrats than she would be. Deep down, Hestia had hoped that among these close associates, there would once again be those who were dissatisfied with Diana. So she decided to send the letter for now, and then think about how she could harm the princess. The lady still wondered if the saint had told her husband about her powers, but she assumed that this had not happened yet. At the moment, Miss did not want to interfere in their relationship, since she was not ready to act. Instead, the girl quickly went to the country house where she had already met with his lover. But as soon as the girl entered the hall, she immediately froze in complete shock, as she was dissatisfied. For some reason, Helios and Caelus stood in front of each other, silently looking into each other's eyes, although without hostility. They were in a quiet mansion, which was the prince's secret building, and he invited the couple there. It was in this place that the heir first noticed Diana, and thus began their relationship. But right now, the heroine had the impression that the former friends had gathered here to compete in beauty. Unexpectedly for Hestia, Chaol suddenly suggested that the crown prince retire for a personal dialogue between them. To the heroine's surprise, the heir calmly agreed to this proposal, so she ended up being left out of the dialogue. Hestia didn't even have time to say anything before the guys suddenly disappeared through the door, leaving her completely alone in this building for a while. In part, the lady could understand their actions, because a couple of days ago she found out that only Kyle was invited to this meeting. The husband said this somewhat absent-mindedly, and added that his former friend wanted to meet in some quiet place. Since this was an official order from the prince, the Marquis could not ignore it in this situation. These words made Hestia incredibly angry, as she believed that the heir had no right to act in such a way. Caelus noticed this, but decided not to focus on it, and asked if the lady knew why Heli had decided to meet with him. The heroine thought for a moment and said that lately the heir really did look on the verge of moral exhaustion. Thoughtfully stroking the rim of her cup, the lady suddenly realized that the prince had become much more sensitive when the problems with Diana worsened. Miss was also worried that during his last visit to Helios, Chaol was unable to control his emotions and suffered. The guy carefully watched his thinking wife and concluded that she was still angry at the behavior of the emperor's son. The Marquise herself was so absorbed in her own emotions at that moment that she did not notice her husband's gaze. The guy smiled and thought that every time the young lady got angry, he only felt calmer. Suddenly, the girl finally calmed down and tried to say something to her partner, although she didn't succeed right away. Before the Marquis could ask what was going on, Hestia loudly declared that she too would like to go to this meeting with the Crown Prince. The lady's enthusiasm, which came from nowhere, noticeably confused Caelus, so he was unable to enthusiastically accept her idea. However, since Miss Helios had not invited her, she remained sitting in the hall while the boys retired for a conversation. This only made the heroine even more worried, as she was left alone with her endless stream of thoughts. The only one who could somehow try to help the girl in this situation was the doctor, who cautiously called out to her. He smiled sweetly and said that the Marquis was probably doing well, so the lady had been worried for nothing. However, even with such good support, Hestia still couldn't relax and completely let go of the whole situation. Then the man said that if this continued, he would treat the Marquise, not her husband, and the miss tried to calm down. All because the girl was worried that the guys had been talking to each other for too long for some reason. Just then, the door behind her swung open, and Caelus finally came out of the room, which startled Hessie a little. She immediately turned around, since the fear for her beloved had not yet passed, and immediately noticed what condition he was in. For some reason, the young gentleman was very upset by the result of his conversation with his former friend, and this was noticeable on his face. The heroine quickly ran up to her husband and noticed that he was very pale, asking how he felt after the conversation. While the boy and the girl were standing next to each other, the prince managed to slip out of the room and walk past them as quickly as possible. The heir briefly called his assistant, ordering him to return to the imperial palace after him. At that moment, a doctor ran up to Caelus with a bottle of some medicine, saying that the Marquis would urgently need to drink it. But Kyle suddenly pushed the medicine aside, which greatly surprised both his wife and the servant who wanted to help. Instead, the gentleman looked closely into the Marquise's eyes, since he now wanted to ask her a few questions. Imagine the lady's surprise when the guy suddenly started talking about how she had asked the prince for all the lands of Duke Orcus. This rich and vast territory had been abandoned for several years due to the unexpected death of its owner. Miss could not even suggest that her request to issue the title to her husband could be revealed in such a misunderstanding of the situation. The Marquis himself was terribly disappointed in Hestia, since he could not even imagine that she would ask for something like this from an heir. The girl understood perfectly well why the guy was confused, because before that she herself said that she did not need any territories or wealth. Only her demand for a title spoke otherwise, although in fact the lady had completely different reasons for asking for such a thing. Unexpectedly for the heroine, Kale asked in a very sad voice if she really wanted to become a duchess someday. The tone in which the gentleman spoke to her frightened Hestia very much, because she had never heard such an intonation before. But what frightened the Marquise most was Kaelus's suggestion that she might somehow be connected with Ratona. In fact, the heir had no intention of telling his friend anything about his deal with Hestia. The prince simply wanted to speak personally with his former friend, which he explained to him, asking for forgiveness for the order he had given. Heli himself understood perfectly well that he couldn't treat his friends in this way, but he was afraid that Kale would refuse otherwise. But the Marquis himself believed that it was now useless to call them friends, since too much time had passed. As a result, the heir was surprised by how formally his former friend suddenly began to speak to him. The boy immediately asked the Marquis not to speak so formally, but he now considered it completely wrong. When the gentleman began to be stubborn, it was useless to try to persuade him, so he did not listen at all. Because of this, the emperor's son became completely embarrassed, since he did not know how he could even begin the dialogue. He understood that it was his own fault that Kyle had become so distant as a result, and did not want to trust again. But Helios himself didn't know with whom he could have a heart-to-heart talk now, which he sadly admitted to his interlocutor. Caelus looked at the prince carefully, and concluded that he was indeed, for some reason, very morally exhausted. So the Marquis tried to support Heli, which surprised him, as he did not expect to hear that the choice was always his. Kyle was sure that the decision to trust always concerned only one person, and few could influence it. The heir immediately thought hard about these words, since they completely corresponded to his incomprehensible situation. Right now, the emperor's son didn't even know if he could trust his own wife, who continued to smile sweetly at him. Because of the emotions that overwhelmed him, Heli even clenched his fist tightly, since he was not ready to make any decisions right now. His former friend continued to sit silently next to him, as he saw that the prince simply needed time to think a little. Eventually, the guy got tired of waiting, so he stood up and said that his wife was already waiting for him, so it was time for him to go. Heli was surprised to hear Kyle call Hestia his wife, but for the master it was completely natural. The heir was surprised that the guy loved his wife so much, despite the fact that she asked him, and this puzzled Kyle. Imagine the Marquis's surprise when Helios reported that Hestia had asked to make him a duke and appropriate the lands of Orcus. It always seemed to him that the girl was not greedy at all, since she was not at all drawn to the possible riches around her. However, the Marquis understood that the heir had no reason to lie, so he was in great confusion at that moment. What Caelus feared most was that another person close to him might betray him again, which would lead to pain. And the heroine saw from her husband's face that right now he was not at all okay because of what he had recently found out. It only took her a couple of seconds to instantly blame herself for everything and start to worry a lot about it. The gentleman did not expect at all that his wife would suddenly begin to make such terrible faces, internally reproaching herself. Neither the assistant nor the Marquis himself knew how they should behave in this situation, so they silently watched the lady. But literally a few seconds later, the heroine ordered herself to calm down, reminding herself that everything was completely in her hands. She immediately explained that she had no connections with the late Duchess and never had any, and that her motives were completely different. The girl recalled that she had once spoken about her desire to see the prince and princess apologize to the Marquis, so she needed the territories of Orcus and the title for her husband only for this, which the lady tried to convince the guy of. Hestia looked him straight in the eyes desperately, because she didn't know any other way to prove her innocence. Suddenly, Caelus asked on what basis he should believe in all this, which greatly surprised the heroine. The girl did not expect the Marquis to say that without an oath anyone could say something like that, but it would not be true. Hesse remembered how important oaths were in this world, so she asked if she could make one. after which the lady very carefully took her husband's hand because she was afraid that he would eventually push her away. Miss said with absolute sincerity that she wanted the guy to become an irreplaceable figure in the empire with a great life. The Marquise believed that this country would not be able to get back on its feet without Kailas, which she told him right now. Hestia swore that she would do everything to fulfill her words, and until then, not let go of her lover's hand. She tenderly kissed her husband's fingers, and then looked straight into his eyes with an honest and kind look. But without answering this oath, the Marquis suddenly pulled his hand away and simply said that they should go home together. These actions of his upset the heroine so much that she grabbed her head in despair, not knowing what to do. At this moment, the doctor obediently waited for his master in the corridor and was surprised when he saw that he was walking alone. However, when the man tried to find out the answer to his question, Kyle did not answer him and simply rushed past. But the assistant still managed to notice out of the corner of his eye something that made him freeze in amazement and not try to catch up with the Marquis. The whole point was that it seemed to him as if the guy had blushed a little, which hadn't happened to him for a long time. Kailas himself remembered his words to Helios about faith and realized that he himself was in the same position. Several days had passed since that conversation, and all this time Hestia had communicated only with her loyal butler. Since the heroine could not think of an excuse to approach her husband, she waited until the first samples of soap arrived. It was with this news that the Marquise decided to visit Kailas, since she could no longer bear the silence between them. However, even after properly collecting her thoughts, the lady still froze in front of the door to her husband's office. Suddenly, before the miss had even had time to touch the door handle, the Marquis himself, quite by accident, began to leave the room. Hestia immediately noticed that her beloved's face was still as beautiful as it had been a few days before. At the same time, the young gentleman himself did not expect to see the girl at the door, so he simply called her by name in confusion. As a result, the lady began to worry so much that she couldn't even explain properly why she came to her husband. It was only after a few minutes that the miss collected her thoughts and said that soap samples had arrived and she wanted to show them. The guy suggested looking at everything in the office, and Hestia, although she was still embarrassed, still agreed to it. The first thing the gentleman noted was that the first samples arrived after a short period of time. The Marquise was very grateful to her husband for the way he began their business conversation so naturally. The girl looked at the guy carefully and concluded that he had not gotten worse, and he was not even avoiding his wife, as she had thought at first. But the heroine still couldn't find the answer to the question of whether Kailas had finally decided to trust her despite everything. For Miss, this would have been the best option, but she did not dare to ask to be sure of everything. Here Kyle spoke again because he noticed that the artisans had made several trial versions of soap. The guy thought for a bit and said that the best would be solid soap, to which it would be nice to add a scent. The heroine herself only now realized that then the common people would be more drawn to any kind of their products. She immediately blossomed into a smile because she realized how smart her husband was, who took into account even such little things. Kailas was surprised by how easily the girl immediately accepted his words as correct, although he had said nothing of the sort. He was embarrassed, but did not show it, and the lady was so carried away by her own thoughts that she did not notice. At that moment, it seemed to the guy that Hestia was somehow too excited, for which he could not find a reason. The Marquis remembered the Miss's recent face, and for some reason it made him feel very uncomfortable, although he was not guilty of anything. However, Kyle couldn't help but squeeze his hand slightly, although he tried not to show his wife his worry. Instead, Kailas reminded the girl that the craftsman made soap for personal hygiene, as this was important to consider. Hestia didn't expect her husband to suddenly ask if it wouldn't be unusual for commoners to use soap when washing. The Marchioness immediately agreed, since she herself knew that most people simply kept these funds at home. This is why the lady was able to come up with a way to attract attention that immediately amazed her maids. It turned out that Miss decided to involve famous actors in the advertising under the name Helena and Pollux, which absolutely everyone knew. As soon as the boy and girl entered the estate, the assistants immediately swarmed them from all sides, for which Hesse felt ashamed. However, the lady was glad that her method was definitely going to work, since it had caused such a reaction in advance. She knew that there was a very strong religious belief at work in this novel, so it would be difficult to get people used to soap just like that. When Hestia invited them into her office, they immediately asked if she really had decided to sponsor their upcoming play. At the same time, both actors smiled so dazzlingly that the Marquise involuntarily covered herself with her hands so as not to become embarrassed. Her whole plan was to use the play to create good quality advertising for the soap. This is exactly what the lady told her guests, offering to include her product in their next performance for money. The girl herself really hoped that Helena and Pollux would not refuse her, because she considered her request not so significant. But the partners immediately said that they could not accept her sponsorship under such difficult conditions for them. Miss was very surprised by this, but the actors explained that the matter was that the play had already been fully staged. The heroine was afraid of exactly this situation when she was late with her proposal, and her plan was now a complete failure. Helena said with bitterness in her voice that she would gladly like to cooperate, but it was now beyond her power. Nevertheless, Hestia asked the guests to read the contract so that they would at least know what they were both refusing. As soon as they took the papers in their hands, the boy and girl immediately said that even if they read the document, they would not change their minds. Hesse wasn't very pleased to hear this, but she knew there was nothing more she could do, although she was sad to admit it. A few days ago, the heroine told her husband about a plan to sponsor soap advertising through a popular play. Hestia wanted to show how this hygiene product should be used correctly so that it would become popular among the masses. The guy smiled faintly as he remembered that trends in food and clothing often started in the same way. Without saying another word, the Marquis simply wrote a monetary figure on a piece of paper and said that it was the amount of the donation. Although the lady unquestioningly wrote this amount down in the contract, she herself did not know what the prices were now in the creative world. However, Miss was absolutely sure that such famous actors as Helena and Pollux would not work for little money. Suddenly, the lady noticed that the actress's face had turned sharply pale at the moment when she had reached almost the middle of the contract. Without explaining anything to her fair-haired partner, she urgently demanded that he hand her his hand as quickly as possible. Imagine the Marquise's surprise when the guest suddenly signed a contract with her and even thanked her for something. The Marquise did not know that Caelus even thought that he had underestimated the actor's abilities, and therefore regretted that he had given them so little money, while Helena and Pollux themselves were now ready to include information about soap in almost every episode of the performance. Since the lady still had to work on the advertising, she let the guests go and immediately sat down to the documents and thinking through the details. As a result, the girl was faced with so much work at once that she fell into bed that evening almost unconscious. The only thing that made Hestia happy in this situation was that at the moment there were no classes with Harmonia. Only now did the heroine remember that she still needed to contact Countess Arenas to find out how she was doing. It was only literally the next morning that Helios, who had been waiting for his guest to arrive, called the Marquise to his place. Although the girl was quite tired due to a lot of things to do, she could not refuse the prince a meeting, so she politely greeted him. The lady noticed almost immediately that, instead of greeting her in return, the guy for some reason asked her to sit down. Miss felt that the heir's attitude towards her had somehow changed, but she could not find a clear explanation for herself. As soon as the heroine sat down on the indicated chair, Heli suddenly surprised her by saying that he hadn't believed it all this time. The guy, somewhat embarrassed, said that he was put off by Hestia's quarrels with his wife, so he considered her words to be feigned. However, only now the guy was completely convinced that all the Marquise's predictions had always come true exactly. But the girl still did not quite understand why the prince was suddenly telling her all this, since she did not know the purpose of their dialogue. Imagine the lady's surprise when Helios confessed that she had forced him to fully accept her abilities and begin to need them. The girl was not very pleased with the sarcastic tone of her interlocutor, with which he told her this very important information. Only today did she notice that behind that tone were also hidden feelings of defeat, powerlessness, and resignation. However, the heroine only felt that she was uneasy, since she still did not understand what all these words were about. Helios suddenly announced that even when he did not fully trust the Marquise, he still appointed her as his assistant. After which, the heir confidently approached the girl and demanded that she tell him everything she had talked about with Diana. Hestia didn't expect Healy to even give her a direct order, as refusing it would mean disobeying the emperor. But the fact that the guy so persistently demanded the whole truth actually played into the Marquise's hands, which she was going to keep silent about. Taking a deep breath, Hessie switched on her actress mode to fully justify her silence all this time. With a sad mood, the lady admitted that she had already conveyed the prediction to the princess personally a long time ago, without telling anyone else. The guy was noticeably surprised when he heard that Diana herself was going to tell him everything, but asked the lady to remain silent for now. Hestia paused in her dialogue, wanting to appear as if it was extremely difficult for her to tell her words to the saint. Helios could not even imagine that in the next 2 years his wife would completely lose all her healing abilities. The thing is that when the heroine read the novel, practically nothing was said about Diana's abilities. All that was known was that the future princess prayed to God every day, which is why she eventually received her powers. But Hestia herself still didn't fully understand why Diana was singled out as special. Unexpectedly for the girl, Helios suddenly laughed loudly, although very sadly, because he realized that his father would not get better. The Marquise was somewhat frightened by such emotions, so she asked what the heir was going to do next. But Heli himself didn't know what to do, so out of despair he even clenched his hand into a fist due to the emotions that overwhelmed him. Only a few minutes later, having completely collected his thoughts, the prince was able to answer that, for now, he would wait. Hestia guessed that Helios was going to continue to trust the princess, and she didn't like it at all in the end. The lady couldn't contain her irritation, and because of this, a little tension arose between the guy and the girl. But literally a few seconds later, the Marquise calmed down and thought that she would not actually lose her knowledge. At the end, the heir asked the lady to report her visions to him first, and the lady only smiled in response. Their conversation lasted so long that when the mist left the imperial palace, the sun was already beginning to set. The next morning, when Kailas was sorting through his papers as usual, the butler informed him of new interesting letters. Uros himself was surprised when he learned that they were sent by actors from a sponsored theatre to both spouses at once. The gentleman immediately decided that some unexpected problem had arisen, so he quickly opened the envelope. But in fact, Helena and Pollux in this letter expressed gratitude to their sponsors for helping with funding. Moreover, the actors sent Kyle and Hestia invitations to the performance with the best seats almost in the first rows. Although the Marquis had no plans to go anywhere anytime soon, he still decided to make an exception this time. But his wife didn't even suspect that the guy would invite her along, so she froze with her mouth open in the middle of dinner. In the end, through poorly concealed excitement, the lady was still able to admit that she had plenty of time for the theatre. However, the fact that they were going to the play together struck the heroine so much that she could not do her own thing all day. Only towards the end of the day was the girl able to more or less come to her senses, although she was haunted by the thought that their trip resembled a date. The Marquis even ordered the best tailors to come up with matching suits so that the couple would look perfect together. As a result, a few days later, Helena and Pollux met their sponsors with wide and joyful smiles. They thanked Hestia and Caelus for visiting the theatre, but even now the heroine still could not believe what was happening. Everything around seemed like a fairy tale to Hessie, because her lover in a very beautiful outfit was walking next to her. Because of this, in some places, the lady even behaved in a manner that was not in accordance with etiquette, which periodically raised questions from everyone around her. Helena watched the Marquise's condition most attentively, since she even partially understood it. Therefore, the actress decided to approach Hestia in order to at least temporarily distract her from her worries with dialogue. She specifically pointed to the noble people who were standing very close by and boasted that they too would hear about the soap. We had to say goodbye to this girl because it was time to go backstage, but the heroine still remained grateful to her. The words that her business would flourish among the aristocrats had a very beneficial effect on the marquise. As a result, she even became somewhat bolder, and she herself suggested to her husband that they quickly take their designated seats. At this moment, Kyle wanted to share his thoughts with the marquise, but ultimately decided not to disturb her good mood. All because deep down, the guy was worried about the fact that the lady had been very tired lately due to work. However, now Hestia looked quite normal, except that she began to worry about her husband. He thought that this was their joint official public appearance, so he silently offered his elbow to his wife. But Hestia could not even imagine that she would be allowed to take her beloved's hand, so she did not understand what he wanted. As a result, the Marquis had to put the lady's hand in the right place himself, which caused him to smile a little. The fact that she was now so close to her husband completely clouded the heroine's head, so that she could not think straight at all. As a result, the heroine was completely speechless and had only emotions, which, however, Kale did not immediately notice. Only after a few seconds did the guy look closely at the lady, who could not control her feelings. Hestia desperately convinced herself that she had come here on business, but all these thoughts ultimately did not help her at all. The Marquise smiled imperceptibly and realized that if the girl really didn't like it, she would have simply removed her hand. Although Caius himself did not realize it, for some reason he could not take his eyes off his wife, who looked so cute. A few minutes later, the actors began to perform, in which Helena played one of the main roles in this production. The girl ran around the stage and screamed that no one believed that she was the daughter of a rich nobleman. According to the script, she had to find something that would help distinguish her from other people, and she noticed some object on the floor. Almost immediately, Helena discovered the remains of soap on the floor, which she had been given instead of money for her diligent and painstaking work. She stated that she would smell like an aristocrat with him, which Kale immediately denied, and this immediately caused Hestia to laugh. Although the guy added just in case that such advertising should definitely work, the lady could not calm down so quickly. It was only after a few minutes that the girl began to think that the content of the play was not particularly difficult to understand. Thanks to her pleasant smell, the actress easily deceived all the aristocrats and joined their ranks as an absolute equal. Hesse concluded that this character lived a false life with false hopes, although he was full of faith in a good ending. This situation reminded the heroine very much of herself, because she also lied to everyone about both her past life and her gift. Kaelis periodically glanced at his wife, so he noticed that for some reason she had become gloomy and called out to her. Although the Marquise was now very afraid of making even one mistake, she said with a smile on her face that she was very interested. In fact, the gentleman did not believe the lady's deceitful face at all, but did not object to her in response. And Hesse herself thought that she was doing everything around her only for her beloved, just so that in the end he would be happy with everything. The only thing the girl was worried about was that she specifically didn't have any close person in this world. So she was sure that if the whole truth about her was suddenly revealed, then no one would support her because of the lie. But more than anything in the world, Miss would not want to lose a good relationship with her beloved, even if he loves her. Ever since he noticed that Hestia was very thoughtful, Kyle continued to watch her, but didn't say anything yet. At the end of the performance, at the exit from the hall, servants sold the very same soap that was used in the play. And it was indeed a success, as people were impressed by the actor's performance and wanted to buy something as a souvenir. Hestia watched everything from the side with a satisfied face, as she was interested in how successfully the goods would sell. The girl was extremely happy with such success, because she had done a lot to make everything work out so well. Aristocrats and commoners were so delighted with the performance that they ended up buying souvenirs in the form of soap. The Marquise was especially pleased that from tomorrow her product would be sold in stores, but for now, many people would learn about it from advertisements. The girl was so deep in thought that she forgot to pay attention to her husband, who suddenly asked if she was having fun. Hestia looked at Kaelis in surprise, and he explained that he meant whether she liked the play and the soap advertisement in it. The heroine immediately began to convince the guy that she really liked everything and was afraid that he did not approve of the play. But the Marquise had no intention of commenting negatively on the production, but the couple did not have time to finish their conversation, all because Helena and Pollux were running towards them as fast as they could, wanting to share their joy about the successful performance. The actress immediately stated that thanks to the support of their sponsors, they were able to make an amazing production. Looking at the excited girl, the heroine even thought that she was still in her role since she accidentally forgot herself. Suddenly, other viewers approached the couple, wanting to personally greet those who invented this soap. As a result, before Hestia could say a word, in an instant they surrounded her from all sides, starting to praise her. Moreover, when the lady wanted to address the Marquis, she discovered that he was at a very great distance from her. Caelus himself believed that he personally had done nothing to receive these congratulations, so he tried to move away. However, the guy still didn't want to stay completely on the sidelines, so he at least watched everyone from the side. He saw that his wife seemed very happy when surrounded by other people who complimented her. The Marquis remembered the face of the girl who had smiled absent-mindedly at him in response to the question of whether she had liked the performance. But the gentleman did not believe the lady's words because he could clearly see with what a stony face she sat throughout the entire production. For the first time in his life, Cale had ever seen such a lifeless expression as the one Hestia had been sitting with the entire time. Moreover, from time to time it even seemed as if she was bored, completely oblivious to what was happening. Caelus wasn't sure why this was happening, as it was the first time he had ever seen anyone with such a strange expression on their face. Besides, the guy was still bothered by the look with which Hesse looked at him that time, because he couldn't understand it. In fact, the gentleman no longer had the question of whether to trust his wife since he had already made this decision. The Marquis acted in this way also because he had taken an oath which he valued incredibly, and which he had no intention of breaking. However, this did not give him any guarantee that Hestia was telling the complete truth and was not hiding anything at all. That same evening, when the couple gathered in a cafe, Kyle noticed that the Marquise looked extremely tired. The girl was really exhausted from having to deal with all the aristocrats in the theatre on her own. However, the lady was still happy with everything, because her long and hard work had finally brought results. The Marquis could not help but agree with this statement, since he himself felt proud, seeing how well his wife worked. Suddenly, the married couple heard the conversations of two girls from the side, who were discussing the play and other rumours. Hestia was greatly surprised by the fact that even among other people, there were already rumours that the prince was increasingly replacing the emperor. The heroine began to listen very carefully, because it was important for her to know what the aristocrats around her knew. At the same time, she successfully pretended to drink tea as if nothing had happened, although she was mostly just twirling the mug in her hands. But it became clear to Hestia that rumours about the illness of the emperor, who had been ill for a long time, were spreading rather slowly. Suddenly, the girls started talking about how they didn't like talking to the princess at tea today, which surprised the Marquise. Moreover, they added that they tried to talk more with Erinus, and the lady realized that the countess was a good supporter of aristocrats. While these rumors were good news for Hesse, she had no idea how exactly her husband would ultimately react to them. Unexpectedly, Caelus himself noted that Diana was going too far, forcing everyone around her to follow her teachings. These words greatly surprised the heroine, who believed that the guy was still attached to his old love. Therefore, when the Marquis described the saints so distantly, Hestia stood there, her mouth open and amazed. For some time the lady did not move at all, when suddenly the guy himself turned to her for some reason, calling her affectionately. Imagine the surprise of the miss when Kale announced that he was going to have an audience with the emperor, who was ill. Right now they were sitting in a quiet and cozy cafe, where there were many gossipy aristocrats discussing everything. And Hesse couldn't get her head around how someone could sit in such a beautiful place and say such terrible words to her. The Marquise could barely ask why her husband had decided this, to which he replied that he had been resting for too long and wanted to get back to business. The heroine immediately cried out in concern that Cale had not yet fully recovered, so there was no need for him to hurry so much. Although the lady tried not to show her emotions, she could not restrain herself and clenched her fists in excitement because she was afraid for her beloved. The Marquis noticed his wife's agitation and said that he no longer had any feelings for the princess. But the lady still found it very difficult to believe in such a thing because she knew how important Diana was to her husband. Suddenly, the guy said that he was not going to go to the audience alone, and this surprised the heroine even more, completely confusing her. Then Calus pointed his finger at his wife and explained that he would definitely take her with him to this conversation with the emperor. This struck Hestia so much that she could not restrain herself and loudly exclaimed whether her husband was telling the truth. As a result, a few days later, fully prepared, the couple arrived at the imperial palace. The ruler greeted them with a smile and said that he was very glad to see them, since he was not even familiar with the Marquis's chosen one. Although the lady tried to convince Kale to the last to rest some more, the guy insisted on his desire to meet. Fortunately, the young gentleman looked well enough that he could get by without medication for a while longer. Hesse was still uneasy about hearing her lover call her his wife, but she managed to behave decently. However, the Marquise was greatly concerned by the fact that the boy actually just wanted to introduce her to His Majesty. Even in the cafe, Kellis explained this desire by saying that the Emperor was almost like a father to him, since he had replaced him for a long time. It was for this reason that the Marquis was very eager to formally introduce his current wife to the ruler, and at that moment Hestia was truly delighted by how polite and thoughtful her lover was. But the lady didn't believe until the very end that they would be alone at this meeting, and in the end she turned out to be completely right. Hearing that Kale and Hestia had decided to talk to the Emperor, Helios and Diana immediately joined them. The heroine knew that the Marquis was not prepared for such a turn of events, although he remained calm and collected on the outside. However, Miss still carefully watched the slightest changes in his face, trying to guess his mood. The girl didn't know for sure whether she really had the right to think now that everything would really be fine. His Majesty was the first to start the conversation and recalled that Hestia had worked as his son's assistant in managing affairs. He said that the lady was much more talented than he thought, but the Marchioness replied that the ruler thought too highly of her. The girl argued that rumors about other people's merits were usually exaggerated, and the Emperor decided that the Miss was also modest. Hesse was surprised when Carius suddenly said that over time, if rumors do not disappear, they become true. Hearing these words, Helios immediately joined the conversation, but he personally had no intention of helping the wife of his former friend. The heroine promised herself that she would remain calm no matter what happened, although it was difficult to do in such a situation. The prince quickly realized that the lady had very subtly rebuffed his words, so now he had to think of an answer. He remembered that at a recent meeting, the Marquise was accompanied by a doctor who was very concerned about the condition of the gentleman. So the heir asked if Hestia had influenced Kale's return to work, which surprised both spouses. The heroine was very scared when she thought that Helle was hinting that she was forcing her beloved to work. But here she was interrupted by Caelus, who stated that the Marquise, on the contrary, was dissuading him from returning to business again. Hestia was pleasantly surprised that the young master, for some reason, suddenly stood up for her in front of his former friends. She glanced at Helios and Diana and noticed that they too had not expected Kale to defend himself and his wife. The princess was the most excited, being sure that she was still the Marquis's first love. But Hestia was much more interested in finding out what emotions were on her face now and whether she had betrayed her happiness. But at that moment, to everyone's surprise, the Emperor smiled because he liked the relationship between the spouses. To break the awkward silence that had arisen, Caelus took the floor again as he had a question prepared in advance. Helios didn't even believe that the Marquis had risked reporting the rumors that the ruler was ill. The heroine was no less surprised by this change in dialogue than the prince, since she tried to avoid this issue. Diana shrank very much at this moment, as Kale suddenly asked if she was really not treating His Majesty. She clasped her hands tightly in excitement, as she herself suspected that her healing abilities were fading. But the princess was relieved from answering by the ruler, who suddenly declared that they should not worry about his well-being. He explained that he was getting older anyway, and that this was a completely normal process for every person in the world. As a result, Kyle concluded out loud that he was worried about His Majesty's health in vain if he claimed that everything was fine. At the same time, the Marquis specifically mentioned once again that Diana, with her healing abilities, was with the Emperor. Hestia, who had been listening attentively to her husband, guessed that he had just issued a warning to the prince and princess. And most of all, these words hurt the saint, who hid the heroine's prediction from her husband. The princess herself noticed that, despite her active treatment, His Majesty still looked pale. However, only the Marquis was allowed to ask about the ruler's well-being, as a close one, so Hesse remained silent. This is all because it was Caelus who enjoyed the absolute trust of the Emperor, so His Majesty listened to him calmly. The fact that the husband began to talk so openly about the health of his former friend's father made it clear to the lady that he was angry with Helle. It turned out that in the current situation, the young master no longer perceived the prince even as a possible ally. Hestia concluded that Helios and Diana now had something to worry about, so she looked at them carefully. The heroine did not understand whether they would all eventually become like-minded people or would be enemies for each other. However, the lady decided to take advantage of the chance of general silence and personally addressed His Majesty. Miss asked him directly if the Empire didn't need another reliable and loyal person who could always help. The heir immediately looked at the Marquise with concern, as he could not understand why she was asking such questions. At that moment, Hestia deliberately looked at the guy as haughtily as possible to let him know that she was winning. This meeting with his eyes sent unpleasant goosebumps all over Helle's body, as he even felt a little uneasy. The ruler replied that he saw the Marquis in such a reliable man, and the prince guessed that this was exactly what the lady was trying to achieve. Indeed, Hesse had started this whole conversation only to ask whether the title of Duke would not be better for her husband. A few hours later, when Caelus and his wife were returning to the estate, the master asked why she had mentioned the title. The heroine already had an answer ready for this, so she explained that she did not trust the heir in such a matter. The girl confidently said that there should always be a backup option, but the guy was not ready to listen, as he was tired. Since the Marquis had now decided to take a nap, the lady was immersed in memories of how the meeting had gone. It was Diana who was most surprised by the request for a title, and she immediately began to object to such unexpected changes. Even Caelus himself did not think that his wife would take this seemingly crazy idea so seriously. Miss was pressing for the Orcus lands to be dealt with, and the Emperor agreed with her in his heart. But the heir became so angry because of the girl's impudent words that he couldn't even contain his own emotions as a result. He interrupted Hestia and asked her to talk about this topic a little later, as he hoped that everyone would eventually forget. The heroine immediately noticed that the guy even raised his voice and concluded that he was very confused. But what interested the Marquise most was how His Majesty would react to all her provocations. The girl silently prayed that the man would accept her words, when suddenly the Emperor smiled openly after everything that was said, after which he cheerfully said that Kale had so successfully acquired the ideal support in the person of his wife. Hearing the praise, Hestia instantly blushed from head to toe and forgot about all her plans before that. The ruler admitted that he had learned about the couple in detail in advance from his son, who was able to tell a lot. The Marquis was pleased to hear that His Majesty was secretly worried about how he communicated with his wife. Unexpectedly for everyone, the man told Hesse that he understood her intentions perfectly and suggested discussing them with the prince. Helios hadn't expected things to turn out this way, but he couldn't deny the fact that the Marquise knew how to run a business. The heroine grinned maliciously, looking at the heir, because his father praised her, although he saw her for the first time in his life. After all these phrases, the rest of the meeting was almost entirely led by Hestia, since no one else wanted to talk to the ruler. And now the girl thought with a sigh that Diana had specifically started talking about ending the conversation early for the sake of the Emperor. Suddenly, the lady looked at her beloved and discovered that he was sleeping in a very beautiful and peaceful position. She even wanted to scream with emotion, but the miss was afraid that as a result she would accidentally wake up the Marquis. The heroine remembered that Kalis had behaved very well throughout the entire meeting in front of his former close friends. But what pleased the lady most was that at some moments, the guy confidently defended her in front of everyone. At the same time, Carius was still communicating with his son, to whom he admitted that it had not been easy for him today. The emperor was completely sure that the Marquis simply pretended not to notice his state of health at the meeting. Seeing that the ruler was gradually getting worse, Helios reminded him that Diana was supposed to come to him soon. Imagine the prince's amazement when His Majesty suddenly asked that the saint no longer come to treat him, after which he said, quite seriously, that they needed to talk right now about the princess and her abilities. At that moment, the saint was sitting in her room as she was waiting for her husband to return so that she could go to the emperor. The guy approached Diana somewhat awkwardly, while she reported that the ruler even began to look better. The girl casually complained to her husband about the Marquis, since she did not expect that she would suddenly start talking about a title for the Marquis. Helios continued to silently listen to his beloved while clenching his fist from emotional stress. A few minutes ago, his father explained to him that the saint was still just a child who needed protection from the prince. The son could not understand why his father had suddenly started talking about this, and the man explained that he had seen how worried the girl had been lately. However, since His Majesty did not finish speaking, the guy decided to simply remain silent and listen to what he wanted to say. And the emperor was worried that Diana, now a child, would somehow become a real empress in the future. The girl noticed that her husband was standing there somehow suspiciously and tensely, so she asked if everything was okay with him. Here the saint offered to heal the prince as well when she returned, which only made Helios even more angry. But at the present moment, the heir did not want to swear at all, so he only sighed heavily, which the saint noticed. Suddenly, to Haley's great surprise, the princess asked if he was sighing so much because he was also tired of the Marquis. The guy realized that they had only recently become newlyweds, but they were constantly talking about problems, so he suggested that they stop. This request of his unexpectedly struck Diana, who believed that she had done the right thing in discussing her rival. The girl was noticeably upset and turned away, as she did not understand at all why her husband had stopped the dialogue. The saint had many options for why this could have happened, when suddenly she heard that the guy already knew everything. The princess looked at her husband in fear, who calmly asked her to stop hiding everything from each other. At this point, Hestia and Kylus had already arrived at the estate, when suddenly the guy again brought up the conversation about the title, which surprised the lady. He explained that he trusted the girl, but did not believe that there were grounds for transferring such a high status to him. In response, the heroine thought for a bit, after which she unexpectedly invited the Marquis to take a walk with her at least a little bit. Kale was noticeably surprised, so the lady had to explain that she had a prediction, but only for him personally. At the same time, Diana was shouting loudly at her husband because she was afraid to hear the words that he would eventually say to her. The heir noticed how angry the princess was and realized that his father was completely right. He gently took his beloved's hand because he decided to be on her side no matter what happened because of it. After which, Helios directly asked whether the saint's healing abilities were increasingly fading over time. This was the question the saint feared most, but first she asked whether he had heard this information from Hestia. The heir was surprised that his wife suddenly became calm when he said that he knew everything perfectly well. Nevertheless, the guy tried to pull himself together, as he remembered the words that Diana was not yet ready to be an adult. So the heir did not lie and admitted that he had indeed learned about this prediction from the Marquis's wife not long ago. In response, the princess immediately stated that it was all a trap, because the lady asked her to keep information about the abilities a secret. The saint tried to convince her beloved that it was Hesi who came up with the plan with her silence and concealment of the truth. The guy was so shocked by Diana's words that he didn't know what to think about all this now. When the girl heard that Hestia had asked her to remain silent, she screamed that the Marquis was simply lying. The prince immediately realized that the girl's testimonies differed, which meant that one of them was lying. But the princess didn't give him time to think, because she started crying and repeating that Kale's wife had told her to be silent. When Heli asked why the saint listened to advice that she did not like, she explained that she did not believe that her powers would disappear. The heir noticed that Diana was starting to worry too much again, and so he grabbed her hand to stop her. However, the girl still continued to declare with a crazy look that her abilities would definitely never disappear. When the lady asked whether her husband really believed the clairvoyant more than her, the guy thought seriously. He remembered the smirk on Hestia's face, but he also realized that she wouldn't lie to him about some information. At the same time, Helios was sure that if Diana didn't believe Hesi, there would be no point in her remaining silent all this time. The saint, overwhelmed by emotions, continued to talk non-stop about how she would definitely be okay. Imagine the princess's surprise when her husband suddenly and abruptly declared that this prediction was not a lie. Diana even decided that the prince was now on the side of the marquise, but he immediately began to calmly convince her otherwise. Healy confidently stated that he would always be on the side of his beloved, so she could trust him and not hide anything. The princess hugged the prince back in disappointment, because she really needed consolation and hugs right now. But at the same time, the saint herself did not stop looking warily at the guy, because it seemed to her that he did not fully believe her words. That same evening, the heroine could not fall asleep for a long time because too much had happened around her just that evening. During a walk with her husband, the lady immediately announced to him that there would be a second provocative attack on the border of the empire. Kaelis didn't expect Hestia's prediction to be so important, so he was quite surprised by it. What bothered the guy most was that Miss was sure that the second attack would be much worse than the first. After which, the lady added that her value to the heir had increased greatly from the moment he believed in the predictions. Kale could not even imagine that it was for this very reason that the girl was once able to demand lands and the title of Orcus for him. And she suddenly declared with complete confidence that she really wanted her beloved to ultimately save this empire with his own hands. The heroine knew that during the war, the prince and the emperor greatly lacked the support of Kaelis, who was depressed. At that time, in order to stop the war according to the plot, Helios had to allow the enemies to trade on the territory of their empire. So now Hestia was more than sure that the enemy state was targeting their country's economy. But the Marquis did not want to believe that in exchange for peace, the enemies would demand only free trade. Although her husband's distrust upset the girl somewhat, she was not going to give up so quickly and easily. Hesi was convinced that only Kaelis could save the empire, because as a diplomat he was much better than Helios. This is because the prince at that time also had to try to establish peace among the aristocrats who were dissatisfied with his rule. Kale immediately realized that if he could sort out the problems in advance, then no one would object to his new title. But the guy suddenly asked what would happen if he made a mistake, and this made the heroine fall silent in confusion. Hestia believed in her beloved so much that she didn't even consider this option, so she froze in shock. So in the end, she asked very excitedly if she had brought up the topic too soon and if the Marquis needed to rest a little more. Kaelis realized with a sigh that it had never even occurred to his wife that he could make a mistake in any way. Suddenly, giving in to her emotions, the lady grabbed the gentleman's hands tightly because she wanted him to listen to her. Hesi stated that she doesn't want Kyle to act against his will, even if she asks him to do something very strongly. The gentleman didn't even have time to say a word, because the girl was pouring out all her thoughts on him very quickly. Unexpectedly, the heroine stated that if the guy did not want to participate in her plan, then she could very well take absolutely everything upon herself. These words, which the Marquis had never heard from anyone before, surprised Kaelis so much that he froze in place. At this point, Hestia still excitedly announced that this would be a new reason for her to study diplomacy. As a result, Kale could not stand it and shut his wife's mouth, since he could not calm her down in any other way. Although the Marquise had finally fallen silent, she immediately blushed due to embarrassment from her lover's actions. Seeing Hesi's reaction, the guy couldn't resist and also became embarrassed, although he didn't expect this from himself at all. In order not to admit his own feelings, Kaelis turned around abruptly and suggested that they discuss everything later. but the girl still couldn't get her lover's condition out of her head, and that's why she was still worried. The heroine felt so awkward that she couldn't even have a normal dinner because she kept remembering Kale's face. The Marquise knew very well that in the original story, the gentleman valued Diana so much that he did not touch her with a finger, and it seemed even stranger to the lady that the Marquis suddenly came so close to her and even dared to touch her. Hestia didn't even suspect that at that moment the saint was crying very bitterly because she didn't want to admit the loss of her powers. She recalled the words of the prince who assured her that he loved her and would always be there, no matter what. But the guy, on the same evening of their conversation about abilities, eventually turned around and left, saying that he still had things to do. And the princess felt as if a closed door had opened between them because the heir did not trust her completely. The girl was more than sure that Helios was telling her beautiful words only to calm her down. The princess felt great pain because so little time had passed since the wedding, and she already felt abandoned. Diana was saddened most by the fact that she could not predict that her relationship with the prince would end so quickly. The saint thought about Kyle, who had always been faithful to her, and decided that she should have chosen him as her husband from the very beginning. Only now did she realize that the Marquis was the one who truly believed in her unquestioningly, no matter what. Therefore, the princess raised her head up, turning to the god and said that she would definitely return Kailas to herself. The saint was completely confident that she had nothing to fear, because the deity was always on her side. At that very moment, as if she knew what her rival was thinking, Hestia whispered that God would never help her. According to the original story's plot, Diana and Helios first began interacting in the Imperial Library. They laughed and joked, chatting pleasantly with each other not only about books but also about other details of their lives. And at one of these moments, the saint tried to take the book from the prince but accidentally fell right on him. This made the heir blush, as he instantly realized that he was not at all against such closeness. Diana herself also realized that she was only glad that they accidentally hugged, because she had feelings for Healy. That time, the boy and the girl consciously hugged each other for the first time, and that was how their love began. And now the heroine stood in this very library and was not delighted that she accidentally remembered this moment in history. This place was really worth visiting, because it was the only place where almost all the books of the Empire were collected. But in reality, the lady came here because she decided to follow her husband, who needed to go to this room. Hestia immediately guessed that the guy wanted to visit the secret archive inside the library of the Imperial Palace for some reason. Since she had no access to this place, the Marquise had to wait outside, for which she even took a book. However, the girl was amused by the fact that as a result of this wait, she accidentally found the novel that the saint was reading. Only now did the lady begin to think that Diana might have specifically chosen such novels to attract attention. Suddenly, the girl heard a male voice from the side asking if this was really what she was interested in. It was only a few seconds later that the lady realized that a prince had appeared next to her, and this ultimately frightened her greatly. However, Hestia quickly collected her thoughts and greeted the heir, although she did not expect him to appear. The guy, without any embarrassment, said that he was glad to meet her since he had some questions for her. Just in case, the Marquise excitedly asked for forgiveness for having expressed her request for a title to the emperor. But then the lady noticed that Helly had become strangely silent, and she realized that this incident was not the issue at all. In response, the prince spread his hands in confusion, since what had been done could not be changed anyway. The fact that Helios wanted to talk about something else noticeably surprised the heroine, because she did not expect such a thing. Suddenly, the guy asked her to hide her predictions from Diana, which surprised Kale's wife even more. She carefully studied the emotions on the heir's face and realized that due to the disappearance of the saint's abilities, their relationship had worsened. But Hestia still decided to put pressure on the guy and asked if she was really such a bad fortune teller for a saint. The prince clearly did not expect the girl to ask so directly about the reasons for his decision, so he thought about what to say. When Helly stated that the saint did not believe in predictions, the heroine immediately laughed openly and sincerely in response. The girl explained that if this were really the case, Diana would have told her husband about everything that same day. With her whole appearance, the lady hinted to the guy that they really didn't need this stupid conversation at all. Helios had already decided which of the two girls was really lying, and he himself didn't know what he wanted from Hesse. As a result, the heir turned away and admitted that the Marquise was saying everything correctly, which only made him more angry. This kind of confession surprised the girl, since she had expected more constructive words from her interlocutor. Suddenly, the guy abruptly changed the subject and asked if there were any more predictions, which made the lady shudder. But the heroine didn't want to talk about the notes about the war that she made in her future diary. So instead, she declared that there would soon be a slight change in fashion trends throughout the empire. The prince had to accept this information with a sigh, although it was clear from his expression that he had expected more. Hestia had been watching the heir closely all this time, so she noticed how much his face had changed. Just in case, the girl decided to support the guy and explained that he had not done a very good thing by clinging to the predictions. This advice angered Helios a little, but he subconsciously understood that the lady was simply comforting him. The heroine remembered that the prince asked about the future every time they met, so her remark was appropriate. But for some reason, as soon as she honestly admitted to Heli his impatience, the emperor's son suddenly fell silent. At the same time, he even turned away to avoid accidentally meeting the eyes of his former friend's wife. The Marquise could not understand why such a stubborn and awkward silence had suddenly fallen between them. The lady got tired of waiting, so she said that she would return to her husband, and Helios suddenly became frightened when he heard that the Marquise was there. Hestia calmly reported that Caelus was in the secret archive, and the heir immediately ran there. But the heroine didn't want to allow their meeting, so she carefully grabbed the guy's hand to stop him. But due to the prince's sudden jerk, the lady miscalculated her strength, and so she accidentally fell right on top of him. This situation was very unexpected for the Marquise, who did not at all want to become so close to the emperor's son. Although Helios himself was madly in love with Diana, he could not help but blush at such a moment because of his awkwardness. But the most terrible thing for the boy and the girl was that all this happened in front of Caelus, who appeared from the archive. The heroine knew that such an embrace was a scene that appears quite often in any romantic stories. At the same time, the character who observes such a clash between his friends is subsequently left with a lot of questions due to misunderstanding. But Hestia didn't think her role was the main one, so she didn't understand why this happened. The Marquise had no desire to crash into Helios's chest, especially in front of her beautiful and unique lover, so the girl immediately pushed the prince aside because she wanted to explain to Cael that it was all just a mistake. Hesse ran up to the Marquise cautiously, panic on her face, and began to convince him of her own innocence without stopping. But in response to all the girl's loud words, the guy unexpectedly just nodded calmly to her, without giving away any of his emotions. After which, as if nothing had happened, he turned around and invited his wife to quickly go to their estate. Hestia realized with great surprise that the master was acting as if absolutely nothing had happened, and even his back, which the lady was watching from the side, remained as straight and calm as usual, while the heroine herself felt awkward because of the accidental scene with the prince that had just happened. Even the heir himself was surprised, since the Marquise's current behavior was somewhat different from the past. That same evening, in her room, Hesse concluded that if Caelus had understood everything correctly, then it was good. So she decided to start organizing her diary entries so that she wouldn't forget anything again. The lady was pleased that the prince had finally learned of her prediction regarding the saint's abilities. Knowing Helios's character, Miss assumed that he would now stop using even the remaining powers of his wife. Moreover, the conversation in the library showed that the heir did not fully trust the princess, which is why he came to talk. And the heroine personally was very happy with this option, because now her rival had even less influence. As a result, Hestia concluded that love and trust were, after all, completely different things. And the fact that the prince would continue to stay with the princess, wary of her, only made the Marquise even happier. Lost in thought, the girl rolled over onto her back and began to examine her hand, since she had nothing else to do. She found it funny that she felt sad about the encounter with the heir in the library that Cael had seen. all because the lady believed that what was happening around her was not in fact real, because it was part of a novel. At that moment, the Marquis, who was standing by the window and analyzing today's situation in the library, was no less thoughtful. Seeing his wife with Helios, he accidentally remembered a fragment of the past, when he noticed Diana and Heli in the same way. Back then, his girlfriend had smiled so brightly at his best friend, but this time the circumstances were a little different. At the first moment, the gentleman sincerely thought that everything in his life was happening again according to the same scenario. But literally a moment later, he saw his wife's face, which made it clear that she was against such closeness with the prince. And so now, remembering that situation, Kale couldn't help but laugh because Hestia's emotions were understandable even without words. What amused the Marquis the most was how hard the girl tried to justify herself to him, although everything was clear anyway. Only now did Kaelis realize that the way Hessie looked at him was always full of love and care. This made the guy smile and feel tender, because he believed that the lady was sincere towards him. Remembering his former friend squeezing Hestia in a sort of hug, the master suddenly realized that he would like that too. For this reason, Kale was no longer sure that they were still just contractual spouses. And the Marquis did not know that at that moment, the lady was also thinking about the same thing, although she was lying sadly in her bed. Literally the next morning, the heroine received a madam as a guest, and her words even made her drop a cup of tea on the table. But because of what she heard, Hessie didn't pay any attention to what happened, because she was very excited. She moved as close as possible to Harmony and asked again if everything really was like that. In response, the teacher took out and showed the very same invitation letter that they had originally discussed. The whole thing was that the prince and princess, for some reason, sent the Marquis an invitation to a tea party. But the fact that Diana sent an invitation on behalf of her husband looked extremely suspicious to the lady. But Madame declared with complete sincerity that everything was in perfect order, since the saint herself had expressed a desire to see Hestia. But the heroine's suspicions grew even stronger after she said that the princess herself wanted to see her. Here the madam said that she hoped that the mistress would come to tea and help Diana, which greatly surprised the heroine. The girl could not believe that the previous events were beginning to repeat themselves again, due to the teacher's request. Hessie tried to explain to Harmony that Diana would never listen to her, in light of recent events. However, the woman was convinced that her current student was kind enough to at least try. Looking at the madam in front of her, the lady suddenly remembered that in the original story, she had been rather cold towards the aristocrats. The only thing Harmonia believed in was that only Diana could achieve harmony in secular society. The fact that the woman had already asked her to help the saint for the second time amazed Miss with the strength of their friendship, which was invisible to others. But Hestia already had a plan according to which she was going to eventually win the teacher over to her side completely. She told Madame that she had not been able to have a normal conversation with the saint the first time, which greatly surprised her. The girl successfully pretended that she was very sorry because she tried so hard to make everything work out in the end. Hessie admitted that, even despite the invitation letter, she is afraid that the prince may now fire her from her post as assistant. Harmonia only now realized how difficult her request was for the Marquis, who was already helping. When the lady asked what had happened to Diana, the aristocrat sadly lowered her head in indecision. The lady insisted that she needed to know absolutely everything so that she could figure out the right thing to do. Only after these words did Madame finally admit that something had happened between the princess and the heir. The heroine could barely hide her smile because she realized that the discord was strong, since even Harmonia could notice it. To be sure, the lady, without any embarrassment, asked if there was a crack in their relationship. The woman considered such righteousness outrageous, but Miss reminded her that the aristocrats would not remain on the sidelines. The girl was sure that if the temple began to gain strength, then secular society would begin to criticize the emperor's family. This is all because no one could allow religious people to suddenly become part of the political segment. Although Hessie actually wanted Diana's complete collapse, she couldn't help but tell Madame about such a scenario. The lady admitted that she did not want to go down a path that would require her to constantly borrow the temple's power. What frightened the woman most was the assumption that due to the confrontation between the two sides, a new Duke Orcus would appear. She even jumped up in protest, and Miss explained that such a development of events was not at all necessary. Just in case, in order to calm the lady down a little, the heroine continued talking about lighter topics for some time, after which the Marquise gradually moved on to the issue that was important to her, mentioning that the temple would definitely increase power. And to avoid this, Hestia declared that she needed a published list of all the temple's property. Harmonia did not expect that in response to her request, the lady would suddenly put forward her own no less difficult conditions. The girl approached the teacher and, taking her hands, said that she was asking for this only because she trusted her. The woman was clearly puzzled by what was happening, because she had expected a completely different ending to the dialogue. The heroine herself was sure that it would be difficult for Madame to refuse her, so she really smiled happily. As a result, after a few minutes, Harmonia actually agreed to fulfill this first request of her student. Hearing this, Hestia immediately became even more happy, because everything was going exactly according to the scenario she had planned. To prevent the teacher from even thinking about refusing a little later, the lady pretended that it was difficult for her to make such a decision. Madame was deeply moved by the words that there is no person in nature who would want to stay on a sinking ship. Since the Marquise had nothing more to talk about with the woman, their dialogue ended for now, but the heroine's problems were not over yet, as she completely forgot about the invitation to tea. Even though the lady didn't want to go to this event at all, she still opened the letter. Imagine Hessie's surprise when she saw the date of the tea party to which she had been so kindly invited. This information made the Marquise incredibly angry, so much so that she could not stand it and screamed throughout her room. Because of all this, Miss even had to urgently call all the assistants, despite the late hour. And quite quickly, they began to argue among themselves, offering different options for what their mistress should wear for tomorrow. The loud-voiced Decimar insisted on his ideas the most, but neither the butler nor the maid gave in to him. Hestia watched their argument from the sidelines in confusion, since the final decision was still hers. For this reason, the Marquise found it amusing to watch how everyone behaved as if it were his personal job. She didn't know for what specific purpose the princess had invited her to tea, but it certainly wasn't for reconciliation. This is because it would be extremely mean for any person to not give any time at all to prepare for such an event. However, the lady still intended to prepare perfectly for tomorrow's meeting, no matter what happened. It was for this purpose that the girl had called all her assistants together that night, for the sake of collective intelligence. The only thing that remained unclear to Hestia was why the Marquis also came to her call. The lady felt some pangs of conscience about not allowing her sick loved one to be saved. However, Miss could not deny herself the pleasure of watching how responsibly her husband chose her outfit for tomorrow. Just a few hours ago, the heroine told Cale that she was going to a tea party, which surprised him greatly. The lady herself was not happy with her decision, but it was too late to retreat since she had received the letter. Therefore, the Miss explained to the Marquis as calmly as possible that Diana had personally invited her to this event. For the servants, this circumstance was very strange, because they believed that the saint sincerely hated their mistress. But the Marquise had no intention of refusing the invitation, although she understood that she might have conflicts. Suddenly, Caelus asked the girl if this tea party could somehow help in achieving her goal, which surprised the lady. She looked at her husband in amazement, who reminded her that Hessie was going to make the saint ask for forgiveness. For some reason, today the lady felt ashamed to discuss this plan of hers, which she had previously considered ideal. Suddenly, Cale asked what the Marquise would do if it turned out that he didn't need this apology at all. The guy tried to explain that he no longer felt anything for his old friends, but the Miss didn't want to listen. She explained that the prince and princess were guilty of indirectly forcing the Marquis to make a cruel decision. So now it was completely unimportant to the girl whether Helios and Diana had intentionally harmed Caelus or not. Not noticing her husband's desire to say something, the heroine declared that they both should at least acknowledge all their mistakes. Imagine the gentleman's surprise when the Marquise said that only in this case would she have no more regrets. but just as he was about to ask what the lady meant, her assistants were suddenly called to try on the dress. So Hestia immediately ran away, leaving her husband alone, since she had no time for his emotions and feelings right now. So the Marquise had time to think that the girl's reason for revenge had now become very stupid for him. Literally a few minutes later, the heroine appeared in a beautiful daytime dress with a happy smile on her face. Everyone around immediately noticed how much the blue color suited her, even though it lacked some embellishments. Even Kale commented that although the dress fits perfectly, his wife's neck somehow seems empty. The maid quickly ran to get the jewelry so that the mistress could try it on as quickly as possible and make a choice. She was about to fasten the necklace around Hessie's neck when she suddenly noticed that the gentleman was attracting her attention. Without saying a word, the guy extended his hand, as he himself wanted to fasten the decoration on his wife's neck. He slowly approached the lady and began to hang the necklace very carefully, as he did not want to accidentally cause pain. At the same time, the gentleman could not help but think that the Marquise's love for him was different from what he was accustomed to. For some reason, it now began to seem to him that she was healing his wounds just like that, and not in order to stay close. Suddenly, as the necklace was secured around her neck, Hestia turned around and admitted with a smile that it itched. Kaelis had never seen such a sincere and beautiful expression on Hessie's face before, so he was surprised. The heroine herself was distracted, and therefore did not notice at all that it was her husband who was putting the jewelry on her. However, the servants had already had the opportunity to admire the heroine's appearance, which she liked. Unexpectedly for everyone, at this moment, Dekima suddenly suggested that the lady undress a little, as the other ladies did. As soon as Kaelis heard this phrase, he immediately turned slowly and extremely displeasedly towards the tailor. The guy was categorically against such formulations and everything that accompanied them, which was noticeable on his face. So Dekimaru had to urgently explain what exactly he meant when he said those words. As Hessie took some time to recover from her embarrassment, she was unable to immediately understand what the people around her were doing. In fact, the lady herself was thinking about revealing more skin, but she was afraid of also incurring Kaelis's wrath. Suddenly, the Marquise heard that someone suggested that instead of being naked, she should get a tattoo on her skin, which greatly shocked her. She didn't understand at all how there could be tattoos in this romantic plot of the 19th century. But after listening carefully to the tailor's words, the girl guessed that this was what they called ordinary body painting. The assistants were immediately impressed by this idea and suggested drawing beautiful flowers on the lady's shoulders. But there were maids who said that some decorations on the marquise would look much better. Both representatives of different opinions stood right in front of Hestia, waiting to see what she would ultimately choose. But the heroine didn't know what would be best for her, so for now she answered that she quite liked all the options. However, a few minutes later, the Marquise came to the conclusion that the best option would be painted flowers. But then she noticed that her husband had come quite close to her and was looking at her very carefully. The lady felt uncomfortable because the guy did not explain anything to her even when she asked the relevant question. When the lady appeared at the imperial palace the next morning, Harmonia was in complete shock at the sight of her. The woman admitted that it was the first time she had seen a design on the body, especially one as beautiful and harmonious as Hessie's. The madam reported that the student pleasantly surprised her every time, and the heroine liked this compliment. When the aristocrat noted that the blue flame looked very original, the lady remembered how she came to this conclusion. The thing is that last night, while choosing an image, Kale unexpectedly gave exactly this advice to everyone. And so, skilled craftsmen applied a version of flame to the lady's hands that was blue, not scarlet. Suddenly, young aristocratic women approached the acquaintances and became interested in how the miss made her pattern on her body. Hestia immediately gave an answer, although she was surprised that they were talking to her because everyone knew about her conflict with Diana. The Marchioness concluded that the girls dared to start a dialogue only thanks to the efforts of Countess Irenaeus. However, there were still individuals around who diligently continued to hate Kale's wife. However, the heroine stubbornly pretended that she absolutely did not notice the sidelong glances that some aristocrats cast at her. The lady herself calmly spoke about her decision to use her skin as a canvas rather than wear expensive jewelry. Miss did not try at all to please Diana, who noted her modesty. It was just the way things worked out. Suddenly, one of the girls opposing her venomously remarked that the Marquis really did seem to love his wife. Hestia looked carefully at the noblewomen, as she found it strange that they believed in Kale's love for the saint. But children like these ladies could not offend the Marquise in any way, so she smiled calmly at them. The lady did this for a reason, because she specifically showed the jewelry that was on her finger. The girls were well-mannered, so they immediately guessed that for some reason, Hesse had put on Kaelus's own ring. The madam was most surprised by this, as she knew only too well what such rare things were needed for. Only with the help of such decoration did the Marquise have the right to decide even the most difficult cases for her husband. Harmony realized at that moment that her student was doing so well that she didn't need help. It was at this moment that the princess suddenly appeared behind the assembled group and asked if everyone had arrived. The invited girls immediately lowered their heads in a polite bow to greet Diana. Hestia wasn't particularly eager to honor the saint, but at the moment she had no other choice. The lady came to the tea party to find answers to her questions, so she decided to behave well at first. Although the heroine still couldn't hold back, and her face lit up with a very small and unnoticeable grin. At that moment, Kalus was sitting in his estate and thinking about why he suddenly chose the blue flame as a decoration. He eventually came to the conclusion that this color looks cooler, but is actually much hotter, which suits his wife. The guy had no idea what was happening at the tea party at that moment, while Diana violated etiquette. Losing her temper, the princess poured tea from her cup over Hestia, who continued to sit in her place. The heroine understood perfectly well that something like this could happen at the event, so she was mentally prepared. So the Marquis very accurately compared his wife to a flame that will never go out because of its persistence and stubbornness. As soon as the princess spilled the contents of the cup on Hestia's head, Harmonia immediately began to excitedly call for help. The aristocrats who had previously asked about the drawings on the Marquise's body now obligingly handed her a towel as quickly as possible. At this point, Diana herself froze in shock as she realized what a huge mistake she had just made. But no matter how much the girl now regretted breaking all the rules of etiquette, it was already too late to change anything. However, what irritated the saint most was that the Marquise, although now wet, was still smiling faintly and slyly. When they all just sat down at the table, everything was in perfect order, and the lady smiled quite sweetly at everyone around her. The princess beamed with exactly the same fake smile, but many believed that what she said at that moment was completely sincere. Although it was clear to absolutely everyone at the table that Diana had lied, at least in that she had held tea parties for everyone who wanted one. In this whole event, Hestia didn't even like the cheap tea, which she didn't drink even when she was very poor. For some reason, the saint communicated too normally with the heroine, considering that she had specially invited her to tea just one day before. In addition, the girl was very tense because Harmonia was constantly looking at her with an extremely expectant gaze. However, Hestia still could not understand why Diana had called her, when suddenly the princess moved on to those very words. She said directly that she had heard that the Marquise was running a soap business, and this immediately and noticeably surprised the lady. But the lady did not deny this fact, so she openly announced that she supplies soap to commoners at a low price. The teacher immediately praised the product, while Hesse mentally asked her to be more attentive. Deflecting Diana's attacks, Miss explained that she had become an aristocrat from a commoner, so she wanted to share her goods with everyone. The girls who were sitting at the opposite end of the table listened attentively to all her reasoning on this matter, and thought, even the saint herself did not expect that the Marquise would suddenly declare that the purity of the body is also important for getting closer to God. Listening to this story, one of the invited ladies suddenly cautiously stated that she had encountered a similar story herself. She was afraid of Diana's angry reaction, so she said that her maid had recently purchased similar soap. Hestia immediately realized that the girl was talking in such a veiled manner about herself and about the fact that she liked the soap. The heroine was sad that, due to the strict conditions of the saint, those invited could not openly talk about any topics during the tea party. But then one of the ladies distracted the lady, as she cheerfully informed her that she considered her incredible, both in her deeds and in her appearance. The other girls, who were well disposed thanks to Erinese, joined her almost immediately. Out of the corner of her eye between these dialogues, Hestia glanced at the princess and noticed that she was once again sitting with her head down. Miss realized that the saint wanted to find fault with her business, but the soap was a huge success, so it was difficult to find problems. The lady decided that it was time to put pressure on her rival, and therefore declared that her husband's advice had really helped in this matter. It worked, and literally a few seconds later, Diana intervened in the dialogue, because she could not stand what was being said. She stated that with her actions, the Marquise was forcing the common people to also become part of the aristocracy, which was bad. When Hestia was thinking about the options for accusing the saint, she could not have imagined that she would go down exactly this path of slander. As a result, the heroine did not understand the nitpicking at all, while the princess continued to convince everyone that the soap did not need a scent at all. She couldn't even imagine that Diana would suddenly suggest that she remove the smell or even start giving this soap to everyone for free. Even Harmonia was watching the prince's wife with alarm at this moment, because she could not understand where she was leading this. And the saint suddenly announced that the true purpose of Hessi's business was to deny her origin, which the girl found sad. The heroine was so amazed for a while that she silently looked into the saint's eyes, trying to understand whether she was joking. The Marchioness concluded that Diana was trying with all her might to say that it was wrong for her to buy the title with money. But the lady had a plan for such a case, so she asked if they didn't look alike, which surprised the princess. The prince's wife did not even remotely consider herself in such a way, so such comparisons were extremely unpleasant for her. But Hestia did not retreat, and reminded everyone that the saint took the place of the heir's wife only after long service in the temple. To this, the girl replied that she had not tried to pretend to be an aristocrat, but had only always done what was in her power. Hessie was displeased to hear that the princess in response mentioned her intended marriage to Kailas, whom she loved. But the Marquise did not understand why the saint denied arranged marriages, so she asked her directly about this point. To this, Diana confidently stated that her rival's case was different from all the other contract marriages that had occurred among ladies. As a result, the prince's wife crossed the line so far that Harmonia entered the conversation and tried to stop her. But the princess's reasoning even played into the heroine's hands, so she eagerly awaited their final conclusion. At that moment, Diana suddenly screamed that Hestia had taken advantage of Kael's loneliness and forced him to sign the treaty. The princess stated with complete confidence that the Marchioness had deliberately used precisely such an impudent and cunning plan. As soon as she shouted out all these evil words, the saint immediately fell silent, because she herself was amazed by the honesty that had burst forth. But the heroine was incredibly happy with the current situation, so she laughed loudly in response, because she expected all these words to be addressed to her. Diana stared at the Marquise in surprise, and she suddenly said that she had also remembered something that everyone knew about, but preferred to keep silent about. The saint couldn't even guess what exactly the girl would talk about now, so she silently waited for her words to continue. And Hestia suddenly pointed her finger at the mug of tea and asked the guests if everyone liked the offered drink. It came as a huge shock to the princess that no one sitting at the table had drunk tea for some time. The heroine sternly asked if the saint really thought that tea of such a low level would be liked by aristocrats. The prince's wife jumped up indignantly when her rival promised to treat them all to some really good tea at her estate. The lady had no intention of stopping, so she asked if Diana would really scold the desire to drink delicious tea. Such a tricky question was already the last straw for the princess, who was used to always easily becoming the winner. Unexpectedly, one of her close associates stood up for the organizer of the tea party, stating that Hessie was clearly crossing the line. The girl stated that in fact the prince's wife wanted to show everyone present what modesty and simplicity are. In response, the heroine smiled sweetly and, to the surprise of everyone around her, agreed with the words of the lady who had just protected the princess. Noticing the surprised looks on her face, Kael's wife explained that she had indeed spoken too loudly about regular tea. Then, still smiling, she asked what the problem would be if common people started using scented soap. In fact, Hestia was very delicately leading everyone to the question of whether the increase in status was not illicit. Diana immediately realized that the lady had in mind her situation, since she was originally an ordinary, simple person. The saint cringed inwardly, but she still could not understand how arrogant her thoughts were towards others. The princess's close associates immediately began to defend her, convincing everyone around her that she had not said anything like that at all and had behaved correctly. But Hessie didn't care at all whether anyone would protect the saint or not, since she had achieved her result. Now the prince's wife was not even ready to raise her head to look anyone in the eye, because she was experiencing the bitterness of defeat. Although Harmonia tried to change the subject, the heroine herself really hoped that all these disputes would last as long as possible. No one present expected Hestia to continue this topic, and suddenly ask where Madame Merope was now. These words became the last straw for Diana's patience, so she grabbed the cup and splashed the contents at her rival. Despite the fact that her outfit was now somewhat spoiled, the Marquise herself hoped that the saint perfectly understood the meaning of her words. The fact that the princess suddenly flared up so much only proved this assumption, because it was impossible to behave like that. However, the saint did not at all think that she had done anything wrong, because she saw the grin of the mistress she hated. Suddenly, Helios's surprised voice was heard from behind, and his wife turned around in fear, very frightened. Even Hestia couldn't predict that the heir would show up for tea for some reason, so she was surprised. The guy looked carefully at everyone gathered at the table, since he decided to come only for this simple reason. He was very worried when he learned that his wife had, for some reason, so unexpectedly invited the Marquise to tea. And, to his deep regret, the heir's suspicions were confirmed at the sight of Hestia's completely wet outfit. Moreover, from the empty cup that the princess was holding in her hands, one could clearly understand what had happened between them. Diana was the first to come to her senses and ran up to Helios, saying that she had simply had a small argument with the invited Marquise. It was clear from the boy's face how unhappy he was with this situation, but the prince's voice remained calm. Imagine the saint's surprise when, instead of taking pity on her, her husband said that this quarrel certainly did not arise from a trifle. As a result, the princess was even more disgraced, because for some reason, even her husband did not stand up for her. At this point, the tea party came to an end, and when the heroine returned to the estate, the Marquise greeted her with alarm. But despite everything that happened to her, the girl smiled incredibly joyfully at the sight of her beloved. The gentleman first noticed that the lady looked well, although he was told that for some reason she was injured at the event. And indeed, since Hestia had achieved everything she wanted, she was now happy, despite the burns. Kellus sternly asked the doctor to tell him as quickly as possible what kind of injuries his wife had recently received. In response, the assistant explained that it was not so bad, since the tea had almost reached a pleasant temperature by that time. However, the Marquise pretended that her face was slightly tingling, so the man was about to apply the remedy. Only after all these explanations did the guy calm down a little, as he realized that the main danger had already passed. Here the doctor began to actively hint to his master that he could smear the medicine on his wife's face himself. In the end, the guy couldn't stand it any longer and said that he had urgent business, so the Marquis would have to do everything personally. Before Hestia could even say a word against it, the assistant deftly ran out the door, leaving her alone with her husband. The Marquise's heart was not ready for such love experiences, so she began to panic in advance. But then Kaialis approached her and gently began to apply the necessary medicine, carefully rubbing it over her face. From these actions of her beloved, the heroine instantly blushed as if she was about to explode loudly. Noticing the girl's condition, the guy said that they needed to call the doctor again, since she didn't look very well again. In response, the lady could barely whisper that the Marquis was directly to blame for everything, so no doctor was needed. Despite all her worries, Hestia could not refuse such a situation in which her husband was courting her. She actively tried to convince herself that the Marquis was simply treating her and that he had no feelings for her. However, when the miss looked at the gentleman, she noticed from his face that he even liked the process he was currently engaged in. This circumstance surprised Hessie even more, because it always seemed to her that the guy was extremely withdrawn and cold, no matter what happened. But in fact, in this whole situation, the Marquis was now much more confused than he himself could have initially imagined. To keep from blushing even more, Hestia bit her lip lightly, ordering herself to think about something else. Caelus noticed almost immediately that the Marquise was behaving strangely for some reason, and was even causing herself pain for some reason. He couldn't allow that to happen, so he carefully approached and informed the lady that she shouldn't bite her lips so harshly. The fact that her beloved suddenly touched her lips tenderly finally brought Hessie out of concentration, and she blushed. Suddenly, which made the girl even more nervous as she tried to calm down, she felt the guy approaching her. But at the moment when their lips almost touched, Miss suddenly felt that Kyle did not touch in any way anymore. She opened her eyes in surprise and found that the Marquis had pulled away and reminded her that it was time for them to go to bed. As he left the room, the gentleman advised his wife to have a good rest today, and the heroine nodded, still excited. Left alone, Hestia was unable to find any logical explanation for the events that had just occurred. But no matter what the lady thought, she still could not get her emotions in order, as she was very excited. Even Cale himself felt such strange feelings for the first time, which made his heart feel out of place. But the next day, the guy and the girl didn't have the opportunity to talk, since the Marquise was busy until the evening. She was so tired that she even fell headfirst onto the hard table, just to get a little rest from her work. After the tea party situation, Hestia's interest from the aristocrats had increased sharply, so she needed to sort out letters from them. That same morning, Harmonia visited her student to apologize for the princess's terrible behavior, but the lady reassured the madam, explaining that what happened was not her fault, so she did not need to ask for forgiveness. The woman couldn't even imagine that Diana hated Hestia so much, because she thought much better of her. The heroine saw that the aristocrat was trying to the last to find at least something good in the saint's recent behavior. But she wasn't going to let her do that, so she said that not all people can always be the same in their actions. Harmonia clearly didn't expect to hear that there are ungrateful people who show their true colors too late. These words made the woman think very hard, because now she had to reconsider her beliefs. Thinking back on that meeting now, Hestia realized that the madam was so shocked that she didn't even say a word. The Marchioness was sure that soon the teacher would become completely disillusioned with Diana and would go against the temple. All this was only to the advantage of the lady, who understood that otherwise Harmonia would never have decided to start acting. Since the lady was very tired, she lay down on the bed, already anticipating how the influence of the temple would soon weaken. The next morning, Hessie couldn't help but panic as she had to pack her beloved for the trip. The girl loudly listed to the guy everything she had put in her bag and asked if he had forgotten anything. Caelus himself was not delighted with such a farewell, while he simply decided to go on business on his own. It was today that the Marquis was supposed to return to the cabinet of ministers, something he was not at all worried about. The gentleman dressed up so beautifully that the heroine could not look at him for too long because of his blinding beauty. When the lady calmed down a little and stopped giving instructions, Cal suddenly called her in an unexpectedly quiet voice. Hestia responded immediately, as she was curious to know the reason why the boy had suddenly called out to her. But then Caelus suddenly changed his mind about telling anything and simply said that he was completely ready, so he was setting off on his journey. In fact, the Marquis was not in a very good mood because he would have to work with his former friend again. But he knew that Hessie would be worried about him, so he acted confidently, although Miss was still really worried. At that moment, an unfamiliar assistant suddenly approached her, with whom the Marquise did not want to talk. But the guy had no intention of leaving, as he began to take out some letter from his inside pocket. After which, he said that Baron Fortos had asked to deliver this envelope personally, which greatly surprised the girl. An unpleasant chill ran down the heroine's spine upon hearing the name, since she had read about this man in a novel. But before she had time to study the contents of the letter on her own, the heir suddenly emerged from the office first. It was very difficult to understand from Helios's face what he was thinking at the moment, since the guy had been learning this skill since childhood. Imagine the heroine's surprise when the prince suddenly turned silently and walked in a completely different direction from her. This incident confused Hestia so much that she didn't even immediately notice that she hadn't taken the letter. What worried the lady much more than the envelope was that her husband had not yet appeared when suddenly Kailas appeared at the door. So Hessie abruptly snatched the letter from the servant's hands and declared that she would answer it later since she needed to go to Kyle. After which, despite the fact that it was rude, the miss rushed away, completely ignoring any words from the assistant. At this point, the Marquis was already free, since the meeting of ministers had ended, and the guy managed to remain calm. As soon as the girl ran up to him, she again began to bombard her beloved with a bunch of questions at once because she was worried. With a sigh, Kaelis informed the lady that she need not have been so concerned about his condition. However, he quickly realized that talking about it was useless, so he simply turned Miss sideways to him. After which, Kale whispered tenderly that he needed Hessie's help, so he would lean on her shoulder for now. The gentleman's cunning plan worked, as this action made the lady blush and stop talking non-stop. Right now, the only thing that worried her was that her beloved was incredibly close, which the heroine couldn't help but like in the end. The Marquis understood perfectly well the state his wife was in, but he pressed harder, reminding her that she herself wanted to help him. At the same time, looking at Kaelis, Hestia couldn't help but think about how handsome the man she married was. In order not to blush even more, the lady turned away from her husband, trying not to look him in the eyes even by accident. After which she grabbed the guy tightly by the hand and suggested that they get to the carriage as quickly as possible so that he wouldn't get tired. In response, Kyle barely managed to suppress a grin, but nevertheless managed to pull himself together so as not to give away the fact that he was simply chuckling. Continuing on his way next to the miss, the Marquis whispered that they had a long road ahead of them, but he was not at all against it. That same evening at the estate, the gentleman was no less surprised than his wife when he saw that they had received a letter from Fortos. Kyle immediately prudently asked if there was any reason why the lady had decided to show him this invitation. Hestia felt awkward about how quick-witted and resourceful her husband was, who immediately understood everything. The thing was that the lady had not just remembered the name of this man when she read the original story of the novel. While reading the newspapers, the girl saw the news that Baron Fortos's merchant ship would suddenly sink one day while sailing. This is exactly what the heroine told her husband now, because such information was yet another of her predictions. Kaelis was noticeably surprised by what he heard, although he himself believed that he had long since become accustomed to his wife's useful abilities. However, the Marquise did not stop there because, in addition to the sunken ship, there was an even more serious problem. She knew from the past before her reincarnation that the Baron had persuaded a huge number of aristocrats to invest in the ship. But the lady knew that when Fortos lost all the money, instead of paying off the debts, she would simply run away. Kale didn't expect Hestia to suddenly offer to meet with Fortos to find out the names of the investors and help them. But the guy himself had a different opinion, so he said that the lady did not need to use her gift for such a thing. As a result, Hessie once again thought that it was not in vain that she fell in love with the Marquis, who remained calm even in such a situation. Miss agreed that nothing would stop people from investing in the ship, but she still wanted to know their names. The Marquis understood that this would not be so easy to achieve, so he thought hard and sat in silence for a while. In the end, he agreed to at least respond to the invitation, which already pleased the young lady. The heroine jumped up to quickly write an answer, when suddenly the guy distracted her again, as he wanted to ask a question. He wanted to know if the miss could use this to achieve her goal, and the heroine nodded contentedly in response. Kaelis was once again amazed at how skillfully Hestia managed business, even though no one had ever taught her how to do it. As a result, a few days later, the couple visited the estate of Baron Fortos, who was incredibly happy to see them. Seeing how much the man was hanging around her husband, the Marquise concluded that he wanted to receive investments. Then suddenly she remembered that they were talking about this man not only regarding his ship, but there was some other information. At that moment, the Baron's daughter came out to meet the guests, hoping that they would have a good time at their estate. Upon seeing the girl, the lady was immediately able to remember what rumors were circulating about this family, although it was not that important. Nevertheless, Hestia was already burning with the desire to tell her husband everything because she didn't like to hide anything from him. The fact is that the Baron had 2 children, and only Diokia was an excellent assistant to her beloved father. So Fortos tried for a long time to put the girl in the princess's place, but she ultimately failed. Knowing all this, the lady behaved somewhat cautiously during tea drinking, as she understood that she was dealing with cunning people. Each member of this family tried to give compliment after compliment to the spouses, and they silently listened to all these words. It was only after a few minutes that Hestia realized that Diokia's mother would like to see her daughter as Caelus's second wife. For some time, the Marquise remained delicately silent, despite the fact that the expressions on the part of the Fortoses became increasingly impudent. However, the boy soon decided that it was time to get down to business, so he asked when the Baron would send the next ship. Hestia looked at her husband in surprise, as she had thought he would not bring up the subject himself. So now the heroine did not understand why her husband suddenly started talking about the ship that was supposed to sink. The man responded by saying that they were still raising funds, so the exact date of dispatch was not known. Since Diokia was the only one who didn't like all this talk about business, she suggested changing the subject for now. Only Kale insisted that they continue talking about the ship, saying that Hesse was interested in it. The girl once again silently watched the Marquise's actions, which she could not have predicted. Since the heroine was very pleased with her beloved, she watched him with an extremely loving look. At that moment, Fortos's husband and wife looked at each other for some reason, nodding affirmatively, after which the Baron began to tell that they had already collected a lot of money, but their project was too big, so they needed more. The heroine immediately entered into a dialogue and lied that she had heard that this would be a profitable business, so she was interested. Her words greatly pleased the man, although he tried to hide this fact so as not to frighten the lady too early. Without showing his emotions, the Baron quietly promised that if the Marquise invested her money, he would increase its amount. Hestia replied with a smile that the double profit was indeed attractive to her, but she was worried about the risks. Here the Baron's son entered the conversation, deciding that the word of one more person would certainly convince the girl. The heroine was amused by the fact that the guy only joined the conversation when the conversation turned to investments. But now Miss was absolutely sure why the Fortos family in the novel fled like rats from their sinking ship. The whole point was that they had no success with either the investments or the marriage with the prince. For fun, Hesse decided to play a little game with the family and revealed that she was afraid to make such an important first investment. At the same time, she watched Fortos's faces very carefully and was able to notice how friendly they were. Imagine the Baron's surprise when the Marchioness suddenly asked if she could find out the list of names of all the investors. Seeing that the man began to retreat, the lady promised that she would definitely keep it a complete secret from everyone. But even under these conditions, Fortos had very strong doubts, as his son also noted with excitement. The head of the family was afraid that he could be caught for including completely different people from obscure spheres on the list. But then Caelus entered the conversation and said that they could invest money in advance if they were given a list. Hearing this, the Baron almost jumped for joy, but he barely managed to contain his emotions and save his face. He couldn't refuse such a rich sponsor, so he sent his son to bring the necessary list as quickly as possible. At this point, the Marquise informed his wife that she could invest as much as she considered necessary in the ship. The heroine was surprised at how quickly the issue with the list was resolved, thanks to Caelus's support. The lady noticed that as soon as Kyle appointed her as the main one in this matter, the Baron no longer dared to speak to her disdainfully. The fact that the master was attentively and sensitively helping her in this situation brought a satisfied smile to Hestia's face. Suddenly, Diokia intervened in the conversation and stated that since we had talked about business, we could now move on to other topics. But to the great surprise of everyone present, Kale suddenly and abruptly interrupted the inspired girl. He stated quite calmly and confidently that he had come here only in the interests of his wife, and so he wanted to end it there. Without accepting any objections, the guy explained that when they received the list, they would leave the money and leave immediately. Diokia listened to the Marquise in confusion, since for the first time in her life she had encountered such impenetrable severity. Unexpectedly, Kaelis turned directly to the Baron's daughter and reminded her that today was the first time they had seen each other. Imagine the lady's surprise when the Marquise said that she needed to learn to create distance between people. Deeply ashamed, Diokia immediately blushed and hung her head down, not wanting to talk anymore. Even Hestia thought about how scary her husband was, to have scared the girl so much with just one word. The heroine suddenly realized that Kyle's cold-bloodedness really hadn't changed at all compared to the original. Suddenly, Miss was afraid of what would happen if the Marquis would look for a new love that would be like Diana. Hessie was very afraid that as a result she would again have to watch her beloved suffer from the sidelines. Literally a few minutes later, the Baron's son brought a list of investors, and the Marchioness studied it carefully. The lady found him quite ordinary, so she was a little disappointed, but she was not going to give up so easily. With these thoughts, the Miss suddenly burst into her husband's office, when she suddenly discovered that he was wearing glasses. This surprised Hestia so much that she even completely forgot why she had come to her husband in the first place. As a result, the Marquise sincerely apologized for being in such a hurry and not even knocking on the door. After which the lady was still able to get down to business, since she met with Arenas today and heard something important. The aristocrat said with a sweet smile that she had heard that her ally had recently invested in Fortos's ship. Unexpectedly for Hessie, the other ladies supported this topic and even began to think about how they could also contribute somehow. So now the heroine was extremely unhappy that the Baron so brazenly used them as advertising for sales. As soon as the girl told Kylis all about this, he was not at all surprised, because he himself had assumed something similar. Imagine the lady's surprise when she heard the guy say that everything actually worked out quite well. In response, the Marquis explained that he had known about the future of this vessel from the very beginning, and therefore had not planned to invest properly. So all the talk about his investments was actually bait that the Baron so easily and simply fell for. But, even listening attentively to all this, the heroine still could not understand what her husband's true goal was in this case. Suddenly, it dawned on the lady, and Kyle nodded in agreement, saying that Fortos had violated the terms so he could take back the investment. The Marquis had calculated everything so well that now he even had a chance to get back even the starting capital. Kaelis told the lady that it was time to write a letter to the Baron, when he suddenly noticed an incomprehensible smile on her face. The fact is that Miss perceived this unpleasant situation as an opportunity to bind the Baron to herself even more strongly. But the girl didn't know what condition to set for him, because she didn't know anyone on the list of aristocrats. Suddenly, it dawned on the heroine that if a familiar person was not on the list, then he could easily be added. And of all those with whom she communicated, the one the Marquise most wanted to harm in this way was the princess. Besides, it would be much better for the Baron's family if the heir's wife herself invested in their ship. So the lady had already fully thought out her insidious plan, while Kaelis carefully sat down next to her. The girl was so deep in thought that she didn't notice it right away, so as a result she was quite scared. Only a few seconds later, the lady admitted that she had managed to put her thoughts in order, for which she thanked her husband. In response, the Marquis stated that such assistance cost him nothing, so that the Miss could apply again at any time. Quite unexpectedly for the gentleman, Hestia suddenly couldn't help but let out a strange and incomprehensible laugh. The heroine said that she remembered the moment when Kale first thanked her and realized that he was so different. But then the lady was overcome by completely different emotions, so she turned away, remembering something unpleasant. The whole point is that at that moment, Miss asked the Marquis to assign her some teacher, to which he did not agree. Suddenly, Callis approached his wife and asked if she needed anything more as a token of appreciation for all her actions. Before Hestia could even think about anything, the Marquis moved so close that his lips almost touched hers. But then the guy accidentally hit the girl with his glasses, and all the romance of the moment between them instantly disappeared. Kyle wore glasses so rarely that he didn't even think that they could hinder him at such a moment. The heroine, who almost went to 7th place out of happiness, immediately became very upset. Since Hesse couldn't get over her embarrassment, she suddenly jumped up from her seat and said that it was time for her to go. At the same time, the lady behaved very strangely, since she still had a poor understanding, and the Marquis immediately noticed this. While the lady stated that she would now be able to inflict absolutely any blow on the prince and princess, Miss herself understood perfectly well that she was talking more and more nonsense, but she was so excited that she could not stop. Imagine Hestia's surprise when her husband suddenly carefully grabbed her hand, as he did not want to let go. The Marquise reluctantly turned to the guy, as she was afraid that he would see her flushed face clearly. Since she wanted to return to her room as quickly as possible, the lady asked her husband rather sharply what he wanted from her. Although Kailas was hesitant about whether he should say his words, the boy nevertheless collected his thoughts. After which, the Marquis admitted that he would not want his wife to continue trying to take revenge on his former friends. Hestia didn't expect that her beloved would have such a sad face, because she thought that he was doing everything right. Although the guy tried to explain that the lady already does a lot for him, the heroine did not understand what he was talking about. The Marquise had long ago identified for herself the meaning of her activities as revenge, so she did not want to stop. Only now did Kailas realize that all this time the lady had acted without expecting anything from him in return. The only thing the guy didn't like was the fact that the girl started working too much just for the sake of his health. For this reason, Kale asked Hestia to live from now on not for him, but for herself, because he did not need this revenge. But then, completely unexpectedly for the gentleman, the stunned silent Marquise suddenly began to slowly pour tears from her eyes. The guy immediately jumped up from his seat in alarm, since he had not at all wanted to achieve such an effect with his words. He came closer, trying his best to console the lady, who covered herself with her hands because she began to cry loudly. In fact, the heroine still didn't know why she got into this romance and couldn't get out of it for so long. Because of this, Hesse began to believe that the whole point of her existence in this story was only to help Kailas. And now this reason why the lady was going to live without regrets asked her not to do anything just for his sake. So right now the girl was experiencing extremely negative emotions because the guy so easily devalued all her work. Instead of crying loudly, she wanted to get angry at the Marquis and tell him all her thoughts. But not a single harsh word could escape her lips, because Hestia did not want to hurt her husband. A little later, when Miss was so tired from her experiences that she fell asleep, her husband put her to bed. At the same time, the guy did not dare to move away from the girl's bed, because he was worried that she was crying because of him. In fact, Kyle said this because he saw in the lady his past self who devoted his whole life to his beloved. And now that the Marquis had realized all his mistakes, he was very afraid that Hestia would accidentally follow in his footsteps. Because of the misunderstanding that arose between them, the gentleman was very sad, but he understood that nothing could be fixed in an instant. While the lady was not looking, Kailas hovered over her and asked what would happen to the miss when she achieved her goal. At that moment, deep in her subconscious, Hesse was indignant with all her might about what her beloved had said to her. The heroine had no idea why else she could live in this world, if not for the sake of her beloved. Because of this, the girl felt extremely sad, and she even thought that in this case it would be much easier for her to just die. Suddenly, the Marquise herself appeared before her and declared that at this moment she could not die under any circumstances. The lady was very surprised when she suddenly realized that she was in a dream, but for some reason she was falling asleep. Just as suddenly as she had fallen asleep, the lady abruptly opened her eyes but barely remembered the events of her dream, which seemed important to her. The Marquise had a poor understanding of what was happening around her, but she was able to easily recognize the ceiling of her room and her bed. The girl concluded that she herself did not notice how she fell asleep from fatigue, and her husband carefully carried her to a soft bed. At the same time, the lady had a strange feeling that she had forgotten something very interesting from her dream, but she could not remember. But then Kailas appeared right in front of the lady's face, which is why she immediately stopped thinking about her strange dreams. Jumping up on the bed, the miss asked her beloved to stop appearing in front of her so unexpectedly at random moments. Kyle could only nod weakly in response, after which he asked for forgiveness for what happened between them yesterday. The heroine was surprised that the gentleman suddenly began to ask her forgiveness so sincerely for everything that happened. The Marquis said that he had made too careless a conclusion out of stupidity and that he was not going to do so again. Unexpectedly for himself, the guy noticed that the Mrs. voice, when she spoke, was not at all angry or upset. Hestia admitted that everything she does also relates to her desire, so the girl did not want to stop. In response, the gentleman calmly agreed not to interfere with the Marquise in her affairs any longer, since she wished. But it was at that very moment that Hessie's stomach began to rumble traitorously, since she hadn't eaten anything since yesterday evening. The heroine immediately blushed with shame, but Kyle took this completely calmly and said that the food was ready. After which, he stood up and with a smile suggested to his wife that they go have breakfast together in the dining room. The Marquise smiled tenderly in response and immediately, without hesitation, agreed to her beloved's proposal. At this moment, extending her hand to the gentleman, the lady was very glad that their dialogue was able to end successfully. A little later, Miss realized that when Kailas returned to working condition, his mental health immediately improved. But the heir was not prepared for the fact that she would see her former friend so often. Even the Marquis himself felt a little awkward about how Helios was trying so hard not to show emotion in front of him. However, for now the gentleman was only able to speak with the prince on general topics, which eased the atmosphere between them. Hestia's husband understood perfectly well that it was very difficult for his friend, because his father spent all his days in bed. Here Kailas noticed that Heli clearly wanted to tell him something, but for some reason the guy hesitated and remained silent. Completely unexpectedly for the Marquis, the heir suddenly for some reason asked how the clairvoyant felt now. Helios remembered Hestia only because the last time they saw each other, his wife had damaged her dress. But Kale didn't like the fact that his former friend was worried about his wife for some reason. Since the guy was straightforward by nature, he immediately said that the prince did not have to think about such trifles. In response, the emperor's son jumped up in complete shock, realizing that his partner had misunderstood everything. But the gentleman skillfully changed the subject and said that his wife had asked him to convey information about another invasion of the borderlands. Helios was greatly alarmed by this information, as he had barely managed to suppress the previous wave of attacks. Kelis, however, was completely calm when he reported that the provocation several months ago was just the beginning. This made the prince nervously clench his fists, as he understood that all actions would now fall on his shoulders due to his father's health. The heir, in a panic, exclaimed that he would urgently need to call the Marquise and question her thoroughly. But her husband replied that there was no need for this, because now he himself would personally convey all the words to the prince. With a menacing glare, Kailas stated sternly and confidently that Helios would no longer need to see Hessie. But literally, the next day, when they were having breakfast together, the lady began the conversation by saying that she needed to see the heir. This greatly surprised the Marquis, who literally yesterday told his partner that his wife would no longer communicate with him. The gentleman asked, somewhat confused, why the lady needed this, and she explained that she wanted to discuss the Fortoses. Besides, Miss was worried that she would still have a lot of work to do, and Heli could suggest how to make it easier. The girl had already managed to send the Baron a letter, in which she reproached him for breaking his promise and spreading rumours. After which the heroine turned to Harmonia for help, who quickly put an end to all gossip about investing. Hestia also sent Arenas a letter about Diokia's vanity, and was now confident that the Countess would sort things out herself. Now the lady could only wait for the scandalous rumours about the girl to spread and for her to come to her. The Marquise knew perfectly well that the best and easiest opponent was precisely a vain person, which she took advantage of. The only thing that worried Hessie was that the princess could become stubborn again, since she rarely listened to anyone. After hearing all this, Kyle only sighed heavily, as he realized that his wife's meeting with the prince was necessary. So the guy had to admit that he told his partner about the imminent military threat. But Hestia reacted calmly to this, since she herself believed that the time had come to tell everything. Then the Marquis somewhat awkwardly informed that it was for this very reason that the heir wanted to summon the lady to him. The heroine had no idea that just yesterday Kailas had become jealous of her and the prince and therefore forbade him from communicating with her. However, the girl found even such rare and awkward behavior of her beloved very sweet and attractive. Miss understood perfectly well that it was extremely difficult for Helios now, because the relationship was getting worse in all areas. As soon as Hesse remembered this, she froze, her mouth open in amazement at the sudden realization that struck her. After which, the girl jumped up and anxiously asked if the prince was trying to rely on her husband again. But Kale didn't even think about that, since the heir was glad of his help in business and behaved very decently. But the heroine herself was sure that in fact Helios was constantly telling off his former friend. The Marquise asked in confusion why the miss was so sure of this, and Hesse immediately began to give arguments. But then, suddenly for herself, the heroine realized that she was experiencing some strange feeling of awkwardness because of this dialogue. At that moment, the gentleman slowly rose from the table and said that there was certainly a part of the Marquise that knew everything. Imagine the lady's surprise when Kale asked her after this whether she was thinking about Helios too simply. Hestia couldn't find the words to respond, so she simply said that she would formally request an audience with the heir tomorrow, after which she silently left, and Kaelis was left alone with his sad and heavy thoughts about what was happening. Already in her room, a few minutes later, the heroine was sitting on her bed, upset because she couldn't sleep. She realized that after reading the novel several times, she thought she knew everything about the character and behavior of the heroes of this story. But the lady forgot that not all the details of the characters' lives were described in the original plot. So Miss completely forgot that in this world, there were things that only certain people knew, and not she. Hestia's behavior reminded her of Diana, although she didn't want to be as arrogant as she was. The girl remembered that in any relationship, it took time to gradually understand and get to know each other. And Hesse, who did not live in this world initially, knew only that part of the story that she could read about in the novel. And as a result, the lady was the most alienated person of all who were present in this story. The next morning, when the heroine came to Helios, the first thing he did was to surprise her by asking if she was okay. This surprised Hestia incredibly, because the guy was absolutely always caustic and sarcastic towards her. So Miss once again concluded that she doesn't know everything about the people who live in this novel. Somewhat embarrassed by his own questions, the guy changed the subject and asked what such an important matter she had come to him about. But at this point, the prince returned to his impudent tone, which immediately angered the heroine, who did not like this. Nevertheless, the lady pulled herself together, since she really needed to talk to the heir. Hestia handed over a letter, prepared especially for Helios, and said that the guy simply had to read it. The Marquise considered the information that the Baron's merchantship was so important that she came to the palace even in the rain. After reading the message, the prince sighed heavily as he guessed that the damage from such a loss would not be small at all. But what worried the guy most now was that the lady came to him despite the bad weather, although Kale had previously forbidden it. Hesse guessed that the heir had become suspicious, but he would never have been able to find out about her plan for the princess. Besides, the heroine was more than sure that Healy needed her predictions anyway, so he had no choice. The girl counted on the fact that Diana, having heard her husband's order not to invest, would immediately go against him. And no matter how well Helios knew his wife, he could not guess that she had developed a distrust of him. Here the guy heard that Kaelis did not allow Miss to stop people who invest money, which surprised him. The lady added that her husband explained to her that investing was always a risk, so she should not interfere. The prince began to nervously tap his finger on the table and asked whether, given the volume of investments, the empire would not lose a lot. The heir even began to try to find a pretext that would prevent the aristocrats from investing in this merchant ship. But Miss said that it was unlikely that anyone would believe them, so all they could do was minimize possible losses. After some thought, Helios came to the conclusion that this was the only option that would allow him to avoid suspicion. Hestia was very happy to see that the guy really believed her, so all that was left was to hint to tell the saint everything. But a few seconds later, Miss suddenly realized that this would not be necessary, since Helly was already thoughtful. The Marquise could not even imagine that her words could cause such strong confusion in the Emperor's son. But then the prince finally exhaled and said that he would like to talk about something else, and the lady prepared to listen. A little later, when the girl returned to the estate and told everything to Kalis, the guy was noticeably alarmed. He did not understand why his former friend kept asking about the health of the Marquise's wife, and not his own. Although Hestia herself was not at all tense about this, the Marquis regretted several times that he had not gone with her. The gentleman waited for a while, and then asked if the heir had said anything else interesting. Hessie was lost in her memories, and Helios' confessions about not being able to get along with Diana came back to her mind. But the heroine could not advise the Emperor's son in this situation, since she did not want to interfere in something that was none of her business. As a result, the guy and the girl asked each other for forgiveness several times for everything bad they accidentally did. But even after this, the Marquise began to heat up the atmosphere again, as she asked how much longer Heli would work for the saint. No matter how unpleasant it was for the guy to listen to her words, the girl still explained that he would always have to help Diana. The only way to avoid this was to change the princess's mind, which the prince understood perfectly well. As a result, the heir sighed heavily and said that he was irritated by how straightforward and right the lady was. The lady calmly informed her husband right now that Helios had admitted that he was very jealous of him. Upon hearing this, the Marquis was incredibly shocked, as he would never have thought that such a thing would be true. The gentleman always thought that Heli was the one who communicated best with Diana, but he also had problems. Because of the memories of the past that flooded over him, Kale clenched his hands tightly into fists, because he didn't want to remember anything. When suddenly Hestia unexpectedly loudly declared that the heir had conveyed that he considered them a very good and strong couple. These words instantly brought Kaialis to his senses, and he was even able to come to his senses a little, although it was difficult. However, literally a few seconds later, the corners of the guy's lips were touched by a smile that he couldn't hold back. The Marquis commented on the lady's trip with words about how Helios had finally begun to trust the girl. The miss was surprised by this, when she suddenly noticed that her husband's face turned pink, which made her very scared. He said that the only thing that bothered him was the rain, and Hestia jokingly offered to hold her husband's hand until he fell asleep. But Miss didn't take into account the fact that Kailis would take these words seriously, and even agree to such a proposal. The girl was so surprised that she couldn't even utter the words of refusal, so they agreed to sleep in the same bed. As a result, that same evening, dressed in beautiful pajamas, the heroine approached the door of her husband's bedroom. But the lady was so unsure of everything that was happening that she stood hesitantly in front of the entrance. Moreover, the lady was embarrassed by the fact that her maid bathed her in a special scent before letting her go. To make it easier for the heroine to survive this night, she decided to imagine that she was an ordinary Marcus doll. Only after this did Hestia manage to fully take control of her mind, so she opened the front doors. Imagine Mrs. surprise when she found a bed inside the room completely decorated with roses. Kalis himself, who stood in the midst of all this splendor, looked like an angel who had descended from heaven. Everything that was happening struck the Marquise so strongly that she immediately blushed despite her attempts to breathe evenly. In a panic, the lady asked what all this meant, to which the gentleman explained that the butler had prepared this beauty for them. Since the spouses had no other choice, they nevertheless sat down on the bed on opposite sides. Kale analyzed the situation and realized that he did have ulterior motives, but not to that extent. Moreover, the Marquis was greatly worried by the fact that his wife's condition looked even worse than during the usual excitement. As soon as the gentleman turned around, he discovered that the girl had drawn a line and asked him not to cross it. Kaialis immediately realized that the lady felt no less pressure than he did because of this strange situation between them. But when the guy tried to suggest sleeping in separate beds, the Marquise confidently stated that it would be safer for him. The guy could not understand why he had to be in danger, and the miss did not explain anything to him. As a result, Kale even thought that Hestia might not see him as a man, since their relationship was different. But looking into the girl's eyes, the Marquis immediately dismissed this assumption, because she was again very embarrassed by his gaze. In order to at least relax a little, the gentleman was the first to lie down on the bed, although he still felt extremely awkward. Hesse froze in place, not knowing what to do, when suddenly Kyle turned to her, and the miss flinched in fear. Imagine the heroine's surprise when her beloved asked if she had ordered the maintenance to be carried out on his land. In fact, Hestia took up this issue so that there would be much less problems with the supply of her soap. The Marchioness had not discussed this issue with her husband, so now she was afraid that some problems had arisen. But the gentleman immediately reassured her, telling her that the local residents, on the contrary, really liked the lack of smell on the street. Hearing this, the girl was so delighted that she joyfully hung right over her beloved, forgetting about everything. But literally seconds later, the lady realized what she had done, so she returned to her half of the bed. Hestia immediately mentally began to scold herself for how crazy and uninhibited she had just accidentally acted. As a result, Miss managed to distract herself with the thought that the better the hygiene among the residents, the less they will go to church. So Hesse told Kyle, with all sincerity, that it was very important to her to maintain the health of the residents. Although the lady didn't notice this anymore, since she was lying on her back, the guy smiled contentedly in response, believing her words. After a few minutes, the couple were finally able to overcome their initial awkwardness and began to talk. Since Hestia was much more tired than Kailis due to all her worries, she ended up falling asleep first. While the guy still didn't want to sleep, he watched his wife with pleasure and wide-eyed. The Marquis could not understand why Miss was so tense when talking about him, and so happy when they talked about work. Unable to resist, he reached out and gently touched the girl's lips, which he still hadn't dared to kiss. Therefore, all that was left for the gentleman now was to lie next to her, tenderly holding her hand. But just because his wife seemed so sweet to him, Kyle couldn't resist and moved away just in case. He began to blame himself morally for the fact that he could not understand either his own feelings or those of others, although he really wanted to. So Kaelis could not find an answer to the question of whether the day would ever come when they would understand each other. The next morning, as soon as Hestia woke up, she was horrified to see her lover in the room. For some reason, the guy looked downright bad, as he hadn't been able to sleep properly at all that night. The heroine immediately became afraid that all this happened because she constantly prevented Kaelis from sleeping that night. So, in order not to cause any more trouble, the lady hurried to her office to deal with work matters. As a result, apart from the same bad weather, nothing unusual happened for Hestia that day. But then, towards evening, for some reason, Diokia arrived to see Miss, who earnestly asked to be allowed to see the Marquise. The girl herself was clearly not happy that she had to kneel before this lady, but she had no choice. The Baron's daughter, with a guilty face, said that she had come to ask for forgiveness, to clear up all misunderstandings. Hesse was incredibly happy that everything had turned out exactly as she had planned, so she smiled sweetly. However, Miss did not admit it and asked Diokia to get up from her knees so that they would not be misunderstood. But the Baroness was in no hurry to get up, as she wanted to play on pity in this way. The Marquise did not expect that her friend would go so far as to try to convince of her complete innocence. But in reality, Diokia felt no remorse at all and was simply playing on the emotions of a lady from a low class. She hoped that Hestia would melt under the aristocrat's apology, but the heroine suddenly leaned over and declared that she was not a simpleton. The fact that the lady saw through her so quickly greatly frightened the Baron's daughter, who was not prepared for something like this. Meanwhile, Miss poked the girl in the nose, saying that she should really respect her and not pretend. Since Hesse still hadn't gotten Fortos to be sincere, she turned around and pretended to leave. Diokia's mind immediately flashed to the angry image of her father, shouting at the girl to do something useful. So the Miss decided at all costs to obtain forgiveness from the Marquise, even if she herself suffered in the process. For this reason, no matter how difficult it was for her, the Baroness decided to promise that she would do anything to make Hesse stay. The heroine couldn't help but grin slyly when she finally heard the words from the girl that she had originally planned to achieve. The Baroness, however, still pleadingly and confidently stated that she would indeed do whatever Hestia wanted, just so that she would not leave. The heroine, in response, did not torment the already nervous girl even more, but approached her, since she already had a plan of action. Leaning right into Diokia's ear, the Marquise whispered the task that the daughter of the Fortos family was to perform. The Baroness herself froze in great amazement, but quickly realized that she would not be able to refuse the cunning lady. The next morning, as soon as it was light, Helios had already come to his office, since he had a lot of work. The heir studied the content and structure of the documents with great interest, since they were made surprisingly well. These papers were brought by Caius, but he admitted that his wife, who was well versed in documentation, helped him with the paperwork. The prince immediately said, in a deliberately absent-minded manner, that he would like such a capable man to join his work. But Kyle immediately defended Hestia and said that she was already doing a lot, so there was no need to increase the amount of tasks for her. After this, the Marquis left the office, and Heli sighed and thought that his former friend was taking jokes too seriously. The prince was partly telling the truth when he wanted to invite the lady to him because she was truly a skilled person. The Emperor's son guessed that Kale's safe return was only possible thanks to the support of the lady. So Helios whispered thoughtfully that the Marquis had found himself an ideal companion by choosing a clairvoyant as his wife. The guy suddenly realized that when he was getting married, he thought that Diana was his best bride in this world. But as a result, less than a year had passed before they began to quarrel heavily, quickly ruining their relationship with each other. The heir was most offended by the fact that for the sake of the princess, he even refused to communicate with his best friend. While Kyle, without giving up anything, found a girl for himself who supported and helped him in everything. The heir did not understand why, in the end, it was not he who was luckier, but the Marquis, who was much lower in position and rank. The guy couldn't get the smiling and lovely face of Hestia, whom he now considered beautiful, out of his head. After thinking for a while, Helios realized that he had become just as greedy and selfish, since he really wanted to get the Marquise for himself. The prince himself could not understand why he wanted to take away from his friend the last thing in which he had finally found the meaning of his life. In order not to be immersed even more in these terrible and unpleasant thoughts, Heli decided to quickly return to his work. Suddenly, he came across a document stating that an official dinner for diplomats would soon be held. Everyone knew that for a long time now, all such events had to be organized by the wife of the crown prince. But this caused great excitement in Helios because he knew very well about the princess's insane thriftiness. So the heir had no choice but to come up with a backup plan, for which he called the butler. Zeno immediately entered the office, since he was always close to the master, and prepared to listen attentively. The prince asked what Diana was doing now, and was very surprised when he learned that she was talking to the baron's daughter for some reason. He immediately remembered that just recently Hestia had brought a letter warning about the sinking of the Fortos merchant ship. Despite the fact that the saint was known for her stinginess, Haley could not shake off some unpleasant feeling of anxiety. It was at this moment that the princess, with a sweet smile on her face, suddenly announced that she would invest in the baron's trading ship. Just a few hours ago, the saint reacted very negatively to a request to invest in this business. Diana immediately told the Baroness that they were not close enough for her to even consider such an expensive request. Diokia immediately noticed that the image of the saint was different from what she had heard, but this did not hinder her in completing her task. The Baron's daughter's task was still to force the princess to invest in the merchant ship by any means necessary. In return, Hestia promised that she would definitely accept the Fortos family's apology for breaking the agreement between them, after which the lady asked to keep her request a secret, explaining that she and the saint did not get along at all. Diokia realized that she needed to prove that she was skilled enough to handle such difficult tasks. The Baroness asked why Hesse had asked her to do such a thing, and the lady replied that she simply felt a little sorry for their entire family. At this point, the lady abruptly changed the subject and said that if the Baroness did not fulfill her request, she would not be offended. But Kyle's wife immediately warned that in such a case she would under no circumstances accept an apology from Diokia and her father. The Baroness realized that there was no point in her refusing this task, so she gritted her teeth and agreed. Before leaving, the Marquise once again asked the girl to bring her next time what she wanted to hear. and Fortos' daughter decided to achieve this, so now she lied to the princess that the Marquise had madly set up her family. The girl almost screamed that their business was now on the verge of bankruptcy due to the cunning actions of Kailas's wife. In fact, while pretending to cry, Diokia herself did not believe her words, because she was diligently making Hestia look very bad. The Baroness said that the lady had made her out to be a liar, since it turned out that the Marchioness had not invested anything, but this was what they were saying. Playing the role of an actress, the girl remembered her recent conversation with her father, who became thoughtful after hearing the assignment. The man immediately saw it as their chance, which greatly surprised his daughter, but she did not argue with him about it. The Baron himself found it very funny that the princess and the Marquise did not get along, but he did not yet know how to take advantage of this. But at that moment, Diosha sat before the saint and convinced her that Hestia could not be trusted in any way. The Baroness even stated that, due to the bad rumors from the lady, many investors have now turned away from the merchant ship. While saying all these words, the girl carefully watched the saint's reaction and noticed that for some reason she became interested. This made the Baron's daughter feel much better, as she realized that her plan, albeit slowly, was still working. Diana herself, looking at the poor girl, did not understand how Hestia could first help them and then take away everything they had been given. For the princess, the Marquise was a monster, whose cunning in business no one could ever compare with. At this moment, Diokia was again reminded of how much her now disgraced family needed the support of the princess. How happy the Baroness was when the saint asked if her investments could somehow improve the situation. The princess did not expect that the guest would suddenly confidently declare that Diana was God's favorite, so she should be lucky. As a result, the saint nevertheless promised that she would invest in the Fortos family business, which greatly pleased the Baroness. Moreover, even Diokia could not have imagined that the princess would give her her ring as proof of her words. A little later, walking down the corridor, the girl was incredibly pleased with herself, because everything had worked out perfectly. She wanted to tell her father everything as soon as possible, when she suddenly met the heir in the corridor. The girl was the first to greet him, as etiquette required, although she was surprised by such a sudden encounter. The prince immediately guessed that Baron Fortos's daughter was returning just after talking with the princess. But no matter how worried the guy was, he decided not to show his emotions and doubts in front of this lady he barely knew. So the heir simply moved on, which surprised Diokia quite a bit, as she did not understand the point of such actions. At that moment, Diana was in her room in a very good mood, straightening the flowers that had fallen out of the vase a little. Helios did not delay and immediately called his wife as soon as he entered her room, as he wanted to know the answers to his questions. The saint suspected that the emperor's son would soon visit her, so she initially did not even turn to face him. Heli immediately guessed that the princess was still offended by him, and for this reason did not want to meet his gaze. No matter what the heir tried to do after their recent quarrel, there was a constant tense atmosphere between the spouses. As a result, the prince did not beat around the bush, but directly reported that he had just seen the Baron's daughter, who had come to talk. Diana did not deny this, and Heli said that he wanted to show his wife something related to the investment in the ship. The girl didn't expect that the guy would bring her a letter for some reason and ask her to read it, but her curiosity eventually got the better of her. Imagine the princess's surprise when it turned out that the heir had brought her one of the prophecies of the hated Hestia. Moreover, the letter said that the Fortos merchant ship would sink, which greatly surprised Diana, who had planned to invest. The prince calmly told his wife everything he knew, as he wanted to protect her from possible mistakes. But suddenly Diana cried out loudly. Did Helios really trust the Marquise's foresight much more than the words of the saint? Although Helios had expected the princess to start making a scene again, he hadn't thought it would be on such a scale. The saint was even more offended when she heard her husband's words that she should believe the Marquise's predictions. No matter how hard the emperor's son tried to explain that Hestia's words were always true, it was useless for Diana. It was clear from the girl's face that with every word she withdrew more and more, not wanting to listen at all. Suddenly, looking at the heir with a stern and cold gaze, the saint declared that she was very disappointed. This immediately sent unpleasant shivers down the guy's spine, as he was extremely shocked by such words. And the girl at that moment declared that, since she had already promised Diokia to invest funds, she would not back down now. The prince was afraid to hear exactly this, so he asked the saint to change her mind, because she was supporting a lost cause. But then Diana, even louder than before, shouted that she did not believe in Hestia's foresight, but relied only on the words of the god. The emperor's son suddenly fell silent after such an outburst of emotion, as he was greatly shocked by the stupidity of his wife. The princess looked so angry at this moment that it was clear that she would not listen to anything else at all. Helios once again felt very vividly as if an invisible wall had appeared between him and the saint. The fact that Diana did not want to listen to him at all offended the heir so much that he even clenched his fists in displeasure. Unexpectedly, Heli went to the most extreme measures and forbade the princess to invest money from the imperial treasury. What surprised the saint most of all was that the prince said this in a commanding tone, and she had no right to dispute his words. Since the guy considered the conversation over at this point, he turned around and went to his office, leaving Diana in complete shock. Despite the girl's attempts to call out to him, the heir said that they would see each other a little later and then left. As a result, the princess was left completely alone in her room and stood silently for some time, not believing what was happening. But literally a few minutes later, the girl was overcome with moral pain in her chest because she did not expect such words. Diana couldn't understand why Helios, who said he loved her, would now give her a real order for some reason. She sincerely believed that Hestia was to blame for absolutely everything, having caused chaos everywhere. So the princess decided to prove to everyone around her that they were wrong in trusting foresight instead of holy religion. This morning, the marquise was in such a good mood that even the butler, who usually said nothing, noticed it. The lady was only glad that, according to the assistant, she seemed to blossom, and Uros did not hesitate to repeat this again. In fact, the lady had good reasons to now experience random fits of joy over any occasion. First of all, the heroine was incredibly happy, because Diokia told her about Diana's future investments in a merchant ship. Moreover, since the saint took the oath on behalf of the prince's wife herself, it quickly became known to everyone. So now Hestia couldn't help but rejoice at how well everything was working out for her specifically. Moreover, the girl recalled with great pleasure the recent tea party with her ally, Countess Irenis. As soon as they met, both conspirators immediately began to laugh constantly, discussing their accomplished plans and deeds. The aristocrat admitted that she was very surprised that Diana decided to invest, and the Marchioness nodded her head in response. But then Irenis reported that there was something else in this whole story, much more surprising than the saint's investments. The heroine could not even imagine that the prince would ultimately forbid his wife to invest money from the imperial treasury in the ship. But Hestia was sure that since Diana had promised to make an investment, she would definitely get the money. Reading the newspapers carefully, the marquise realized that there was only one place the princess could go. The fact is that the saint has remained a sincere follower of the temple until now, so she will talk to the priests. And now the lady waited with great impatience for all the church property to finally be made public to everyone. At this point, the butler will speak to the lady, thereby distracting her from thoughts about the princess and her stupid investments in the ship. The old man reported that a report had arrived from the Marquis's fertile land, and this immediately made the miss worry about it. But Hestia was happy to read that it was in the city of Ilion that there were practically no diseases during this period. Then quite suddenly, the lady realized how she could reveal all the bad information about the temple. The girl even jumped up from the excess of emotions and asked Uros to conduct an investigation into the disease. The assistant did not argue with the lady who had suddenly started to act so quickly, and also quickly ran to carry out the order. Hestia couldn't hide the joyful smile on her face as she suddenly came up with such a good plan. Suddenly, the heroine heard her beloved's voice near her, which scared her because she didn't notice how he approached. The marquis remained completely calm, despite the fact that the lady once again blushed and began to speak incomprehensibly. He deftly changed the subject and said that tomorrow he was urgently asked to come early in the morning to the imperial palace. Hestia immediately looked at her husband in surprise, since he almost never reported on the work he did. Suddenly, to the heroine's great surprise, the guy said that the heir had earnestly asked her to come with him. As soon as the couple arrived at the palace, Helios immediately noted with satisfaction the fact that Hesi had also arrived. In response, the heroine tried not to get angry, although she was very irritated by the fact that the prince had called her so abruptly. Caelus saw his wife's condition very well and understood that taking her with him today really wasn't the best idea. But when the emperor's son said that he simply wanted to get advice from the lady, he looked very sincere. So the Marquis eventually gave in and did not refuse the heir's request, since he had already been very depressed lately. As soon as Hestia raised the mug to her mouth before the dialogue began, she realized in complete shock that she had been poured coffee, not tea. The girl knew very well that in this world it was always customary to treat people with tea, so she asked the prince about it in confusion. In response, the emperor's son reported that he had heard that the miss liked coffee better, which surprised not only her, but also Kale. But if the heroine simply fell into complete shock from what she heard, then the Marquis even began to get a little angry because of the words of his former friend. A little later, when the lady had completely come to her senses, she decided not to drink the prepared coffee just in case. But Helios quickly noticed this and said that for the first time in a long time he was kind, and the girl treated him like that. The Marquis suddenly noticed that for some reason, the emperor's son always left long pauses after his words. Helios finally found himself backed into a corner when Kale asked if he couldn't do it without Hesi's help. Imagine the surprise of the couple when the prince admitted that he had invited them because of the upcoming official dinner. Kale and Hestia had heard about the approaching event, but they didn't think that the heir would talk to them about it. Heli himself understood perfectly well that the princess had to be responsible for the dinner for the aristocrats, so he sighed heavily. He had to admit that he had recently received an event plan from his wife and was not satisfied. What confused the guy most was that the saint was going to get even more support from the temple to organize the dinner. Hearing this, the heroine guessed that the princess's frugality had once again become even more acute than before. So now Heli was trying to do everything to save the event, and the offered coffee was actually a bribe. But Hestia didn't want to do anything good for the heir, so she said that the saint would not accept her actions. The emperor's son himself knew that the princess would only insist more strongly on her own if she was offered another solution. But at this point, the guy was in such a desperate situation that he asked for at least some advice. The heroine suddenly realized that the character, who was known for his steadfastness in the novel, was suddenly asking for help. Although Hestia did not show it, she considered the prince's defeat to be a wonderful sight for herself. However, since the organization of the event could not help Kale in any way, the lady did not intend to participate in it. Suddenly, to the girl's great surprise, Kayla said that Hesi could host dinner and Diana would take care of lunch. The Marquis confidently stated that even if the dinner was light, no one would consider it incredibly disrespectful. Then the husband suggested holding one meeting in the palace and the other in his estate, which even made the heroine jump emotionally. The lady began to insist that even this plan could fail because the princess could guess everything. Kale agreed that Diana was not stupid, but said that it was better to at least try to do everything possible for the guests. After these words, Hestia was stunned into silence, as she agreed with him and was surprised at how hardworking her husband was. The girl even had to turn away from the guys, because she couldn't stand it and burst into tears from Caelus's actions. But then the heir suddenly admitted that now Diana even had a bad relationship with him, which surprised both spouses. Hestia was so surprised that she even asked again, to which the prince only sighed once again extremely heavily due to fatigue. He asked the couple to let him know when they had prepared a plan and let him go, but the Marquise was not happy with what had happened. It was for this reason that she suddenly stopped in the middle, deep in thought, which did not escape the gentleman's notice. The heroine did not lie, and honestly, with sadness on her face, admitted to her husband that she had something else to discuss with the emperor's son. In response, Caelus calmly said that he would wait for the lady in the library, as he understood that they needed a personal conversation. The girl was very happy that her husband let her go so easily, and quickly ran back to the heir. The Marquis watched Hestia go, not knowing if he had done the right thing by not forbidding her anything. The whole point was that the heroine could not go home with such heavy thoughts, so she burst into Helios's office. The guy had already managed to return to his business, since he was not expecting anyone else, so he was very surprised at the sight of Miss. The Marquise decided not to back down, no matter how worried she was now, so she confidently told Heli that she needed to talk. The Emperor's son could not even imagine what exactly the girl who had come running to him in such a hurry wanted to tell him. But before Helios could say a word, Hestia suddenly asked irritably why he had chosen her and her husband. Out of surprise, Helios even raised his hands up, thereby showing that he was giving in and was not going to argue with the girl. The heroine reacted so sharply because she knew that Diana would always remain Cale's first love, albeit with a bad ending. And the Marquis certainly kept all those precious memories of the good moments of his love for the saint. And the lady was outraged that the prince was indirectly taking these thoughts away from Kailas, so she declared that only she should feel bad. The lady screamed that the heir had done wrong by shifting responsibility for his relationship with his wife onto his friend. Helios listened to the lady in silence the whole time because he understood that she was right in every word she said, which made him sad. And Hestia could no longer contain her emotions because she was in great pain for her beloved who had suffered before. The girl knew she had crossed all boundaries when she started yelling at the prince, but she couldn't stop herself. She was going to defend her husband, even if Heli punished her later, but then the guy unexpectedly apologized to the guest. The heroine could not even imagine that Heli would suddenly admit that he was very guilty, both before her and before Cale. The guy said that he was ashamed to ask them for help, but he could not find another way out of the situation the whole time. The prince then added that only the Marquise and Marquis had the right to criticize the imperial couple, so he chose them. Hesi listened carefully to Heli's words and therefore noticed that there was no longer any sarcasm or hostility left in his voice. The girl realized that right now the Emperor's prince was completely sincerely asking her for forgiveness and help. The lady did not answer, since she had not returned to the office to cancel the dinner arrangements anyway. Miss sadly realized that in this situation, the heir would do anything she asked just to get advice. But Hestia did not become impudent because of this, but only asked the prince to apologize to her husband personally. The heroine once again confirmed the fact that she sincerely and very much loves the Marquis, so she will do anything for him. She even offered to prove it if Helios still doubted her words, but the guy said that he believed it. After which, suddenly, the prince's gaze became several times kinder, and his lips were touched by a light and sincere smile. Without realizing what exactly he was doing, Heli suddenly stroked the Marquise's head affectionately, as he had wanted to do for a very long time. Then the Emperor's son once again admitted that he was incredibly jealous of his former friend. The girl froze in place in complete shock from the heir's unexpected actions, as she didn't know what to say. Suddenly, the heroine was struck by a terrible guess, and she immediately blushed and rushed out of the office without saying goodbye. Heli wanted to catch the lady by the shoulder, but stopped his hand in the air since he had no right to do so. The prince realized that he had accidentally revealed his true feelings, and by doing so had greatly spoiled his neutral relations with the Marquise. At this point, the lady ran away as fast as she could because she could not believe that she had correctly understood everything that had happened. Helios' face was spinning in her head, with a sweet and gentle smile that he had previously only given to a princess. The lady couldn't understand how the prince had allowed himself to have feelings for her at all, but now she needed to calm down. Miss decided that she would not waver in her desire to move along the path of revenge, even despite the emotions of the heir. She moved forward slowly, remembering that Kalis was waiting for her, when suddenly she saw the back of her beloved ahead. Hestia was surprised because she remembered that the Marquis had promised to wait for her in the library, but at that moment he was talking to someone. Imagine the lady's surprise when she saw that for some reason the guy's interlocutor was a saint. In fact, there was nothing strange in the fact that Kale accidentally met Diana in the palace where she lived all the time. But for some reason, when she saw the two of them, Hessie felt an unpleasant pain in her chest because she was not ready to watch this conversation. The girl was so focused on her own emotions that she didn't notice how the Marquis saw her. Kalis immediately noticed that something was wrong with his wife, so he jumped up to her, interrupting the dialogue with the princess. The guy was extremely worried about Hestia's condition, also because he had absolutely no idea how to help her in such a situation. And even the heroine herself was unable to explain why exactly she felt bad, because everything was fine. The couple were so carried away by each other that they did not notice what a terrible face Diana made when she saw the Marquis. But the princess quickly realized that she shouldn't show such emotions, so she tried to tidy up her face. After which, since she felt uncomfortable staying near Hestia, the girl silently turned around and went to her room. As a result, the heroine only noticed at the last moment that the saint had managed to go far enough away, so she did not stop her. Moreover, at this time, Kaelis was actively asking the lady if everything was okay with her, since the miss was pale, but the girl was not ready to answer all of her husband's questions right now, because she was more worried about Diana's behavior. Moreover, the heroine could not explain to herself why the gentleman made such a worried face when he saw her. But Hestia knew she couldn't stay in such a bad state for so long, so she just sighed in response. The heroine realized that no matter how much the Marquis's condition improved, he still remembered his painfully ended love. So the girl felt awkward that Kale was worried about her, and she asked her beloved for forgiveness for this. The lady seriously thought that she was a huge coward because she could not help her beloved in any way. What was surprising to her was that Kaelis himself did not think so, and on the contrary, tried to help the lady with her doubts about herself and him. The guy gently touched his wife's face and said that he really no longer felt anything towards Diana. He explained that he had met the saint quite by chance on his way to the library, and she had suddenly decided to talk to him. The Marquis himself did not intend to be the first to start the dialogue. It just happened that way by chance, which he told his wife about. Unexpectedly, Kale said that he loved Diana so much that it was strange for him to feel nothing for the first time when meeting her. Hestia was struck by the train of thought that her beloved had taken, because she had not expected him to say such a thing. Kaelis reported that he was somewhat disappointed in himself for his previous foolish behavior, when he only had eyes for the saint. He was dismayed when the princess spoke to him as if nothing had happened, as if they were still friends. But for some reason, the Marquis could now calmly look at the girl he had previously loved very much. This is exactly what she told the Marquis's wife, who read about his condition and emotions in the original story of the novel. Kale himself understood that, because he sincerely loved Diana, he could now finally calmly let her go to the prince. The heroine was incredibly proud of her beloved, who had sorted out his emotions and now felt free. In response to the lady's joyful smile, the guy smiled just as happily as he felt complete harmony within himself. The gentleman suddenly announced that he had achieved this state only thanks to Hestia, but she did not believe it and simply laughed in response. However, since the girl now looked better than before, the Marquis did not insist on his thoughts. He deliberately changed the subject and stated that he was a little disappointed in his wife, who decided that he had feelings for someone else. In response, the heroine had to justify herself, which is why the guy leaned close to her to embarrass her even more. As a result, Hestia blushed deeply and said that they were a couple only on paper, and her gift was about to disappear soon. The girl was so deeply immersed in her thoughts about this that she did not notice how her husband suddenly became sad. Suddenly, the Marquis asked the lady what she planned to do next, and the miss did not immediately understand what exactly he was asking her about. Then the guy explained that he meant the time when the girl's abilities would completely disappear and she would not see the future. Hearing such a question, the lady immediately froze in confusion, since she had never thought of herself in such a way. But Miss was afraid that Kale might find out her secret if she developed this topic, because the guy was very smart. Therefore, the heroine changed the subject as quickly as possible, starting to talk about more everyday things, but not about the future. Unexpectedly, Kaelis stated that his wife was avoiding the answer only because she knew perfectly well what he meant. Hestia didn't expect the Marquis to end up addressing her so directly, so she turned around in surprise. But the gentleman did not insist now, but only asked the lady to tell him what he asked for next time. The heroine could not even imagine that such details could be of real interest to her beloved. A little later, the couple went to their rooms, but Kyle sat down at the table deep in thought as he couldn't sleep. The guy felt sad because Hesse, for some reason unknown to him, was closing herself off and not telling the truth. Even the lady herself felt mixed emotions about this, since she was not yet ready to say anything. Literally the next morning, Helios sent Diana's plan for preparing for the banquet, and Miss was horrified by it. Caelus, who heard her indignation, only sighed heavily, as he realized how serious the princess's mistakes were. The couple carefully studied the plan and were deeply impressed by how thrifty the prince's wife had become. Hestia noted absently that even she, who had little understanding of such things, could tell that the plan was bad. It was worth starting with the fact that most of the event, at Diana's request, took place under the direction of the temple. For this reason, the main menu included only vegetable dishes, and the celebration ended with an obligatory prayer. Reading the plan, the girl could not even understand whether this was preparation for an imperial reception or a reception at the temple. But what upset the lady most was that she and her husband had to correct this terribly sad situation. However, Caelus calmed the marquise, noting that she had begun to worry too much about the important guests. But when she found out that the last time the guy had held a celebration was in his distant childhood, the lady wanted to cancel everything. But then the gentleman tenderly called the girl by name and promised that he would definitely help her prepare everything well. The heroine could not help but admire the beautiful face of her husband, whose words made her feel warm in her chest. However, the miss stated that just in case she would ask Madame Harmonia and Countess Erinis for help in organizing. But then, to Hesse's great surprise, Kyle thoughtfully informed her that she didn't need to write to anyone to get answers. A few minutes later, the Marquis called the butler and the maid, and Uros immediately began to suggest good design options. The assistant also did not lag behind him with her reasoning, since she really wanted to help the gentleman. Kale listened to each of their proposals and chose the best ones because he truly trusted his servants. The heroine stood a little behind all this time and realized with great surprise that she had not remembered about these masters. While in the Marquis's estate, there were two veterans who knew their business incredibly well and could easily help. Together with Caelus, who had a refined taste, the assistants made up a formidable trio of preparation. For a while, Hestia watched them only from afar as she was lost in her thoughts and did not participate in the dialogue. She remembered that in the novel her husband always did everything alone because he believed that this path was the most correct one. Even at the time of the wedding of his two best friends, the Marquis continued to go about his business, despite the pain in his heart. All this knowledge made the heroine feel extremely sad for Caelus, so she nervously clenched her hands into fists. The girl remembered very well what happened to her beloved at the end of the original story, and she didn't want it, so she tried to keep as many moments with the Marquis in her memory as possible, so that she would always remember him. But before Hestia could finish this thought, Kale called out to her, as he had already discussed everything with his assistants. The heroine was pulled out of her thoughts too abruptly, so she froze in place for a while, trying to come to her senses. Finally, the lady pulled herself together and came closer to her husband, who immediately began to discuss business matters with her. The only thing that Miss really wanted to install was a chocolate fountain, and everything else was unimportant to her. The butler was just worried that many of their ideas would cost a lot of money, since they were quite difficult to implement. But to this, Hestia happily declared that they could be generous with their budget, since the palace would pay for all expenses. Thus began a long but persistent preparation for the celebration that was to take place very soon. Then, on one of those working days, a guest unexpectedly came to the Marquise, although she had not invited anyone to her place. It turned out that it was Madame Harmony who had arrived, feeling awkward about distracting her student from her preparations. The woman noticed that there was a pleasant bustle throughout the estate, and it was becoming clear that everything was going according to plan. Hestia guessed that the aristocrat had come to her only out of concern that something might go wrong during the process, and at that moment Harmonia began to talk actively in order to hide the fact that the purpose of her arrival was to help. Here the Marquise mentioned that just like them, a princess worked in the palace, and Madame's face noticeably changed. The girl couldn't help but comment on her teacher's condition, so she asked what was wrong. In response, the woman admitted that things in the palace were such that the number of invited priests only increased. Suddenly, it dawned on the heroine that Diana had not accepted her teacher's help, and she was horrified by this. But what surprised the lady most was that the princess had exchanged almost all of her maids for temple servants. The heroine realized that there was a huge rift between Helios and the saint, which in fact was only to her advantage. So the girl smiled slyly, also imagining what the aristocrats of high society would think about all this. Throughout their conversation, Harmonia felt noticeably uncomfortable, since she had previously believed the saint more than the marquise. But now she heard rumors that finally turned Madame away from the disobedient and ungrateful student. Hesse didn't expect to hear that many people were even starting to suggest overthrowing Diana. The first thing the lady asked was whether the saint herself knew about this, to which the madam explained that she had not been able to tell, all because the princess repeatedly refused her an audience and did not read all the letters she sent. As a result, the saint's pride and bad manners once again played into the heroine's hands, so she allowed herself a smile. She pretended to the teacher that she was very sorry, although in reality, inside the marquise was very happy about what was happening. At this moment, the assistants were actively discussing the upcoming celebration, so no one was listening to the conversation between Hestia and Harmonia. So Madame took courage and reported that more and more people did not trust Diana, which was expected for a lady. Then the heroine came up with a plan that would allow her to deal with the temple, which she immediately told the teacher about. Madame was very much surprised when the lady suggested that the church might be focused on money. But in fact, Miss lied about hearing about it somewhere, because she just made up all these gossip and rumors. But Hestia needed Harmonia to be even more active against the temple, and she achieved this goal. This was all because the church could not help in any way to cope with illnesses, which the girl was very worried about from time to time. It warmed her heart that all the people who washed their hands with her soap eventually escaped the epidemic, but there were others. Here the lady noticed that her teacher had become quite depressed, and so she grabbed her hand to encourage her. She confidently stated that they needed to deal with the temple, because it would definitely help the princess herself in the end. Previously, Harmonia did not consider this situation from the side that if the church is accused, then the saint will admit her mistakes. The girl gave the example of the Marquis, who was able to resist Diana, but kept silent about the fact that he wanted to die later. Unexpectedly, all the ladies' words produced their result, and the aristocrat noticeably cheered up, having come up with something to do. The woman said that she really should sort things out with the temple, because it would be useful to her former student. At this point, Harmonia wished them good luck with their preparations for the official event, and said goodbye to Hestia for a while. A few days later, the very day came when it was time to hold lunch and dinner, and Kale was summoned to the palace. For this reason, the lady began to feel sad in advance, although her husband had not even had time to get into the carriage to leave. The girl was forced to finish her preparations, which upset her because she wanted to go with her beloved. Caelus consoled the Marquise as best he could, although he understood perfectly well why she was so upset about his departure. Here the lady was surprised to discover that the guy was telling her that the atmosphere would not be so important in the end. When Miss asked him about this, the gentleman calmly replied that he started talking about it because she was very worried. But in reality, Hestia was much more concerned about what the princess would end up doing because of their interference. What worried her was that the saint, for some reason, had not yet expressed open protest at her making dinner. But most of all, the lady was worried about what would happen if Kale met Diana, so she clenched her hands into fists. Just in case, Hessie informed her beloved that the princess might well speak to him, but he had the right to remain silent in response. Hearing these words, which contained great concern, the guy thought hard, which was evident on his face. Suddenly he asked if his wife was by any chance jealous of the princess, who was his first love. This question confused the girl so much that she couldn't even find an answer, because she hadn't thought about anything like that. Caelus chuckled in response and took his wife's hand in his own, wanting to feel the warmth of her touch, after which the Marquis gently and carefully kissed the lady's fingers, informing her that he would no longer make her worry. These actions of the gentleman immediately brought smiles of affection to the assistants who were standing nearby. They even suggested that the couple be left alone, which greatly embarrassed Hestia, who had never even thought of such a thing. And Caelus himself only smiled, because everything that was happening amused and delighted him as never before. As a result, the guy left and the girl returned to the estate, since she still had a lot of work to do today. The first thing Miss wanted to think about was the letter from the Countess, who reported that the date of departure of the ship Fortos had become known. This only meant that the princess had somehow managed to find the money, and the Baron was ready to set the ship on sail. The heroine planned to spend the dinner in the best possible way so that Diana's mediocrity would ultimately be even more noticeable. A malicious smile played on the girl's lips because she managed to arrange everything so that people would want to overthrow the saint. At this point, Cale was already sitting at the dinner prepared by the princess, and he realized that everything looked as bad as possible. The guy was greatly disturbed by the gloomy faces of the ambassadors, who had hardly touched a single dish on the table. The Marquis could not find an answer to the question of what Diana was thinking when she chose all this food for the guests, and the princess herself did not even suspect that she had accidentally, with her own hands, embarked on the path of self-destruction. While the girl was speaking, Caelus noticed that even the table setting was done according to religious rules. The gentleman knew from the beginning that the saint hated luxury with all her heart and did everything to avoid it, but the girl didn't take into account that this event was terrible for the palace, while it was quite suitable for the temple. Out of the corner of his eye, the Marquis glanced at his former friend and the Emperor, who were sitting rather sadly because of such food. Finally, to smooth things over a bit, the ruler said that Diana chose the food as if it were for his health. In support of him, the prince also said that it would not be a big deal if they all had a lighter lunch. But Cale still didn't understand why everyone had to follow beliefs that didn't suit them. Even the princess herself, looking at the sad faces of others, suddenly realized that her dinner was a failed idea. Literally a few hours later, the meal was over, and the ambassadors breathed a huge sigh of relief. The Marquis, having seen enough of the horrors around him, decided to make a good dinner for the guests at all costs. The guy was about to get into the carriage when he suddenly heard Diana cautiously calling out to him for some reason. Since it was no longer painful for the gentleman to talk to the girl, he calmly turned to her. In response, slightly cowering from embarrassment, the saint asked if they could at least talk for a couple of dozen minutes. A little later, when the ambassadors finally headed to the Marquis's estate, they were outraged by the meagre reception at the palace. The men understood that neither the prince nor the emperor were responsible for how the princess decorated the table, but the fact that they were now being taken to the Marquis was, for the ambassadors, like the final fall of the empire in their eyes. One guy even said sarcastically that he didn't expect anything from the Kyle estate, since they were treated to such food in the palace. Imagine the surprise of the guests when Hestia greeted them in full dress, although they did not expect this. The men looked around in confusion, taking in the beauty around them as they were speechless. The Marchioness very skillfully drew their attention to herself in order to distract them with dialogue while the food was being set on the table. Caelus, who had been watching his wife's actions from the sidelines, quickly realized that he had nothing to worry about. Here, slightly distracted from her conversations with the ambassadors, the heroine suddenly met the gaze of her lover. She immediately winked at the guy, telling him that she would take care of everything perfectly, so he didn't have to worry. Only after this was the Marquis able to calmly go and change clothes, having made sure that the lady had everything under control. Only the girl did not know that at the same time the Marquis was thinking that no one could compare with her personally in organization. Less than half an hour later, the heroine announced to the guests the beginning of the banquet, for which she and her husband had been preparing for a very long time. Hestia was a little disingenuous and called the prepared food a modest meal, although there was no room on the table due to the dishes. The ambassadors were completely shocked by such an abundance of delicious food, so much so that they did not even know where exactly they should start. Hessie looked carefully at her guests, after which she concluded that everyone was completely satisfied with the treats. But what struck the men most was that everything was so thought out down to the smallest detail that the music of their country was playing in the hall. The heroine herself placed big bets on the chocolate fountain, which was clearly visible from any chair at the table. The Marchioness planned to use him to completely outshine the princess, who fed her guests only vegetables. Here one of the guys started talking about how prices had risen recently, which made the lives of common people much worse. This theme was supported by another ambassador, who was no less knowledgeable on this topic due to frequent travel between countries. At the same time, the guy specifically asked loudly what the empire should do if it could not deal with this problem. The lady immediately guessed that the ambassador had deliberately hinted at the difficulties in their country in order to see the reaction. But then Kailas took the floor, saying that he believed in his empire and that it would be able to recover quickly. The Marquis did not make false promises, but simply stated that there are always reasonable limits to all destruction. The ambassador realized that his political interlocutor was very strong, so he decided to change the subject just in case. Hestia, who had been watching everything that was happening, realized that she didn't understand anything about diplomacy. However, she could not help but notice that her beloved answered all possible questions from the ambassadors with absolute ease. Suddenly, unexpectedly for her, the gentleman announced that his lands had not suffered at all, only thanks to his wife. The girl even accidentally spat out some of her drink from such sudden praise, since she was not ready. But then the lady was even more surprised, because she noticed that Kale's expression had somehow changed suspiciously. Miss could not understand why the Marquis suddenly switched from neutral conversations with the ambassadors to dialogues about her merits. Hestia looked at her husband's face, still trying to understand why he suddenly began to smile so strangely. Only a few seconds later, the heroine remembered where exactly she had seen this expression before, but it was too late. The whole thing was that Kailas decided to brag about his wife, and the ambassadors had to listen to all this in silence. As a result, although the girl was pleased by such large-scale praise, she was ready to burn with shame because of her publicity. So, to prevent the guy from talking about her any further, the lady said she would bring dessert and jumped up. But Hessie was so inattentive that she didn't notice the crown prince entering the door in front of her. Only when she came face to face with Helios did the heroine take a step back, since she did not expect to see him at dinner. The Marquise did not know how she should behave now, because they were seeing each other for the first time since their last conversation. It was obvious from the prince's face that he felt awkward, but the guy was able to greet the miss quite normally. Only Kale noticed the strange pause between them, but he didn't ask in public what the matter was. A few hours later, all the guests began to leave for their hotels and warmly thanked the couple for such a good reception. To each such praise, Kailas responded by saying that it was all his wife's merit alone, which made her blush. Hestia was very happy that all the ambassadors were satisfied and even wanted to show it all to the princess. When almost all the men had already left, the couple discovered that for some reason the prince had no intention of leaving. In the end, the lady could not stand it, and barely containing her emotions, asked if he really had any other business with them. The heir clearly had something on his mind that he wanted to share, but for some reason he still hadn't decided to do so. Only when Kyle nodded approvingly to him, the prince suggested that they all take a short walk together if he didn't mind. In the end, the only one who did not approve of this idea was the Marchioness, but out of curiosity she also went for a walk. After walking just a few meters, Helios suddenly announced that he was very sorry for his behavior in front of the Marquis. Even Kailas had never heard the Emperor's son ask him for forgiveness for anything, so he was surprised. Suddenly, Heli screamed, as he wanted his former friend to address him informally, at least at this moment. The gentleman guessed that the prince's mental state was not in order, so he decided to make a concession. But Hestia really didn't like the behavior of Helios, who for some reason was taking out his anger on her beloved. The guy himself suddenly realized that he had accidentally crossed the line, so he asked for forgiveness again for that. The heir finally realized that he had always shifted all responsibility onto the Marquis and had not even thanked him. Even at this moment, despite the fact that it was necessary to listen, Kyle inserted praise for his wife for helping him with everything. And to the heroine's surprise, the prince agreed that she had helped them both a lot, although she shouldn't have. After which Helios added that he deeply regretted treating his former friend so badly all this time. He then promised that he would never make that mistake again in his life, because he wanted to get their friendship back. But before the Marquis could say a word, Hestia suddenly couldn't stand it and began to swear loudly because she was angry. The girl clenched her teeth in anger because she did not understand whether the prince simply wanted to get rid of the feeling of guilt. Because of this, in her eyes, the guy was even more of an egoist, which he himself understood perfectly well at that moment. Imagine the girl's surprise when her beloved suddenly touched her tenderly, thereby asking her to stop. It was at this time that the heir took advantage of the moment and took the floor, convincing him that he would no longer harm the Marquis. The lady obeyed her husband and began to listen attentively to the prince's words, although she was still very angry with him. Hestia herself could not understand why. Because of the seemingly sincere words of the heir, she hated him even more. It got to the point where the lady couldn't even stand it and clenched her fists tightly, not wanting to listen to Heli's words anymore. The only one who stopped Miss from causing a scandal at that moment was Kalis, who wanted to know what the prince would tell him. So, for the sake of her beloved, the heroine endured with all her might, although she herself felt pain in her chest. Suddenly, unexpectedly for herself, the lady felt two warm hands take her palms in theirs, as if they wanted to help. The Marquise was so surprised by this that she forgot all her bad thoughts about Heli and looked at her husband. And the guy, looking the lady straight in the eyes, asked her in a gentle voice to calm down, explaining that everything was completely fine for him. Having made sure that the lady's condition had returned to normal, the Marquis asked the heir if he had drunk too much. Helios had indeed had some alcohol tonight, but he didn't think it would have such a big impact. He said he drinks a little every day to stop getting drunk, so everything should be fine. But to this, Kalis stated that such a habit was also destructive, to which the guy promised that he would try to correct himself. Since the prince mentioned that he would communicate with them more carefully, the gentleman took his wife's hand again. She looked into his eyes and realized that for some reason, the guy managed to remain completely calm. So, not for the first time that evening, Hestia felt how she became much calmer just at the sight of her husband. Moreover, his warm hand warmed her very pleasantly, so that the lady only wanted to dissolve in the arms of her beloved. So, having finally calmed down, Miss was only now able to understand what exactly the Crown Prince meant. The guy really stood in front of the couple like an open book, as he was completely prepared for criticism. So the lady reminded him of the princess, who would also do well to ask them for forgiveness for everything. Kalis noticed that Miss was clearly hurt by the fact that Diana acted contrary to her foresight and invested in the Fortos ship. This is exactly what Hestia herself said when she stated that she did not believe that the saint shared the same opinion as her husband. When the prince replied that he believed that the princess was not mistaken, the heroine barely restrained herself from starting to swear. The Marchioness understood perfectly well that Diana had already made many mistakes, but for some reason the heir ignored them. Imagine the surprise of the couple when Helios confessed that he had promised his father never to part with the saint. A few minutes after their meeting ended, the lady lay on the bed and thought about how the prince wanted to leave his wife. She was sad to see how lonely and broken the heir seemed from behind, that he ended the conversation himself. Since the girl was very tired, she was about to go to bed when she suddenly heard someone come to her. As soon as she recognized the voice of her beloved, Hestia immediately rushed like an arrow to the door to open it as quickly as possible. And indeed, Kale came to the lady with some purpose that was incomprehensible to her, but she was not at all against it. The guy was, as always, incredibly handsome, so the miss wasn't even offended that he woke her up. Therefore, the lady said that she would still have time to get some sleep, but for now it was much more important for her to enjoy her husband's face. Only now did it suddenly dawn on Hessie that it was already quite late, but the Marquis had come to visit her for some reason. The heroine was noticeably surprised when the guy said that he was pleased with the evening and would like to discuss it. But Kalis didn't just suggest this, but along with wine, since he didn't mind relaxing a little before bed. The lady could never refuse her beloved, so after a few minutes they were both already drinking from glasses. Kale admitted that he had deliberately chosen a light drink that would not quickly get them both drunk. While the girl was enjoying the taste of the light wine that had been brought, the Marquis watched her with a smile on his face. Right now, Hestia had relaxed so much that she didn't pay any attention to him at all, which was amusing. Only after a few glasses did the lady suddenly remember that her beloved had called her in order to talk about something. The heroine expected anything but a confession from her husband that Diana had tried to talk to him again today. Kaialis admitted that he stayed a little longer to talk to the girl, as he could not refuse her, but the guy didn't expect the princess to suddenly ask if he thought she had done something completely wrong. The Marquis did not immediately understand what was being discussed, so the saint explained that she was talking about the moment when she rudely abandoned him. Kyle realized that if the past him had heard such words, it would have helped him a lot at that moment. But right now, the guy had already found support in the person of Hestia and was not going to change her for anyone else. However, the gentleman was unable to leave Diana in doubt, so he decided to support her with words. The princess finally heard what she wanted, because Kailas said that she was simply doing what she believed in. The Marquis himself smiled sweetly at the princess and assured her that even if he returned to the past, he would have done exactly the same. But while saying all this, Kyle remembered the lovely smile of his wife, who was ready to sacrifice everything for him. But Diana ended up taking these words personally, which made her incredibly happy, although she didn't show it. Hestia was surprised when she heard her husband describe the princess's response, which was completely incomprehensible to her. But the heroine was not sure that the saint spoke on this topic because she finally realized her mistakes. She could not even imagine that at that moment the princess was in a very good mood, all because she considered that look of her former friend to be loving, since that is exactly what she wanted to see then. So the lady planned to bring both Helly and Kyle back to her as quickly as possible with the help of the Fortos merchant ship.